Good morning, everybody. The good Dr. Patno is here.
I think, as you all know, March 11th, yesterday, March 11th, 2020, marked the one-year anniversary of the World Health Organization declaring COVID-19 as a global pandemic. So we're now 1 year into the COVID-19 crisis. In the year since our last webinar, there have been 2.6 million deaths worldwide, including over 530,000 deaths lost here in the United States due to COVID. The current pandemic has highlighted significant inequity in our healthcare system, and I'm sure we'll touch on that with our speakers today. Also, in this past year, the effects of systemic racism have been amplified, largely due to the tragic death of George Floyd here in Minneapolis. Given these events, Scott, Allison, and I thought it would be appropriate to start our time together today in the healthcare policy course with a brief moment of silence in memory of those that we've lost. Okay, thank you very much. We've got a great day planned. First, I'd like to introduce Allison Reiser. She will be joining us in just a moment. Allison is a true healthcare policy expert. That has been her career. She is a graduate of the program, and you'll get to meet her more formally tomorrow during our synchronous times in separate cohorts. Ryan will be joining us later. He's doing this morning whatever it is lawyers do during their day job, and we could probably make the rest of the day jokes about what lawyers do with their day job, but Ryan will pop in later today. The speakers we have lined up for you are literally the best of the best from prior seminars, and in just a moment, Scott, Allison, and I will give you some background on each of these speakers to help maximize your return on today. There's Allison's face. Allison, I just sort of introduced you, saying we will do a more in-depth introduction tomorrow during our synchronous times, but if you can unmute and say hello so they know what your voice sounds like, it'd be great. Maybe it's not going to happen quite yet, but you saw her face. She's got a very pleasant voice, and she's promised if we have some downtime to sing us a song. So
I swear I know how to use Zoom as well.
There you go.
So hi, everybody. This is my voice.
Which brings me to the point that we always make during the Durenberger webinar and seminar series. Our guests are very generous with their time, but they also have very busy day lives, and we're never 100% sure that they will pop into our webinar, either when we're in person in a hotel ballroom or in the Zoom format. If we have somebody who has to cancel last minute, we will go to a plan B, but so far, the lineup that was posted in Canvas holds true. We have not, as of yet, had a cancellation, and I doubt at this time that we will. But if so, just know that there is some unpredictability about this format, and please give us some grace if that should occur. No question for our speakers is totally out of bounds. We know and trust that you will all ask respectful questions, but don't shy away from the challenging topics. In fact, that's one of the things that our speakers have commented on. They enjoy speaking to this group because you are all well educated in healthcare and ask them great questions. So begin to formulate your questions, and you can submit them through the chat function here on Zoom. So without further ado, we will run through quickly what you can expect from some of our panelists and speakers today. Scott?
Thank you. As you see on the slide before you, the webinar is named aptly after U.S. Senator David Durenberger, who served as a United States Senator from Minnesota from 1978 until 1995. He chaired the Senate Finance Committee. He's been on the Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee. Each of those committees has a lot of jurisdiction over healthcare related matters. He's been on many boards. He was the founder of the National Institute for Health Policy at the University of St. Thomas, and for many, many years served as the instructor in this class. Tom, Allison, and I owe our, maybe not Allison necessarily, but certainly Tom and I owe our careers in this space to Senator Durenberger. And I know Allison, as a graduate of the program, benefited from his leadership over the years as well. So we're always grateful to make this acknowledgement. Senator Durenberger will be joining us today. He's out in California right now, so it's still a little early, but we're expecting him to jump on sometime around 9 o'clock our time. And when he does, we will work with him to make certain introductions. You can see our program planning committee appreciates so much Sandy Bauer, Saint Sandy. If you see her, there's a halo above her head. Kylie is getting that halo as well. We thank Kylie for all of her work, and of course appreciate the support that Kate and Pat provide us. Ryan, Allison, Tom, and I have worked quite hard to get this webinar series up and running, and we're grateful for the speakers that have agreed to speak today. We'll start with Stuart Portman, who is a member of the Senate Finance Committee, and you will find Stuart to be just a wealth of information. He is backed by popular demand. If you really want to talk about how the work gets done, Stuart is a guy that can, it can explain all of that. He's in the trenches all the time, and I will look forward to seeing him again today. Stuart looks forward to this seminar every year. This is probably year 4 or 5 for him, and he thinks of it as a highlight. And so we're glad that he'll be able to join us again.
Yeah, I agree. Stuart is, again, he's backed by popular demand. He enjoys this largely, again, because of the quality of questions that you all ask. You are a very high caliber audience for Stuart. And again, a broad range of questions that he would be well versed at answering.
Next will be Mr. Bill Hoagland. Bill is a self-described budget wonk. He has experience in the United States Senate. He was a member of the Congressional Budget Office. Bill's knowledge and expertise in all matters associated with our federal budget and the economy is in many cases unmatched. What I appreciate about Bill not only is his technical command, but I appreciate his demeanor and his approach. He is a thoughtful, down-to-earth, straight shooter, and really, I think you will find his discussion insightful. And given the topic of the federal budget, it might even actually be a bit scary for us today. But I'm looking forward to having Bill join us. Allison and Tom, if you want to add anything, feel free.
Bill is a true friend of the seminar. He has been presenting to this group for literally decades. Deep experience in not only budgetary matters, but just policy and politics in general.
Our next speaker is Mr. James Comey, former director of the FBI, Deputy Attorney General, best-selling author. His book, A Higher Loyalty, was made into a Showtime mini-series called The Comey Rule. Many of you heard him speak last year, and the reviews from his presentation last year were outstanding. Mr. Comey actually was excited to be invited back this year. His discussion today will focus on it won't be a book tour necessarily, but the elements of his new book called Saving Justice are about truth, transparency, and trust as principles that he believes need to animate the Justice Department and how we can restore faith and trust and truth in the Justice Department since it's been under assault over the last several years. Those same principles apply in healthcare. We're facing a dynamic where trust in our delivery system, particularly in certain populations, it is alarmingly high. And I'm looking forward to hearing from Mr. Comey today. The next, in our afternoon session, the next session will be what we call the Three Wise Men. Some have called them affectionately the Three Amigos. Tom Scully, Chip Kahn, and Chris Jennings. All have extraordinary experience, all have been a great friends of this program. Chris has advised, I think it's up to 7 presidential campaigns. He was called and tapped by President Obama to help with the implementation of the Affordable Care Act. Chip Kahn, as the president of the Federation of American Hospitals, was intimately involved in that work as well. And of course, Tom Scully is no stranger to Washington. He served in the George H.W. Bush administration, in the George W. Bush administration. He was the administrator of CMS in the George W. Bush administration and was one of the principal architects of the Medicare Part D prescription drug expansion. Interestingly, and this was not really my intention when I put this slide together, but you'll see Chris Jennings on the left and Tom Scully on the right, and Chip Kahn sits right in the middle. And in many cases, that mirrors their political views of the world. Tom, as you can imagine, as a servant of Republican presidents, leans a little bit on the right, and Chris sits further to the left. So all of them, though, are fantastic speakers. All of them are great friends of the program. And what I love about this is we just basically turn them loose and then they banter back and forth, and there's a little bit of friendly argument and friendly discourse. But at the end of the day, they know they're all really good friends.
I would add to this, Scott, that Chris right now really is sitting in the middle of so much healthcare policy. And so I would encourage both cohorts to really take advantage of that today. He's just, all of our speakers are a wealth of information, but he's really got his finger on the pulse of all things healthcare policy at this exact moment. And so keep that in mind as you guys are thinking about your questions.
I would also, I think, add at this point, my usual recommendation to attendees of the seminar is to learn on multiple levels. Our main focus today, of course, is to help us all learn more about healthcare policy, particularly in this unusual time in history, but also learn about leadership and presentation styles. There's lots of leadership lessons going to be woven throughout the day. These 3 people are not only diametrically opposite in perhaps their political and social views, but are also very different in their and distinct in their presentation styles. Chris Jennings, very thoughtful, measured approach to his presentations. Tom Scully is a machine gun. You have to listen very carefully to him. He usually talks 3,000 miles an hour, and both are effective in their own way. Chip Kahn sort of in the middle of those 2. So learn on multiple levels today. Lots of leadership lessons, lots of great, some of these people are world-class presenters, and you can learn from that as well.
Yeah, very good points. Very good points. We'll come back with Len Nichols. we've joked over the last week that we could have Len read the phone book, and we would all find it to be just an extraordinary use of our time. Len is a fantastic speaker. Don't let his "aw shucks, I'm just a country boy economist from Arkansas" fool you. He is brilliant, and he has been at the center of a lot of health policy work over the years, served in the President Bill Clinton administration, and one of Dave's dear friends, and he's become a dear friend of ours as well. I can't say enough about Len, and he will say anytime that there's something tethered with to the name Durenberger, his answer is yes. So take advantage of Len. For those of you that heard him last year, you know he's a good speaker. You know he's full of information, and it won't be any different today. And we'll end our day with Governor Tim Walz from Minnesota. And today is actually a big day for the governor, as he will be announcing some of his decisions to dial back some of the restrictions that are going on here. He and his commissioner, Jan Malcolm, will close out our day. We are extremely grateful for their time, and I look forward to the opportunity for you to ask questions of them. Each will be incredibly gracious with their time and will invite whatever questions you have. So Tom and Allison, unless you have anything else to add, I just wanted to make one additional point. As we transition from session to session, we'll probably leave the slide of the next speaker up. One or more of our panelists will likely go into a breakout room with our next speaker, just to make sure that they have what they need, that we can answer any questions. So then we'll come back into the room and start. But if you see us disappear into a different room, it's only because we're trying just to take a moment or two with our speakers and answer any last minute questions. We kind of think of it, if we were in the Washington Court Hotel in Washington, it would be the equivalent of one of us going into the back room, into the back of the room, and just chatting with them for just a moment or two. Anything else, Allison, Tom, Sandy, or Kylie, do you have anything else to add?
Very excited for our day. Thank you all for being with us.
All right. I have not seen Stuart log in yet, but once he does, we will make him a presenter. Tom, I believe you will be introducing Stuart, and Allison, you'll be introducing Bill. Does anybody have any questions before they jump on? Oh, there's Stuart.
Prompt as usual.
Hello, it's good to see everyone.
Good morning.
Yeah, we try to be prompt over here, and I apologize if you hear ambient sounds. Today is the day that the city of Washington has decided to fix all of the potholes on the street outside of my apartment building. So.
Lucky you.
I know, right?
Well, we're thrilled that you can join us, Stuart. I have the distinct honor of introducing our first guest this morning. As we mentioned just a moment ago, Stuart has become a perennial favorite of the Durenberger seminar attendees. Mr. Portman has been working as a legislative staff member in the United States Senate since 2015, currently serves as Senior Health Policy Advisor on the U.S. Senate Committee on Finance. In this capacity, he handles all policies related to Medicare and the Children's Health Insurance Program, better known as CHIP. And he has led development on issues related to the Affordable Care Act exchanges, health taxes, and health information technology, all topics that are going to be front and center with our upcoming health policy course. Previously, Mr. Portman served as Senior Health Legislative Assistant and Legislative Correspondent for Senator Orrin G. Hatch, a dear friend of Senator Durenberger, where he focused on Medicaid, Food and Drug Administration related policies and issues affecting individuals and disabilities. Stuart received his Master of Public Health degree specializing in health policy from the Milken Institute of Public Health at the George Washington University, and his Bachelor's in Biology and Political Science from the University of Denver. Again, Stuart, welcome back. It's great to see you again. Wish we could be in person, but this is a real treat for us. Please take it away. You have the floor.
Well, thank you. Yeah, it's good to be with everybody. I will say this is one of the conversations I actually look forward to having regularly. Every year, your predecessors in the program, I guess I should say, have always asked some of the better questions from the many speeches and panels and whatnot that I give, because historically people like to ask about the nature of healthcare and like how are decisions actually made, and that's a much more exciting conversation than what's going to happen on the sequester. So it's always a pleasure to be with you. I will say the normal caveats, even though I know that's already been stated, that my comments are my own. They don't represent Senator Crapo, my boss, but I will do my best to say things that are consistent with where he would be on all policies. But yes, I've been on the Hill since 2015. Took a perhaps different path to getting to where I am. I went from undergrad at the University of Denver to going to do my Master's of Public Health at GW. While there, focused a lot on Medicaid policy, as well as some other odds and ends that ended up being highly useful in my life, like health IT and bio defense and emergency preparedness, which has oddly been helpful during pandemics. But it is the major focus was on Medicaid policy. Senator Hatch brought me over to be his health legislative correspondent. So I spent a lot of time talking to constituents, learning how people think, learning about Utah, because I'm not from Utah, being from Missouri, and then moved pretty quickly to being his more senior legislative assistant, handling his portfolio for the Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee. And in that space, as a committee, it oversaw everything that touched the FDA, NIH, CDC. And so my role was primarily FDA heavy, but also anything that touched Medicaid in Utah. He was the chair of the finance committee at the time, so had a separate committee staff. So there were people that handled the broader issues nationally, but because of my broader interest in Medicaid, I also served sort of a joint role working on all Medicaid issues at all times, because I will tell you that the number of people that didn't just like Medicaid, but liked Medicaid policy is not so high in the health policy world of Washington, D.C. You have the option of understanding the intricacies of Medicare and payment policies that are national, or commercial policies where you have to understand the private insurance side and get to know employers, or you can learn super messy political situations that there are 56 variations of, and you have to understand not just the policy decisions, but the culture that's different between every state and the political decision makers of every state and how those pieces are made. And most people say no thank you. And I am perhaps the policy masochist that's like, that sounds great. This is a puzzle. It will always be exciting. Let's definitely do this. And that stands out, especially on the GOP side. So not to say that there aren't others that are not interested, but it is an area where just by me having an interest, particularly in long-term care policy and disability policy, I was able to carve out a niche. And it worked well with Senator Hatch. He and I understood each other very well when it came to policy. He moved me over to the Finance Committee after the summer of 2017, the last reconciliation bill before the one that just passed, and then worked with him on all things that were Medicaid and CHIP. And he put me in charge of reauthorizing CHIP for 10 years, which was a delightful political exercise that ended up being really, really helpful to, not just the children we were working to protect and the pregnant women we were working to protect, but also trying to make sure the program was better for the future. And we were successful after a lot of maneuvering, which was really great that we got a big bipartisan 10-year extension of this program, which was the longest ever. And then he retired, and Senator Grassley kept me on the Finance Committee staff on the, again, Medicaid, CHIP, and also worked on all ACA issues and private insurance issues. that went through the Finance Committee. Because for those of you that aren't as familiar, the Finance Committee in the Senate has some of the broadest jurisdiction. I know lots of committees try to claim broad jurisdiction, and it happens. There are lots of committees with broad jurisdiction, but roughly the Finance Committee oversees about 53% of the federal budget. It's all tax, it's all trade, it's anything in the Social Security Act, which is not just Social Security, but it's Medicare, Medicaid, CHIP, and a ton of block grant programs and other types of innovation related programs. So there is a lot of policy making that goes on in the Finance Committee. And it was a pleasure to be kept on for Senator Grassley. And then he, at the change of this Congress, left and Senator Crapo came in as the lead Republican, and it was very nice to be kept on in that regard as well. All to say, there are some issues that are sort of continuation of operations, and there are some issues that end up, every member has their own legacy. Every member has their own issues that are of high importance. For Senator Hatch, my day-to-day life was filled with children, like policy related to kids. That was a lot of what I did. It was kids, it was a little bit of long-term care, but it was a lot of kids. With Grassley, it was also kids, but also a lot of rare disease specific policy. He and Senator Hatch had a very similar mindset. Senator Hatch, on the FDA side, has the Hatch-Waxman side, has the Orphan Drug Act. Like, there were big bills that I learned about from the lead sponsor, which was great in giving perspective. And it allowed me to actually be more effective when on the coverage side, since I understood the approval pathways at the FDA and also the coverage policies that would play a role. So I say all of that just to give you an understanding that decision-making on the Hill does not happen, by pulling ideas out of a hat. It comes from what are the member priorities, what are the things that are pressing today, how do we respond to the decisions being made around us. Drug pricing is always one that is a high priority. There's always a lot of interest in having those discussions. When you think about the nature of what is health policy, do the discussions around drug pricing that existed before COVID, have they changed? This is more of a rhetorical question, but is there a difference today in the world of, the fastest vaccination routes that we've ever had? There's a lot of lucky components to that there were already researchers working on mRNA vaccines so that we were not caught so off guard and had to wait years to get to where we are. Does that change the nature of where members feel they can push with issues with drug pricing? Because there are definitely issues with drug pricing. My personal favorite part of healthcare is how when all the focus and spotlight is on one part of the health policy world, everyone else runs to be behind the spotlight to push the light further in the other direction. So if you're curious, hospitals tend not to want to talk about their role in pricing or the cost to the healthcare system. Same with insurers. No one wants to be the focus of a congressional inquiry. No one wants to be the focus of let's talk about a continuum of care unless it's about improving patient outcomes, because everyone does good work. I think that, from where I sit, there's a broader moment to pause, think about perspective, think about everyone has the ability to add value. Does that mean every dollar in healthcare is a well-spent dollar? And from a political standpoint, if you don't think every dollar is a well-spent dollar, how do you solve that besides saying one segment of the industry is bad? Because that doesn't change the policy. If you're trying to have a broader conversation, how do you engage everyone so that they feel like they are a part of the conversation? And if they feel like they don't want to be a part of the conversation, how do you convince them without subpoenaing them to be present at a committee hearing? Occasionally that has to happen, but ideally you try not to use that unless it's needed. So this is a broader sort of philosophical discussion, but it has led us to where we are today, where the conversations on healthcare tend to be about patient access and cost. So it is a discussion on why do we pay the prices we pay in healthcare? When we think about the economics of health policy, what are the areas that work and what are the areas that don't work? Why is the US system so unique? When you talk about, the patient access, is it to a therapy? Is it to a treatment of some kind? Is it to the provider that they want to talk to? I will say that back in the far off days of my undergrad career, when I did a study abroad, studying healthcare in Denmark, understanding a gatekeeper system, which very different from what unless you're part of a Kaiser network, not as many people tend to have a gatekeeper in the United States. And I know just as many Democratic friends that are like, I don't want to be blocked from seeing the specialist I want to see. And it's a mentality. How do you adjust health policy when the actual philosophy we bring to the table is different? And so that dictates a lot of, the day-to-day space. I would say right now, the conversation is pretty heavy from my boss's perspective on what does it mean to have innovation. My counterparts will have a bigger conversation on, they want to have a continued conversation on drug pricing. They want to have a continued conversation on what does it mean to improve coverage more broadly when it comes to health insurance and access to health insurance. A lot of those issues get convoluted during COVID. So, how do you address those solutions more long term? From, the discussion, innovation is a pretty broad bucket. So I spend my time right now talking about it in a couple different ways. Some of it is sort of inherently bipartisan, which I would argue, but I don't know many people that would disagree. Right now in the Medicaid program, states that operate through managed care, which, as I believe all of you know, given your backgrounds, is 81% or so of all Medicaid beneficiaries are enrolled through managed care, and managed care still remains a waiver. States have to get approval. States have to go through a lot of effort and a lot of time and a lot of unnecessary money to get approval to continue to run their program the exact same way that they run their program. Is it time to have a conversation on managed care not being a waiver in Medicaid? I would argue yes. There's a way to do it so you don't remove guardrails, but can you have that conversation? That would change state operations. Magically, Arizona would stop being a demonstration in Medicaid. It would shock everybody, but it would happen. So that's, on the smaller side. Then you get to the harder issues, like cell and gene therapies. I spend a lot of time, again, as I alluded to, having members that understood the importance of access to therapies for children, and especially for children with rare diseases. The world of cell and gene therapies is revolutionary. It is a opportunity to, either remove symptoms or in some cases to actually have the potential to be curative. There's a lot of excitement around it. There's a lot of, these families that have this journey of trying to care for their children that can involve 30, 40 different types of providers and social workers, and just the way that they maintain their day-to-day life can be upended in a positive way because of these new treatments that allow their kids to have muscle function that was never possible, to walk when it wasn't possible, to, I think the largest pipeline in the cell and gene therapy space right now is on sickle cell. So you're addressing one of the most well-known disparities when it comes to the world of rare diseases, and actually being able to address something that disproportionately affects Black Americans. Like, there are real conversations that can happen in the cell and gene therapy space, but because you aren't addressing symptoms, usually you're addressing the underlying condition at a genetic level, they're very expensive. And other than telling a company you can't make a price that is so high, which tends not to go over so well politically with members and also with manufacturers that are not obligated to actually do the work to develop this treatment, how do you create a broader system of incentives? And how do you address that when you have different payers? One of the things I spend a lot of time doing is trying to explain to manufacturers that come in terrified about, XYZ policy, that they have to be able to share their story better if they're going to convince any policymaker to address a specific issue in Medicaid versus Medicare versus private insurance. They operate incredibly differently. Like, the mandated coverage in Medicaid is going to be very different than the formulary exclusion you're going to get on the commercial side. And do you even have a Medicare market? My favorite is when I get questions on, this issue for pediatric rare diseases. And it's not to say there's no Medicare beneficiaries, but you're not going to change the whole nature of Medicare financing for pediatric rare diseases. It's not going to be the focus, but it will be in Medicaid. And Medicaid policy, again, very difficult to change at a federal level, especially when the pharmacy benefit is an optional benefit. And so states have more flexibility in how they want to operate it and how they can talk through the Medicaid drug rebate program. I know I'm diving in the weeds. I have always been impressed by this group and the knowledge that you all have. And I'm going to, turn it over to questions in a few minutes here. But I use that as an example to say, does the existing structure of drug pricing across programs work for these cell and gene therapies? Do we need to make changes? Or as MACPAC, as the Medicaid and Chip Payment and Access Commission is thinking through, they haven't made a recommendation, but they're thinking about, should there be a new benefit category for these type of therapies? Because it's not a traditional type of drug. It's not something that's a maintenance product. It is something that has the potential to be curative or massive reduction in the symptoms. Should we think about that in a different way? And I think that type of a conversation has taken on a life of its own. And so we're hearing a lot more of it in Congress with a variety of opinions on what does it mean to pay for something based on its value? How does, the world of value, I'm sure, could be the source of an entire degree. You could talk about value in drugs. You can talk about value on the provider side. You can talk about provider on the payment side when it comes to plans. Everyone has a different understanding of value. And again, I would argue that payment for value has a place, but people also have to make the hard choices. It's not like there's a never-ending amount of money that exists in the healthcare system. Many would argue there's too much money currently in the healthcare system. And so in the world where not every dollar is well spent, the best example I can give you here is how it's been a hard reckoning for a lot of providers on the world of ACOs. You have a system that is supposed to be focused more on risk and value, but it took about 3 to 4 years for everyone to realize that one-sided risk wasn't really much of an incentive. So you need everyone to be invested in the same outcome in order to actually get to that outcome. But that's hard because not everyone wins. And a system that does not always have winners, which I would argue is realistic, doesn't make everyone happy when they can gather together and go complain to their local congressperson or senator that they are being mistreated. So my goal here is to tell you that while there's any given priority in Congress, there are repercussions that go down to the provider level, there are repercussions that go down to the patient, and then they bounce back very quickly with a lot of additional layers when they come back to people sharing their thoughts with their members of Congress on whatever the proposed idea might be. And so this whole system of how we make policy is very unique in healthcare. There's lots of issues that have a similar structure, but as many members tell us, healthcare is by far the most difficult. And lots of members want to talk about healthcare, but they don't want to talk about the solutions in healthcare because no one wants to be the one to say that there are going to be winners and losers. It's that and losers tends to be really difficult for people to pull together on both sides of the aisle. It is a hard discussion to have, but it's one that's necessary when you think about the amount of money that goes into the health system and how it could be better used. So I guess I wanted to give that sort of broader overview of how I come into this role, what the world looks like today. We just did a reconciliation bill that is a partisan exercise, and I can answer any questions as to what it is. I can answer your questions more broadly about day-to-day life, Medicaid policy of any kind that you want to talk through, issues you're seeing. You want to complain about something that wasn't in the reconciliation bill, or you want to know why something was included in the way that it was. I'm happy to give you context. There's a story behind every dollar. So every policy that's there has a reason. And I'm happy to share anything I can to help you understand the broader, congressional role in federal policymaking on healthcare.
Great, wonderful, Stuart. Thank you very much. For the students, the attendees, you can type in your questions. We've got questions coming in. Type them in on the Q&A function on the bottom of your screen there. Stuart, one, you mentioned a day in the life. That's always a topic of interest to our students. Again, let's go back to pre-COVID, because now you're hunkered down in your apartment like many of us. Typical day in the life, and particularly your insights on the polarization. The media would lead us to believe that the D's and the R's are diametrically opposed. They would be at each other's throats if we would let them. Those of us who I think understand politics, and I think I'm included, know that it's really you all, the staffers, who are doing the real work. How far down does that filter? You touched a little bit on your colleagues and counterparts. Day in the life, and how deep into policy does this polarization exist? Do you and your colleagues from the other side of the aisle speak civilly to one another?
We do. almost all the time.
I thought so. But
There's a,
wonderful.
I will say that we, there are going to be areas where we disagree, and we'll disagree on the approach to a policy, but we all get along well. In a pre-COVID time, I mean, I've been fortunate that in the Medicaid space, the people that I've worked with have been consistent since 2017. We have been the same sort of team, and by team, I mean the Republican and Democratic Medicaid lead in the House and the Senate. So it's a team of four, referred to as like four corners on an issue. And so there are four of us that are viewed as the Medicaid leads on Capitol Hill. We know each other well. We know each other's families. I know the kids' birthdays of my colleagues. We go out for drinks, or we used to. And there's the friendship is very real, and it's necessary because you have to find a way forward on areas where there's very clearly disagreement. I think one of the easiest examples, I mean, there's always a lot of examples, but we have had moments. One of the more frequent conversations has been on the U.S. territories. Medicaid funding for the territories tends to be a very partisan conversation at the top levels. And as the person who handled, I will say, of all the things I know a lot about, the one I'm probably most surprised is that I can tell you facts about every U.S. territory's Medicaid program in a detail that is concerning. When there was a component related to the reconciliation bill that just passed on home and community-based services getting an enhanced FMAP, there was language that applied it to the territories. And I raised the question of why, because only American Samoa offers some type of benefit related to HCBS. None of the other territories cover HCBS. So how could you give them an enhanced FMAP? It's a meaningless provision. I didn't have to research that, and I was very worried that I didn't have to research that. As you know, the same with my colleagues, we all know these things because we spend a lot of time on them. But the philosophy, especially behind Puerto Rico, gets aggressive. For my Democratic colleagues, it becomes a proxy war for statehood. And for many of my offices, there's a concern on the tax side of either they don't pay the full federal taxes, or there is a high rate of fraud and pretty well documented corruption at the government level, not the individuals. And so it becomes this problem of how do you help the Puerto Rican people while also feeling like you have a lot of government officials that have been arrested by the FBI. And how are you supposed to trust them with a Medicaid program that is closer and closer to looking like a state? And how you balance those conversations gets very aggressive when, my counterparts have a completely different ideological perspective on what you do. No one's proposing getting rid of Medicaid in Puerto Rico. It covers about half of the population. And if you add in some of their wraparound programs that they use and Part B coverage, you've got about 80% of Puerto Rico covered by federal health programs. So it's a significant conversation. No one's threatening to pull it away. It's just a question of how long do you go? What's the level of federal funding that goes along with it? Do you add program integrity requirements? Those tend to be very difficult conversations. We have managed to find a way through it many times. And it was my job as the one, last Congress, as the one Republican majority member, to be the liaison with the White House. And if you didn't know, the former president had very strong feelings about Puerto Rico, and having to balance that with the nature of trying to extend funding to Puerto Rico was a unique challenge, while also convincing Democrats on Capitol Hill to join me in finding a path forward. But we did it. And so there are ways to go forward. I very much so believe the friendship at the staff level is necessary to solve what otherwise would be impasses, impasses that threaten to shut down the government. One of the craziest moments was in December of 2019, when there was a government funding bill that's what included Puerto Rico coverage. And there was a real discussion on whether or not, if the coverage for Puerto Rico is too long, whether or not the president would veto the actual bill to fund the government. And most people didn't believe me when I told them that was a real thing, because it's a very long bill that funds the entire government. And I was like, nope, this one issue, it can play a role. So the pressure is on to find a way to get to yes, but we did it. So it's the friendships make a huge difference.
Glad to hear it. And that was what I was hoping to hear.
Yeah.
So we got lots of great questions coming in. Keep submitting your questions. The panelists we'll get through as many of them as we can. Some of them may consolidate down, and we're going to take turns asking those questions. And I think Allison's up next.
Yeah. So Stuart, thank you. You speak my language. I could talk HCBS and Medicaid all day. I am going to switch gears though. We got a really great question from one of the cohort members about the Medicare Trust Fund and all of the dialogue right now that it is about to run out in the next few years. And so if you could talk a little bit about how Congress is thinking about that currently, what the conversation is, if there is any, and kind of like where that might head in the next, coming months.
It's a really good question. I would say that the top issue for my boss is the solvency of the trust fund. I think the answer is that there are a lot of people that are concerned. The solutions get harder and the solutions get very political very quickly. So on the Republican side, there will be a desire to address the solvency of the trust fund. But to do that, that means you have to infuse more money or produce cuts so that it's drawn down more slowly. That doesn't go over well on the Democratic side. The Democrats aren't necessarily proposing cuts, but they were in a concerning place of their own. I'm sorry, this is following up the bipartisanship question. It does not fall into the category of big bipartisan solutions. The Democrats are in an issue of their own, though, because there were a lot of campaign promises related to lowering the Medicare eligibility gauge, creating a public option in Medicare. Both of those things will make the trust fund run out faster. So then they have to find ways in their bigger policy discussions of offsetting those proposals in a way that doesn't change the solvency projection and ideally puts it further out rather than hastening it faster. There's a lot of questions and concerns on whether or not that will be there'll be a successful path to doing the things that were made on the campaign trail, because it will have a very real impact on the trust fund. The easiest example of how that decision was to be deviated was there was not a lot of Medicare policy in this reconciliation bill that just passed. There could be. There's a thought that there's a second reconciliation bill and there could be there, but it is a bigger question as to how it gets done in a partisan context, because while you can take the win on the policy changes that come, that also means the Democrats will solely get the blame if the trust fund solvency projections end up going faster. And so from a political standpoint, that becomes very dangerous. So it is something on the top of mind of everyone. I think that my boss has publicly, in his conversations with Attorney General Becerra, who's on a path to getting confirmed to HHS secretary, his questions were all about the solvency of the trust fund. How do they work together on that? Even if they don't support, the broader policy goals that they have, how do they work together on the trust fund? So there is a desire, I think even more so with the Biden administration than with members on the Hill, that there will be a recognition that something has to be done, especially given the time frame that everyone is seeing in front of them. So no clear policy solutions yet, but I think that you will see those come in the next year because it's too close on the horizon. And in the meantime, everyone will try to talk about that behind the scenes and then publicly talk about Medicaid. So
tying that back to bipartisan sort of, working dynamics, and then I think, Scott, I'll turn it to you for the next question, but, does that potentially create a change in tone among the Democrats to maybe embrace managed care a little bit more on the Medicare side than they typically would if there's an opportunity for it to preserve the trust fund a little bit longer?
So I think it's split. I think some of the Democrats are more open to the world of MA, and others want to create a more similar benefit pathway between MA and more traditional Medicare. I think that there are partners. I think that there is an opportunity for bipartisanship there. I do. And I think that it will likely be a focus, maybe not this year, but next year would be my own projection. I think that it has a lot of potential to get people to agree on how you discuss some of those bigger implications, especially as you're talking about, the popularity never being so high for MA and only getting higher. So there are definitely those that will continue their advocacy that is not so pro MA, but I think that it is not a party split. I think it is a member-based split, and that opens the door to more bipartisan conversations there.
Thank you for that. I think, Scott, you have the next question.
I do, and I'm going to take two from the same student. So Stuart, thank you again for coming. It's great to see you, and we appreciate your time every year. And yes, we will ask you next year. First of two questions. Could you elaborate on the Medicaid managed care waiver and what that rule means? And then the second question from that student is, how do you see the hospital price transparency executive order working out so far? Is it likely to stay, go, expand, get clarified? How do you see that playing out?
I'll do those in reverse order. So I would say that in the world of transparency, it will be hard for hospitals at this point, given how we've got, not seeing where we are now, it will be hard for this to go away. It will be viewed as a covering up the ability to have more transparency, and that won't be a win for anyone optically. Do I think that publishing charge masters is going to create the best transparent process that American healthcare has ever seen? Probably not, given that people don't understand charge masters, including hospital executives frequently not understanding the details of the charge masters that they're speaking about. Not across the board, but we have experienced that on the Hill as well. So do I think that it's going to be a smashing success? I think the jury's still out. But I don't think it's going away, because it is hard to pull things away, especially when it's put in the transparency lens. The Biden administration wouldn't want to be in a position to say, let's have less transparency in healthcare. That's not going to be a position that anyone in the government wants to take. Can there be refinement? Very possibly. But I think that gets into a bigger conversation on the role that transparency plays with quality, and on the role that transparency plays with prices. More broadly, does it force them to be lower, or does it force them to be higher? Is still a question that there are reasonable people disagreeing about. So I would just say it's still a little early to tell what the impact is going to be there. And more broadly on the managed care waivers, I guess I don't want to misinterpret the question, because I know there's a lot of different elements here. I don't know if it's specifically to what I was mentioning before, or if it was some of the broader rules that have been proposed in the last administration. And I'm happy to go either way.
I think the question, and I don't know that I know for sure, but I think the question was just to clarify the concept and the issue just more broadly for those that really weren't familiar with the waiver in general.
Perfect. So, right now there are states have to actually apply, whether or not it's through a 1915 waiver or through an 1115 waiver, two different sections of the Social Security Act that allow flexibility in benefit design to allow them to have a program operate through managed care. It doesn't affect the beneficiaries' level of healthcare so much, other than the fact that the operation goes through managed care as opposed to fee for service. But the behind the scenes mechanics are significant for the state in order to get approval from CMS. They have to go through a formal review. They have to provide evaluations on the value of managed care. They have to ask for permission to operate their programs on a very regular basis. And you're talking about like every 5 years, sometimes less, of how frequently they have to ask approval to continue to run the program as they have been for decades in most cases. And that is an unnecessary, in my opinion, an unnecessary amount of energy expended by a state that needs to focus on other issues, and delivery system reforms and payment reforms, when they are putting time and energy and contracting out for evaluators to ask whether or not managed care still works. There are always ways to improve the health system. There are always going to be ways to improve managed care. There are also going to be a lot of ways to improve fee for service, given that it doesn't really contain cost. So those are very real conversations. You don't need to pay millions of dollars to an evaluator necessarily to tell you that those problems exist every 5 years. So perhaps it is time to have a more permanent option when it comes to managed care so that these sorts of check-ins with CMS are focused on true demonstrations and true waivers that are focused on broader changes to the system that do need an evaluation to prove their benefit. Managed care has been a nationwide experiment that has existed since, if I'll generously say since the 80s, although I'm sure that the smart people here could tell me that it's been longer. So it is perhaps a better use of government resources at the state level and at the federal level to focus on new ideas and not just rehashing the updates of the old.
Great. Thank you very much. Tom.
Stuart, we're getting some great questions and I'm going to try and synthesize several here. They're all related to sort of the intersection of science and policy. You mentioned in your lead-in cell and gene therapy, mainly from a cost perspective, understandable given your role on the Senate Finance Committee. One of the questions relates to who's managing the ethical aspects of it. We had some conversations in our law course about CRISPR therapy and didn't get to the cost part of that, but more about the ethics of it. Have you personally encountered a situation where information from science and policy went against perhaps your own ethical beliefs? And what do you do in that situation? And then I have a follow-up question more related to cost, but I thought science and technology, who's managing the ethics of it?
It's a very good question. And I think the answer is it is not always 100% clear. It is debated, oftentimes publicly, but also oftentimes behind the scenes. There is no federal arbiter, but that's frequently by design. I know some states, while this exists much more broadly than the world of Medicaid. Medicaid's a good example because you have some people that, want this to be an individual decision. And then you have Oregon that has for decades, their system of deciding what is covered based off of a list. You don't have to look at other countries to find an example of how do you make ethical decisions on what is covered and what is not covered. It's not just Oregon, but Oregon's a great example because they have a long-standing policy in their Medicaid program based off of cost and quality and efficacy, but it's a government entity making the decision. And we have a number of members that feel very strongly that the science behind something, if it works, then the patient should have access to it, and we shouldn't be blocking a patient's access to something that can dramatically improve their life or continue life when it has a broader cost constraint. So I guess the question as it relates to who decides the ethics, it will vary very much so based off of the context of the debate. It will be something that most members of Congress will mention the ethics, but they will try very hard not to be the one who is seen as the arbiter of what is an ethical decision that is being made or not. I know that feels like a cop-out answer. It really does, but it is, I can say that I've spent a lot of time talking about Medicaid ethics when I did my MPH, and it was probably one of the things that was the most beneficial in how I came to this role. I did, back in those days of doing a sort of capstone, I focused on the ethical analysis of how do you, specifically with Illinois' home health program, how the world of HCBS plays out differently in different states, but there were a number of criteria, whether it's related to your ability to pay, or it's related to having to have first spent a certain amount of time in a nursing facility before being eligible for HCBS, and does a requirement at the state level or a federal requirement to fail first, whether or not it's a drug or it's on institutional care. Is that an ethical decision? And I think if you look at the congressional record, you're going to find it's mixed. Congress has been silent on this sort of broader HCBS issue, although it has frequently decreased the amount of time required to be in an institution. From an ethical perspective, does the amount of time matter, or is the concept of having one day being required in an institution is that alone the ethical problem that you're being forced to spend a day in an institution before you have the option of HCBS? Whereas on the flip side, when it comes to fail first in the opioid space, Congress changed federal policy because in a lot of Medicaid programs, it was naloxone and other responses were sadly not always covered because of price-based ethical decisions. And there were at least 6 or 7 states that had fail first policies with a needle and syringe. So if you were in the middle of having an overdose, you had to, take an overdose medication with a needle and syringe, which from my understanding of talking about this issue in depth, it's a little difficult when you're in the middle of an overdose to hold a needle and syringe. And you had to fail first with that before you could qualify for naloxone. Congress changed that federally. So there's a push and pull. Big picture, it is still like an ethical discussion on the what is the individual agency that goes into a decision. One of them costs a lot more, and Congress picked one that was going to get a lot of press and also costs a lot less. Having a conversation on HCBS is not, we're not talking about millions, we're not talking about double-digit billions. We are very much so into those triple-digit billions, and that's on a good day. So it is a bigger conversation, and cost plays a role on how willing political leaders are to have the discussion on a big ethical conversation. I think the right decision was made on the naloxone side. I'm not going to discount that. I don't think it's the only ethical decision that Congress has left to make.
Great answer. And I'm assuming this is a bit of a follow-up question. I'm assuming all of those things apply to high dollar chronically used medications. You mentioned the one-off children's treatments. Any additional thoughts on the really high, Humira, for example, was mentioned.
Yep.
Same arguments apply there, or are there anything unique about the chronically used, very expensive medications?
So I think the conversation is different in the eyes of a lot of members on if something is a chronic treatment versus if it is a more in the one-time use conversation. I do think that the way you pay for value is a very different construct if you are paying for something that is intended to be a maintenance drug. That creates a different mindset than when you talk about, which Humira falls into, which is why conversations on cost with Humira tend to be more based off of a disagreement on, is the price fight best placed within the CMS realm, or is it best discussed within the world of FDA? Does the concept of evergreening play a role? Are there valuable, and reasonable people can disagree. Can Humira having a patent life that seems endless, can people say that is good or bad? 100%. I know a number of specific drugs that will have indications that only go till 5 years of age. They start at 5 and they go until, however old you may be. If there is an additional indication that goes down to age 2 to help in unique circumstances, that is good for the world of science, that there has been an investment in researching that 2, 3, and 4-year-olds are also eligible to get this treatment to help them with something that is, a major ailment in their life. It's good to have science to back it up. To have the science back it up means you're going to have another clinical trial. If you're open to having more science, that has to be a part of the conversation. However, having more clarity as to where does patent life exist? Is it just now on the 2, 3, and 4-year-olds and not to the full range of every population? That's a good conversation that people should have. It's also an FDA conversation. It's not a CMS conversation. And I think there's a lot of conflating of the two that it is important not to conflate. When you're talking about a one-time use or, very few time use type of drug in the cell and gene therapy space, that becomes a bigger payment conversation because the payment systems are not adept at handling that type of a drug. As much as they've had to adapt and as much as there have been competition types of indicators, I've seen a number of proposals that point to hepatitis C, and the original prices of the hepatitis C treatments and how they plummeted to where they are now. Once there were 5 competitors, 2 competitors, 3 competitors, it continued to fall. That's great. That's also, it's curative as long as you do not engage in a risky behavior. So it is not genetically curative, it is behaviorally based curative. And so that's also a different kind of conversation, but that also means it's a different kind of payment model. I give you this as an example to say, the only solution in drug pricing conversations here, and it has an ethical component to be sure, it has to be at a very granular level. You have to be able to identify the differences between the types of products and where the issue exists. And also, if we're going to start, even you've noticed through what I've said, I won't just toss around the word curative. It's potentially curative, or it might also be potentially curative, because you don't want to say things that are not firmly based in the science, even though it feels really good to say that this could be a cure. The science is not all there yet to say how long-term the impact might be, although it might indicate that we are, solving bigger issues. And so the response has to be commensurate with those types of products themselves. So I know that was a lot of layers of detail, but I also think that an effective drug pricing conversation that is bipartisan will require that layer of detail. Blanket approaches that have been thrown out so far, and reasonable people can have very different opinions on the idea of Medicare negotiating, the price of a drug. I tend to have, my concerns there don't arise from the world of Medicare negotiation, so much so as from an ethical perspective, if you have a government entity deciding what is or is not appropriate, there is inherently an effect on what gets developed. How large of an effect? Again, people can disagree, but there is an effect on what gets developed. I was, for lack of a better term, raised with members who have a high focus on rare diseases, and rare disease treatments tend to be those that are not the focal point when you have concerns about whether or not the research will be worth it, since that is where most of these major failures exist. So I have concerns on the Medicaid side, even with a Medicare policy, because it's broad-based. I guess I'm hoping to make it clear that it's not just we can't have these conversations. It's that there's an FDA role, there's a role on the Part D side, there's a role on the Medicaid side, there's a role that varies based on the actual product being discussed. And I think it's worth making sure that there is more nuance in this conversation, because that's what leads to better outcomes.
Great answer. Thank you very much. Allison, I think you have the next question.
Yeah. So Stuart, curious, this is a 2-part question. Your biggest sort of concern with the reconciliation, the recent COVID relief bill, is the first part of it. And then the second piece of it is, do you see any long-term policy changes coming about either by virtue of that, for example, the 10-point FMAP bump, can you actually pull that away after a year goes by? Or, just the myriad waivers that have been passed in the past year. Again, healthcare has changed. So that first piece, yeah. What's your reaction to the relief bill? And then where does this go moving forward?
So my feelings, I would say, are a little bit mixed. I think that my feelings on the COVID relief bill, that reconciliation bill, would be different if it was billed as a COVID relief bill and solely focused on COVID relief. I think there are a number of provisions, even in the healthcare space, that are part of longer healthcare refining visionary types of proposals. I would be fine having those debates if it was in the guise of a healthcare debate. I was a part of the conversations, and I don't have enough time to tell you the stories now, although I've told some folks in the past the stories of 2017, when I was part of a conversation amongst members and having to draft legislation that would totally rewrite the Medicaid program, and how that came together, from what the member input was versus where the staff had to provide details, because the members would say, do this thing, and that thing was not easy to do. And so it took a lot of layers of detail. So I feel for my colleagues, because I know that they were dealing with a similar environment, but it was under the guise of a healthcare reform package. So you could have an actual conversation about it. It wasn't presented as everything in here is COVID relief, so you can't say no or you hate people. It was that worries me, because there are pieces here that are on very short timelines. And I have to tell you, I don't know why. The fact that by the end of September in 2022, we have to have a conversation on a brand new premium tax credit cliff in the ACA feels like an unnecessary cliff that it was just created. If this is a policy that people wanted on the Democratic side to go through a partisan bill, they should have advanced it for a longer term, as opposed to creating these short-term cliffs. The same on the HCBS side, I see that 10% bump vanishing. I don't think there's going to be support to get it to extend it by the end of March of next year. I think it's going to be viewed as that is your 10% bump to make up for the fact that you were not treated well through the Provider Relief Fund, through all the various efforts that Congress has issued so far. And so this is a way to make up for the fact. I think that goes away. I think there were a lot of cliffs created in this bill that are going to create a lot of unnecessary partisan commentary on issues that aren't inherently partisan. The Medicaid expansion piece, okay, that was always going to be a partisan discussion because there's different philosophy, but coverage of vaccines in Medicaid during COVID, not something that needed to be in the bill for purposes of partisanship. Coverage of additional HCBS money was widely bipartisan because of the failures of how Congress gave a lot of authority to the administration. The administration got money out, but not necessarily to them. So there was a recognition of a problem. So I think I share that not to give you my 5 minutes of complaining about reconciliation and how terrible it is. I've been on the other side. I've been in the majority. I understand what it is. I just want a little more honesty in advertising, I guess is what I would say, because it allows for a more fulsome conversation when you debate the policies themselves. And on the second question remind me again.
So you already started to touch on it with the 10-point bump. You think that potentially goes away, but are there lasting policy changes coming out of COVID, either tied to some of this direct rulemaking and waiver, or just, generally speaking?
I think bigger picture, you're going to see it on the regulatory side. I think, well, with one exception, I think you're going to see a broader change on the adult population's vaccine access. I think you're going to see that will exist, at least it'll be a bigger conversation because vaccines for children has always been there to be supportive of the children's side, although there's always been administration fees. So I think you're going to have a conversation on the difference between, what does it mean to cover a vaccine, but not the administration of a vaccine? That conversation will likely change and will be a bigger discussion on Capitol Hill, but thankfully members are very supportive of these types of coverage determinations. I think you'll see a lot on the telehealth side, but that's more of a Medicare conversation of how you keep it going, less of a Medicaid discussion. I think on the Medicaid side, you'll see a discussion on the use of retainer payments more broadly, since that was an authority that people knew about, but perhaps didn't experience until COVID in quite the same way. So being able to provide providers with additional money up front to keep their operations going. I also think there's a really strong understanding of the world of behavioral health and of what HCBS means, because all of us at the staff level had to explain why behavioral health providers and HCBS providers were at the end of the line for pretty much every type of dollar being put forward, and how bad that is because they didn't have any of the reserve funds that other providers may have had. Not that anyone was rolling in it ready to go, unless you want to be like the UPMCs that are like, look, we got too much money and say it publicly. But the way that distributions happened, I will say that we were very public with our concerns with the administration, with the use of the Provider Relief Fund when it came to Medicaid providers, because it highlighted an issue at the member level and at the policy official level within the administration. And I don't necessarily think it would have been the case with a different administration. I think it comes from how do you get money out quickly to providers? Everyone was sort of puzzled with that question because they all had to reconcile with the fact that Medicaid providers don't have a relationship with the federal government. How do you get money to a provider that is solely a Medicaid provider? And Medicaid providers, especially in the disability space, don't necessarily want to have that relationship with the federal government. And so how do you give them additional funds in a time of need when they don't have a pre-existing relationship for that purpose? That was a very big realization. I don't know how that gets resolved, but I cannot tell you how many of the hidden gray hairs I have from all of the people reaching out to say, we don't know how to get money to anyone who is solely a Medicaid provider, which is why, even though money was allocated in the CARES Act in March and the distributions began in April, you're really talking about it took until June or July for any Medicaid sole providers to get money. And even then, it was a very messy, incomplete system because no one could explain how to get money quickly to providers. And there was a distrust of whether or not if you gave money to states during a pandemic, they would actually get the money to the provider.
Thank
Right.
you. Yeah, go ahead, Scott.
So Stuart, we want to be respectful of your time. We have about 4 to 5 minutes left. So we will try to get through maybe a series of questions and we'll try to make them brief. One is, do you have any thoughts around how you see Congress and the administration shoring up the ACA? You talked about that earlier as you kind of, we talked about this artificial cliff that we didn't really need to have. So could you expand on that? How do you think we'll address that?
I think that there will be a lot of additional funds that go towards, there'll be a lot of additional funds that go towards outreach, whether or not it's navigators or it's just, broader ad campaigns. I think you're going to see a question on whether or not there needs to be a broader cap at 8.5% of premium tax credits and what someone's eligibility would be for purposes of a subsidy. I think you're going to have a bigger conversation on plans and whether or not plan design is going to change based off of these new subsidy proposals. Have you changed the nature of what reinsurance looks like? Have you changed the nature of the value of a 1332 waivers that allow for more payment design and structural design? If you are changing the risk pool and the cost that the risk pool has to pay because you've increased the number of people eligible for some type of subsidy. I think the ramifications of a policy like that are what will be discussed, and there'll be a lot of money that goes into putting the word out on the ACA. I see that as like a near term, not like a year, but within the next, throughout the administration. I do think at a certain point, there are harder questions that have to start to get answered as it relates to eligibility and whether or not this bumps up with, Medicaid. There's a similar conversation. If there ends up being a recognition that not every state is going to adopt expansion, or at least adopt expansion in the way that the administration and Democrats more broadly would want, not just allowing subsidies to go higher, but do you drop the threshold from 138% to 0%? Do you expand downward to allow for individuals that could be on Medicaid but don't meet a categorical eligibility threshold to enroll in the ACA? I think that is a bigger question that you will see come up. I also would argue there are progressives that would hate it. There are members on the Republican Party that would hate it. And if you ask me for my bet, the center of both parties would love it. And it would solve a ton of issues at the state level. Do I think it's right or wrong? I'm not going to comment there, but I think that is an issue that's going to get bigger because expansion cannot be done through incentives at this point. States that are saying no are saying no. Not every state has a ballot referendum process to force an answer. And you're not just going to convince Texas to expand because the advocacy community feels strongly about it. Florida is not just going to expand. North Carolina has a Democratic governor and a Republican legislature that passed a law that said expansion in North Carolina is illegal. You're not just going to make the change overnight. It's going to take either a major shift or not just in Medicaid, but opening up the marketplaces, the exchanges more broadly. So those are the sorts of things that I think of when I think of what's coming on the ACA side.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Stuart. It's our hour has run through the times of sand here real quickly again. We are indebted to you and thankful for your generosity by getting down in the weeds with us with healthcare. I wish we could do this all day long. We'll have to resume next year. But again, thank you for your time and your energy. Whenever I hear something seems a foul in healthcare. I picture your face, and I'm thankful that you're on the job.
Thank
Keep
you.
up
I
the good work,
appreciate that. It's
and
always good
thank
to be
you.
with all of you. So thanks
Thank
again.
Bye now.
Thank you, Stuart.
Sure.
All right, great work. We didn't get to all those questions. Some of those we'll be able to tackle online in our discussions, and we may be able to follow up with a lot of this once we get online. So thank you for your engagement and participation. Keep the good questions coming. Each of our speakers has a unique background. Rumor is that Senator David Durenberger is in the House. You will hopefully see his face showing up on your screen real soon. We have just a few minutes before our next speaker, Bill Hoagland.
Closed circuit to Sandy. Do we have the senator on? I saw him in the.
He's in the panelist view right now.
He is. All right. Wonderful.
I don't know if he has unmuted and turned his video on. I see his name at the top of the header, but not his face or voice. Anyway, for the members of the cohorts, again, keep the questions coming. It looked like we got to the point where we could use the Q&A function fairly well, which I think should be the continued preferred method to submit questions. And I see Bill Hoagland is here with us as well. Might be a good time if you could to take just a 5 to 6 minute break. We'll get our next presenter in, and we'll get Senator Durenberger in and be back in 5 or 6 minutes.
Hi, Dave.
Senator, good to see you.
Nice to be seen all the way out here in California. That was a great presentation.
He's fantastic. He's
Yeah, I
fantastic.
remember discovering him, must have been 8, 9 years ago somewhere, and I was looking for some senator, and out came this Stuart Portman young kid saying, you know, I'm from Minnesota or something like that, which impressed the heck out of me.
Yeah, he was with Orrin Hatch.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's great. He's great. The detail drives me crazy, as it must you, but amazing that what he knows.
That's right. We want to bring Bill in. Can you elevate Bill, Sandy?
He's already listed as a panelist. He just needs to unmute.
Oh, of course,
What is-
Sandy. You're on top of everything. I should know better.
Good morning, Senator Durenberger. Good to see you again.
Fine, thank you. Nice to see you. Thanks for doing this. I'm glad to be part of it myself.
Yeah, we wouldn't be here today were it not for your efforts. So we're all indebted to you for this.
Thank you.
Senator, this is Bill Hoagland. How are you? Can you hear me?
I sure can, Bill. You hear me?
I can hear you. I don't know how I don't know about video here. They got something up on the screen about me, but how you doing, Senator?
Well, I'm 86 going on 100. That's sort of like what I'm feeling about it. I learned all this about my health problems listening to the previous speaker. And as I could learn from some of the rest of you, I'm sure, but
Have you got all your shots? That's what's it.
yeah, I did.
You've got-
I had to drive up to the University of California at Davis from San Rafael, where we have a home, or our winter,
Uh-huh.
so to speak, in
Good,
order to get it.
good.
So California has done a pretty good job. Surprising. I don't know why,
Yeah.
but they've done a pretty good job. Other things.
Well, there were two states that,
Well, but
yeah, two states that surprised me. One of them, I would appreciate have some connection to. Oh, in West Virginia. Now, why they did so good so fast? I never quite. Maybe small states, small populations, pharmacy. I could never figure out why they were doing so good so fast, but
yeah.
particularly West Virginia.
Yep, it's amazing.
Bill, do you have a cover over your camera by chance?
Do I?
No, Bill.
Oh.
I
Because we get the
don't
same-
have a cover. I don't have a cover. I see it says start video. Let me see if maybe that's part of my problem here. Video.
Yeah, if it's got a red slash against it, then your video is off. But
Yeah. Let me see what happens here. Oh, darn it. Have I lost you guys?
no, we can still hear you.
Join new meeting. No, I'm going to cancel that. Something has come up here. It's not.
Sometimes if you have your camera open, like in Skype or something else, it pulls the camera off. But honestly, sometimes rebooting and rejoining might work. We've run into this a few times in our classes.
Let me check something here. You are view. Darn it. I'm gonna sign off and come back in and see what's.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay. Not a problem.
So Senator, I'm certain it's warmer where you are, but I look out my window here and I see nothing but sunshine, and it should be another mild day. So I heard from your son that you are planning to come back to Minnesota later this week.
Yeah, we're coming back on Sunday, which means that it'll get cold on Monday, I'm sure. But seriously, you had 2 warmer days this week than we had.
Wow.
Yeah, and we're about 15 minutes north of the Golden Gate Bridge.
Mm.
To give you an idea of approximately where we are, and it's that's normal winter out here. We can go walking every day, and still a healthy environment. But we don't have ice or snow to worry about like we do in Minnesota.
Yeah, well, the good news is you shouldn't have to deal with ice and snow when you come back.
Good. Why is that? I know I shouldn't, but how can you predict that I won't?
Well,
How can I trust you?
you can't really trust me in the future, but right now as I sit here, my sidewalk is dry, my grass is not green, but there's no snow atop it, and hopefully we won't get any snow or ice that sticks. So
Yeah. Well, I'm counting on it.
and if you need me to come over and shovel, just let me know, because I will.
Thank you very much. That's very nice of you. I'm amazed that Bill is still into this policy stuff, and it's just amazing what a set of experiences and what talent he has. And it's just staying with this. It says 33 years of federal government service, 25, so forth and so on. It's just how lucky we all are as people that folks like Bill will spend a lifetime basically doing public policy. It's just fantastic.
Senator, did you first meet Bill when he was staffing the Senate? Is that
Yeah.
how your paths first
Yep.
crossed?
Oh, yes. Yeah, it was, I think it was Pete Domenici, but I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, I think it was Pete Domenici. And I have this little story of, I think it's a short story when I tell it, that Pete Domenici ran against Mitch McConnell to be the Republican leader of the Senate after Bob Dole departed. And Pete and I were such good Catholic buddies that we went to church on holy days together and all that sort of stuff. But he never asked me to support him. And McConnell, who used to walk me back and forth from every vote, did. And so I ended up voting for him, for McConnell, and it turned out to be the decisive vote. But the funny story is that 20 years later, when I'm saying I'm taking Pete to lunch at the Bipartisan Policy Center, just as he's about to leave to go home to New Mexico and eventually pass away, we have a beautiful hour-and-a-half lunch, at the end of which he says, "Oh, Dury," as he called me, "I got one thing I've got to tell you because it's been bothering me all these years." And then he proceeds to give me heck. He said, "I thought we were friends, you know?" And I said, "Pete, you never asked me. You didn't ask me to vote for you." But it's those funny behind-the-scenes stories, I suppose, that only if you've been part of the system do you quite understand how somebody like Mitch McConnell got to be the leader, and a guy like Pete Domenici did not. So, but that's going on right now. It's 50-50, so God knows who gets ahead how in the Senate.
Everyone is a king and everyone's a queen, right?
Yeah, I don't know whether we think about it that way, but yeah.
Well, but every vote, every vote.
I got it.
Deciding vote.
I'm having problems back in for some reason. Can you hear me? I can't seem to get the video to work.
Yeah, we can hear you just fine, Bill. And it might be we just have to hear
Yeah.
audio and not video. I mean, you'll be sharing a screen as well, right? You're
Well,
sharing your PowerPoint.
Trying to, but it won't. It's all fuzzy and says Zoom meeting is not responding. Close for the program to respond. Darn it.
Oh, okay.
Bill, your connection sounds unstable. Generally, your audio is cutting in and out too. I wonder if, I don't know if you're at home, if you can reboot your internet.
Well, I've never had this problem before, but let me try again. I'm sorry, we may have to. I can't see if get out of this now. Can you share with them the slides, and maybe they can read my slides without me.
Yeah, I can certainly, Bill, this is Scott. I can certainly share the slides you sent me. If you wanted to go through them, I can click ahead as you ask, and we can coordinate it that way if you want.
Are you able to see the screen, Bill? Wonder if we lost him.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can. So Scott, you've got the PowerPoint ready?
Yeah, I'm just trying to pull it up.
Okay. Well, Bill, I think we can probably proceed with Scott sharing the slides, and obviously you just presenting.
Okay, it says here the co-host has asked you to start your video. So I'll start the video, but it keeps the little thing keeps a little circle keeps going around and around and around when I put it on start my video.
Okay. Must be a bandwidth issue.
Are you able to see the slides, Bill?
All right, to our attendees, thank you for your patience. We are working with Bill to address a bit of a technical issue. You should be able to see this his slides show up on the screen, and we will be back here in just a moment.
Can you hear me, Scott?
Yes.
I'm not even going to start the video because whenever I try to start the video, it throws me out for some reason. So you've got the slides in front of you there, and I guess maybe I can let me see if I can share my screen so I can control.
Well, I'll stop first and then you can try.
Okay, so I've got control, Scott.
All right. I don't see the slide on the screen though.
Oh, you don't? Okay, well, then maybe we'll go back to what we were talking about then.
All right. Very good. It's up.
So I just
Go ahead,
wanna-
Scott.
I want to confirm, Bill, you're able to see the slide deck though?
I can see the slide deck and I can see Scott.
Perfect. Okay.
Very
So
good. I'm sorry that you have to look at my face though, Bill.
So
So-
I can,
I'm going to go ahead and introduce you, Bill, to the student. This is Allison Reiser. It's good to hear your voice. It's an honor to introduce to you all our next guest and speaker, Bill Hoagland. Bill is a colleague in the policy world whose pragmatic voice and thought process I genuinely appreciate, and I learn from him every time I hear him speak. As Scott mentioned earlier, Bill has a long list of credentials that have really shaped this pragmatism and his policy acumen, including more than 30 years of federal government service, with 25 of those years as a member of the United States Senate staff. Bill was the Director of Budget and Appropriations in the office of Senator Bill Frist. And a fun fact, he was one of the first employees of the Congressional Budget Office. Bill's been named one of Washington's 100 decision makers on multiple occasions. And more recently, he served as Vice President of Public Policy for Cigna and currently is Senior Vice President at the Bipartisan Policy Center, where he leads fiscal, health, and economic policy work. Bill attended the U.S. Merchant Marine Academy and holds degrees from Purdue University and the Penn State University, and he is an affiliate professor of public policy at George Mason University here in Northern Virginia. Bill, it is great to hear you. I wish we could see you, but we are all looking forward to hearing your insights. And so with that, I will turn it to you.
Thank you very much. I apologize for the technical difficulties we're having here this morning. I can take my tie off though, because you can't see me. I was worried about having my tie.
Please do.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Again, it's a real pleasure always to participate in Senator Durenberger's program, health program. I really enjoy the opportunities. I think we all wish that we were doing this. Personally, I wish we were doing this face to face, but we have to, maybe next time we can do that. I realize that we've lost some time here because of the problems we had. I had problems getting in. So I will try to truncate this rather quickly, Scott and everyone, to leave time for there any questions that you might have. And if I'm look like I'm running over, please, Scott or somebody, please let me know that I'm out of line here. This is a kind of, I was asked to focus on the federal budget. This is a kind of a hard issue to take on right now, but I've updated some slides here, but we'll see if we can run through this rather quickly. Mainly what I want to start with is the issue of the process. This is going to be a little bit, I'll jump over it quickly because it's over with in some ways. But I want to make sure that you understand the way this federal budget goes together. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about the process here. The next slide, Scott. And then
Okay, I have the
Scott.
I have the flow sheet block diagram up right now. Do you want the next slide?
That's the one you have up now? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Well, I wanted to, I can't see it here when you change it on mine, but I'll try it. Then we'll try to coordinate as best we can, Scott. I'm
Very good.
sorry for this. Okay. This, if the slide says the appropriations and budget process, if that's what it says, is I put that up for main reason not to educate, but to scare people. That's the way the process is supposed to work. As you can see up there in the left-hand corner, the White House is to submit a budget under the Congressional Budget Impoundment and Control Act of 1974, which is we're operating under right now. That budget goes to the budget committees, the orange in the middle, and they're supposed to report out a budget. I want to skip over a lot of this because what really happened here was we did not have a budget for the current fiscal year we're in right now, fiscal year 2021. And when the new administration came in, the Biden administration came in, and a Democratic controlled Congress, House and Senate, they moved very quickly to say, wait a minute, let's put a budget together for one purpose. And that purpose was to put together use this process, what we call.
It looks like we lost Bill, but I think if we just wait a moment, he'll probably be back on momentarily.
Closed circuit to Sandy. Can you reach out to Bill?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. I would just, Senator Durenberger, I think we can still hear and see you. Perhaps you could just elaborate, I think, on where Bill was going with this, which was to say the new administration came in and they wanted to pass a budget as opposed to a continuing resolution, largely because they felt like they needed to or wanted to go through the reconciliation process to accelerate the COVID relief. through the as a result of the American Rescue Plan. So perhaps you can just elaborate on that process as a member of the Senate Finance Committee and what that process looked like for you.
Senator, I believe you're on mute.
Hello?
Yeah. Hello, sir.
Oh, thank you very much for the little blue message. The appropriations and budget process that he's put up there is one of those elaborate behind the scenes processes that it takes a Bill Hoagland to explain. So I'm not even going to try to explain it to you. But I do want to make an observation about the reconciliation process, because what the position we've gotten into since everything got so politicized here in the last few years is that what used to be a lot of time spent both in committee and on the floor of the Senate with the work that you produced in the committee has now been so partisanized or politicized, I guess, that what's called reconciliation, which is how do you put all of these issues like policy and budget and appropriations and all the rest of that sort of stuff together, has become lost as a tool, and it's the one that's being debated right now. How do we bring back reconciliation, and how do we? The one way you do that, of course, is by going back to limiting the filibuster to standing on the floor and stating your case, being a filibusterer. So that's a debate that nobody needs to try to understand, because I'm not the best guy to tell you about it, what's happened to it lately, except a former staffer of mine has a son by the name of Adam Gentleson, Jetleson, and he worked for Harry Reid when Harry Reid was the Democratic leader of the Senate. And Adam has written a book, let's see, he's written a book that explain the whole thing to you, but much better than I ever could if you get really interested in this business. And this is on the floor right now. The Democrats screwed it up originally. The Republicans have taken advantage of it when they had the presidency for 4 years. And right now it's really a very important issue. How do you reconcile the budget and the appropriations and the substantive spending decisions? It's sort of like beyond what a health policy class needs to understand. So, and I'm not the capable one to bring it up to speed, but read a book by Adam Gentleson. Adam, or his proud father, who's the head of the political science department at Duke, has been for quite some time, and I'm very proud of the family and happy to see that his son has taken such an interest in what can be done, and he's doing it right now.
Scott, can you hear me now?
Perfect.
Well, I don't know how far I got, so let's just I apologize for whatever technical problems we're having here. Now I can see the slide you have up. Can we skip over that slide?
Sure.
Can we skip over the next? Let's just go to the budget. Let's go down to the federal budget, given the interest of time. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. And okay, this next one, skip over the next one. And let's get to what really matters here. Okay, let's stop right there. I'll be very brief. I just want to highlight on that particular slide the issue of, this was a poll taken earlier this week, and I want to highlight how divided we are. Even though healthcare ranks as #1, at least on this survey from Economist YouGov, as an issue of concern, and taxes and spending is not the highest level of concern. Look, when you go over where I circled in red, Democrats versus Republicans. And what you see there is that if you have a party identification as a Democrat, taxes and spending does not have a lot of import. Whereas if you are lean Democratic, you have your major issue. The major issue on that slide was healthcare. But when you go to Republicans, it's not nearly as high. In fact, jobs and economy and even immigration rank higher. This is part of the division that we're having to deal with going forward. Scott, let's go to the next slide, please. Scott.
Yep.
Next slide.
It should, the slide I have on is the economic environment. I can advance one more if you'd wish.
Oh, no, I see it now, but it's okay. On the economic environment, I just want to highlight these are critical factors as it relates to what we're going to get into really quickly. Let's go to the next slide then, Scott. If the next slide is interest rates.
Yes.
Okay. I'm getting into the weeds here a little bit, but it's critical to what I'm going to show you in a couple of seconds. And that is that this interest rate, the 10-year T-bill rate, is critical as it relates to projections of whether or not we're going to continue to have growth in the economy, but also whether or not what the cost to servicing the debt that we've accumulated. And I just want to highlight that that 10-year rate, which is critical, is going up really rather fast, 50 basis points here, quite frankly, in the last 2 weeks. And in fact, this morning, I guess this is March 10th, this morning, it's already at 1.6, the T-bill rate. And why is this important? For each 1/10 of a percentage point translates into nearly $1 trillion in payment on our interest bill over the next decade. So just keep that in mind, and note here, at least on this particular chart that Scott has up, that CBO's estimates were that we would be here in 2021 about 0.9%. We're already almost 0.6 of a percentage point, or at least I would argue close to already have added nearly $700 billion to our debt service. For some of us, we still worry about the debt and deficits, but as I said, when you look back at that current survey, there aren't too many people. It's not the highest issue these days, and for an old budgeteer, I still have a concern. So let's go to the next slide, Scott, which is just simply shows you the debt.
This is the budget and surplus deficit.
Right. Look, pre-COVID, we were already on a downward path in terms of increasing our debt deficit. These are annual deficit figures. You can see what happened with COVID and where we think we came back, where we're coming back, but I'll have to adjust these numbers in just a second here with what was signed into law yesterday. But even if we come back, you can see we still have a downward trend here, and something that I'm concerned about. So let's go to the next slide, Scott, which is an updated slide of what the president signed into law yesterday. And that is that we thought we had a deficit the deficit for the fiscal year that ended last year was $3.1 trillion, a historic rate, 15% of GDP. Now listen, I'm the first one to admit that we needed to make these investments. We needed to fight this war. Wars are expensive. I'm not here to say that this is wrong at all. I think it's important that we make these investments, and we have, and it's going to be expensive. What was happening prior to the legislation that was just signed into law yesterday, the deficit will again be, and I've circled here, I just had to update these numbers on day before yesterday, we'll look at a high 15.6% of GDP, historic again. Now, if everything improves, if the economy comes back, we're going to be on a downward path, and we'll get back. But we're going to continue to accumulate debt. And so, the important point here is this: looking at this debt held by the public, and there. When we look at that, it is well over $22, $23 trillion. And so my point about interest rates, the more debt you accumulate, and as interest rates start to go back up as they're going back up, then we can expect that this will be a major add to the drain on the economy going forward. If you're spending the amount that we spend on interest on the public debt is a major factor that limits our ability to do the other things like investments in transportation, research, science, technology. Let's go to the next slide, Scott, which simply shows that this level of debt that's accumulating out there going forward is it's going to exceed where we were back in World War II and going forward to the future. Federal debt, are you still with me, Scott?
Yes.
Okay. Can we go to the next slide?
Federal spending projected for 2031.
Okay, it's not showing up on, okay, federal spending. Here again, all I want to try to highlight is in getting down to the health policy issues that we're dealing with. If you were to put together all this, a couple of thousand accounts in the federal budget, but for all practical purposes, it boils down to Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, defense, and just paying the interest. That interest is the one that bothers me, interest on the public debt. If you add up all of that, it's basically what we take in the way of revenues annually. And that is the issue. Maybe we need to increase our taxes. I'm not politically, obviously not a popular thing, but clearly we are, if we are to even maintain these existing programs that we have out there, we're going to have to fund them somehow going forward. Otherwise, we're simply, from my perspective, shifting the burden on future generations. What they'll have to do in the way of paying back the debt, or there will be higher inflation going forward. Most of the focus on spending and controlling federal budget spending over the last many years has been, unfortunately, in that little category there in the little blue box to the right, which is domestic discretionary, less than 12% of the budget. That's where caps on spending and other things have been focused, not on the real drivers to spending. So the next slide would simply say, Scott, if you could put it up, the federal outlays and revenues.
Yes.
You can see the bottom line here is that divergence between outlays and revenues is what's creating the problem here. And we've got a mismatch between spending, and we seem to have this aversion about ever going above about 18% of GDP for revenues. Well, spending and with the demographics continues to increase going forward. If we go to the next slide, Scott.
Federal healthcare programs.
Yeah, on that one, all that's suggesting to you is this is why the pressure is going to continue to be on healthcare. I know this is not a popular thing to be saying to this group, but the factors are simple. That when you look at what makes up the major areas of federal spending, it is your healthcare programs, Medicare, Medicaid, and the new programs under the Affordable Care Act. So either we have to face up to the facts that we're going to have to make changes in those programs to reduce the rate of growth in those programs, or we're going to accumulate the debt, or we're going to pay for the debt by increasing taxes. And if we go to the next slide, Scott, I've tried to pull together, this is the one that says healthcare grows faster than the economy. And what you look at when you put that slide up, what you'll see is that at least as it relates to 2031, 46%, almost more than all the entire, this is taking out Social Security, 50% of our spending, federal spending, will be in the area of healthcare going forward. Scott, can we put up the next slide? There you got, that's the one it shows you the fact that in 2031, and you can look down below there, well, in 2021, we're about 33%. By 2031, 46% of all of our mandatory spending will be in healthcare. So what have we done here? The next slide, Scott, I think will simply is just a little summarization. Beginning a year ago, almost exactly a year ago, back on March the 6th, we did our first attack on the virus by a Preparedness and Response Appropriation Act. We spent relatively speaking, $8.3 billion. And as you can see, we had the first Families First Coronavirus Response Act, almost again, exactly a year ago. That was $100 billion. Then we had the major act, of course, which was the CARES Act. And that one, it was $2 trillion. Then over the summer, various pieces of the package dealing with the Paycheck Protection Act, Paycheck Protection Program, added up to maybe another $1.5 billion. And then, of course, here most recently, the American Rescue Plan Act signed into law yesterday, $5.4 trillion. Remember what I said earlier, which was that the total amount of spending in the federal budget annually is only about it only reaches around about about $5 billion, I guess, is where we're going. So in 1 year, we have doubled the amount of spending that the federal government's going on. Now, again, I want to emphasize that this was necessary and going forward, but you can understand why maybe Republicans were a little resistant to, they all were resistant to voting for this package of $1.9 trillion earlier this last couple of weeks. I think it's important. I think it's useful. I think it's necessary that we do this. But let's recognize the fact that after this level of spending, we're going to come back again with the fiscal year 2022 budget, the end of this year. Here's the rub, guys, from my perspective. The $1.9 trillion package has a number of very good provisions in it, and necessary provision. It also has a number of programs such as expansion of the child tax credit. It also has a number of provisions as it relates to, as many of you know, expansion of the subsidies for the qualifying for the Affordable Care Act. It has provisions as it relates to the expansion of the earned income tax credit, child tax credit, and those three provisions in this $1.9 trillion package expire. The child tax credits expire at the end of this year. The earned income tax credit expansions necessary for individuals without children is an important program. Don't get me wrong. All these are important. They all expire. The provisions as it relates to the expansion of subsidies for qualifying for subsidies on the Affordable Care Act expire at the end of 2022, right after the election. Those programs aren't going to expire. Once those programs have been established, they're going to continue on. And so when you look at these programs from the perspective as a budgeteer looks at them over a 10-year period, this is not a $1.9 trillion package. This is more like about a $3.5 trillion package. And recognizing that the administration, to its credit, I think, wants to focus on other things like infrastructure, environmental issues, our competitiveness with China. Those are costly provisions, but how are you going to pass them in a Senate that's 50-50 coming off this particular package is going to make it a lot more difficult. And yet, here we go. Come this come this summer, we're going to have to deal with um, put together a new budget for the new fiscal year. These provisions that will expire, there'll be a desire to extend them, and then we will be up. We will have to face all these critical questions as to how are they going to be paid for. Finally, maybe I'll close out here and leave time since I know we're running over. I want to make one quick, well, we'll get to it in just a second. How do I say this? We have a statutory debt limit in this country. We have a law on the books that says you shall not expend more than right now through the end of July of this year, July 31st, approximately what we suspended the debt limit, 22. That we have to increase that come after July. To increase that statutory debt limit historically requires 60 votes. Otherwise, if we don't, the country defaults. The country has never defaulted in its history. How are we going to do this? I guess I'm typical gloom and doomer budgeteer. We've got a major problem coming later this summer when it comes time to belly up to the bar, so to speak, to face up to the fact that we've accumulated a lot of debt. Again, I'm not critical of it. I think it was necessary. But now, how are we going to do the other agenda items that the president wants to do on the environment, infrastructure? I don't see any other solution but that, sadly, for some people, taxes are going to have to go up. Otherwise, we're simply shifting this burden onto future generations, plus the possibility of increasing it. We could always inflate our way out of this, not a pleasant way to address the problem. And Scott, if you can go, let's skip over what's in President Biden's, that's the 1.9 trillion package. But let's go to another issue that's out there that concerns me. And that is, it's the OASI HI trust funds. If you have that slide up, Scott, this is my last one. It simply points out that under current law, first of all, something called the Social Security Trust Fund will exhaust in 2034, I believe it is. What does that mean? That means that for anybody, in fact, if you're listening and you're under the age of, if you plan to early retire at 62 and you're under the age of 49, listening to this, your benefits that you thought you were going to collect will be reduced by about 20%. If you're under the age of 54 listening to this presentation, your benefits would be reduced by a similar amount at full retirement. Again, how do you fix this problem? You fix this problem by either reducing those benefits, or you increase the Social Security payroll tax, or you modify the Social Security program. And that you need to start thinking about how you adjust that right now. But more importantly, even in the window that we're dealing with right now, very close in, the Medicare Part A trust fund exhausts in 2026. And while there are ways to shift the funding from Part A to Part B, and you've got some people that are coming up this afternoon, Chris Jennings and Chip Kahn and Tom Scully can talk about this better than I. You got to start thinking about how to make those adjustments now. And again, these could be costly provisions that have to be addressed, and we can't really wait until the end, until we hit those deadlines. Otherwise, Medicare reimbursements to you providers out there will get cut about 17%. It can't happen. Something's got to happen. Something's got to be addressed. There's some big problems on the horizon here that I just need to make you aware of, and why it is so difficult right now in this polarized environment that we're dealing with to address these things in what I would hope would have been a more bipartisan approach that would address these problems that I see are critical to the country and to people out there who depend upon these programs going forward. I better stop there, Scott, since I think we need to make time. And again, I want to apologize for the technical difficulties here we've had. It would hard to make these kind of presentations without having your own control of the slides. But Scott, thank you very much for helping me out here.
Absolutely. And Bill, thanks again for your willingness to present and to share your perspectives. We introduced our speakers today as the best of the best and always backed by popular demand, and you certainly are in that category. So I appreciate you making time for us. And I do feel a little bit badly because at least in the last 5 to 10 years, each time we've asked you to come speak on the federal budget, CBO seems to release an outlook report that seems more ominous than the year before. And I don't think I've ever given you an opportunity to present a cheery note. So maybe that's my fault, but thank you nevertheless for offering your perspectives. In the context of how you just ended, can you talk a little bit about what you would do? Because I don't think that there's not just a taxation solution and there's not just a cut program solution, that there's probably a broad range of solutions that will address the sacred cows of both parties. So if you as the budgeteer you are could unilaterally control, what would you do? What sacred cows would you slay on both sides of the aisle?
Well, I don't think you can address these problems without a combination of both tax increases and spending reductions, particularly on the mandatory programs. And as it relates to both Social Security and Medicare, the two big kahunas here. Listen, I think that this is not popular, and in fact, this runs counter. And you should ask Chris Jennings this afternoon about his solutions to particularly Medicare Part A. He and I will be on different wavelength on this one. I think we have to recognize that longevity is lifespans. Healthcare has done a great job in helping out, at least until the crisis hit with the COVID, expanding one's lifetime. And I would suggest that we may want to consider not reducing the age of eligibility for Medicare as is being discussed, but actually increasing Medicare eligibility to make it consistent with the Social Security eligibility of 67 today, and maybe also think about modification of eligibility for both Social Security and Medicare, moving the eligibility out. I also think we ought to think long and hard about modifications to the way in which we calculate these benefits. Obviously, I know health experts on the line here will have much better thoughts on this, but obviously we've got to move away from the fee-for-service, I think. Fee-for-service reimbursement. So we have done that, I think, in the Medicaid area. In fact, I think we're moving a lot more toward managed care. So I think it's going to require both that plus also the hard part. I think we're going to have to talk about increasing payroll taxes, both for HI and for OASI. It just has to be both on the benefit side and on the revenue side. You can't do this just on one, but by taxing, and you can't fix this just by reducing, and I'd like to say reducing the rate of growth in spending, not so much as, quote, cutting spending, though relative to what would have been, it is a reduction in benefits.
Great, thank you. Allison, I think you're up next.
Yeah, thank you, Bill. It's always really eye-opening and frightening, to be honest, to hear you present. I think it's getting scarier year over year. To Scott's point, we seem to hear from you right after CBO drops something that's not necessarily the best news in terms of spending. You know, something that you had in one of the early slides was, you know, voter and sort of voter priorities in terms of
Right.
in terms of spending and taxing. How does the pendulum swing back, or does the pendulum swing back, or are we at a point where our nation of voters is just completely desensitized to spending?
Well, Alice, I'm glad you highlight that chart. I hadn't planned to put that chart in until I looked at it the other day, and I thought, oh my gosh, we are really a divided country, aren't we? And Senator Durenberger knows. Senator Biden and my old boss, Senator Domenici, were very close friends. Again, two Catholic boys. In fact, they both were elected at the same time. They were shared, as many of you may know, when new senators are elected, they are put in temporary offices in basement of Russell or Dirksen or Hart. And Senator Domenici and Senator Biden shared that office together. And in fact, before they were sworn in, and Senator Biden and Senator Domenici and Senator Biden were there together when Senator had not been sworn in. When Joe got the call, he'd come down from Delaware prior to the swearing in, and he got the call that about the terrible accident that his wife and daughter had. And according to Domenici, they sat down, and Joe was going to go back, and he wasn't going to come back to what he was. It was too devastating, as one would certainly understand. But according to Senator Domenici, who may have embellished the story, it was because of their conversation that he said no, he'll go back, but he will go ahead and get sworn in. So I tell you that story because I have during the years that I was in the Senate, Senator Durenberger, Senator Biden worked across the aisle, and so I still have hope that despite this package that had zero Republican support, and maybe a completely different Senate than when he was there as a senator, that maybe there's still an opportunity to find common ground. I still think there's a possibility on things like infrastructure and on the climate. But even when you look at that slide about Democrat Republican Party affiliation, such things as climate change and the environment, it's Democrats consider that very high. In fact, it's the second highest thing after health care, whereas Republicans have that one of the lowest issues of their concern. I don't know how we breach this gap, and I am not a fan of eliminating the filibuster in the Senate, but it may be that the only way this is going to proceed with dealing with these issues. It may be, obviously, the reconciliation was used here as a form of getting around the filibuster. It may be the only solution for these big problems that we confront, whether it's the climate, the environment, or infrastructure. It may be that we're headed toward the elimination of the filibuster in the United States Senate. Not something that personally I think is a good idea, because I still am of that old school that think that this may, by the filibuster forces bipartisanship. It certainly hasn't worked that way in the last few years. So maybe I'm completely out of sync with with the way the American public are working. But that be careful about that, because once you eliminate that filibuster on legislation, another party can come back and use it also to do things that may not be popular. So I don't know if I filibustered your answer, I think is what I just did.
I appreciate that though. And I'm in a minute, I'm going to turn it to Tom, but let me just kind of follow up on that. I mean, do you have hope that we can convince the public that debt is important, that it needs to maybe have a louder voice than some of these very big topics?
A good question. Not when interest rates are as low as they are right now. And in fact, that is the argument. In fact, that's the argument at this level. Well, Hoagland, what the hell are you worried about? We have T-bill rates are around 1.6 today, but that's still historically low and even below inflation. So what's your problem? In fact, it's called the modern monetary theory. You can spend and you can run up these debt and deficits because interest rates are so low. That works for a while, and maybe our friend Jay Powell at the Fed will continue to hold it down. I guess I'm still of the old school that we haven't repealed all of the economic laws of the past, and that at some point you're going to have to start paying for this debt, and that means borrowing, and that also means there's a price for it. People will invest and buy our T-bills when those interest rates are competitive. Foreign governments, foreign investors, similarly, which make up a large share of this, will purchase our debt, but it's going to be at a price. And so I think if this, I'm of the Larry Summers school, if you can believe it, that we may be facing an inflationary period here. That I'm old enough to have lived through the 70s when we had 12, 13, 14% inflation. That's not pleasant at all. I think the American public will start to take notice if this inflationary bubble that I expect comes to pass. But then it's maybe too late. Then we will have to monetize the debt. We will have to somehow inflate our way out of this even further. So I wish I don't know how many presentations I've given over the years on this, and I'm getting to the point where I can't give them anymore because I'm so frustrated with our inability in the public arena to try to find common ground and balance and solutions that mean that we are not so politicized. Everything seems to be so politicized. So again, to your question, I'm not sure when the American public will take concern about this, that debt and deficits do matter. Right now, they obviously don't. And so spend away, but certainly don't tax.
Thank you. Tom?
Bill, thank you for being with us today. I'll add my applause and well done, particularly given the technical problems you face. You get your point across remarkably well. Some questions coming in from the audience, and this is going to zoom in a bit to drug costs, which is something that I think most of the American public anyway would agree drugs cost too much. This question relates specifically to the government and purchasing COVID vaccines from the 3 manufacturers, soon to be 4, that are making these vaccines. Where does that hit the budget, the government expenses for COVID vaccines? And the broader question is your comments on drug costs, and is that a place we could get our arms around and get some agreement on?
That's a good question. The way this particular package was put together, um, that was the president signed into law yesterday on drug purchases. It comes directly out of what normally would have been the discretionary portion of the federal budget, that which is appropriated. One thing, excuse me, one thing that was a concern to me, and I didn't want to go too far into the weeds on this, but everything that had been normally been appropriated, annually appropriated, subject to annual appropriations, all the bills up until this one, all the CARES bills and everything of that nature, they were subject to appropriations, the appropriation action. So this was CDC, with National Institutes of Health. This is where that drug money, or the purchasing money, comes from for our national stockpile. It would normally have come out of the HHS's general budget. It's not Medicare, it's not Medicaid, but it's appropriated accounts. Going forward, before, as you all probably know and realize, prior to COVID, drug prices was high on the list, and our pharmaceutical companies were under the guns. I think coming out of this COVID, I think the dynamics have changed, interestingly enough. Thank you very much, Pfizer, Moderna. They've stepped up to the plate. They've shown us that science can address a critical threat to our nation. So I'm not sure there's going to be as much pressure on drug pricing as a public policy issue coming out of this as there was going in. And I think we'll have to watch and see if how drug prices continue on. But the issues, it's a good question, and I'm not a drug pricing expert, but I really think the whole dynamics around drug pricing has changed. Now, whether the companies take advantage of that, I hope they don't. But it certainly is something that will be part of it. I still hope that there's some form of a purchasing, the federal government purchasing of making drug prices through their purchasing mechanisms we do in the Veterans Administration might be a way to control some of these costs going forward. But it's an interesting dynamic pre-COVID versus post-COVID as it relates to drug pricing.
Great insights, and I personally agree. I think we have probably time for one more question. Again, appreciate your generosity with time, and I'll hand it off to Scott here.
Thank you, Bill. This notion of spending more than we take in is not a dynamic that we've experienced over the last 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. In fact, it goes back at least 2 decades. Could you describe a story you've told our cohort in the past? Because I think it's poignant to your point about CBO projections prior to 9/11, CBO projections post 9/11, and how we really haven't ever changed from there.
Yeah. Sure. If you'll put up, Scott, if you have the ability to put up that slide that goes back to my total budget surplus deficits, 1965-25, the red line.
Yes, I'll put it back up.
Okay. I think I know the what Scott's referring to. You see the red line there, which is total budget surplus or deficits. We actually did reach a surplus 1998, 99, 2000, and slightly into 2001. It came about by a knockdown, drag-out fight again. Clinton administration, Republican-controlled Congress, Newt Gingrich and Trent Lott and others. And I had I was there working as a staffer, And we passed in 1997 the Balanced Budget Act of 1997. It was a compromise. Again, revenues and spending. And as a consequence, in 2000, and as we were going into 2000, an election year, the outgoing Clinton administration, the wannabe incoming Gore administration, the federal Alan Greenspan Federal Reserve, the Congressional Budget Office, had coming out of that 1997 agreement had a projection for a surplus. And that red line there that you see where it says actual, in the spring of 2001, the Congressional Budget Office and everybody was projecting that surplus to go off the map. We were to have surpluses as far as the eye could see, $6 trillion. Part of that, let's be honest, also had to do with a booming economy, a dot-com economy. So in this, the incoming Bush administration wins election, comes in, and again, using this process that I've just talked about, which is the reconciliation process, adopted a budget that spring that said, listen, surpluses can be as damaging to an economy as can be deficits. The goal here is to have a balance. And so let's put together a tax cut bill. And by the way, in 2001, it was a 50-50 Senate. Sound familiar? And yet there was what I would say an understanding, even amongst some moderate Democrats, that yes, we can take some of this surplus and return it to the American public in the form of a tax cut. And so using the same process that we've just gone through, Congress passed a 50-50 Senate, a tax cut bill that took down that surplus projection over the next 10 years by about $1.1 trillion over a 10-year period. And that was enacted in the spring of 2001. It was not meant to create the line that follows, which you see there, but was meant to bring it back kind of to that balance, that dotted line. It's the morning of September 11, 2001. I'm working in my office, little office in the Hill, early in the morning before the Senate's in or the House in. Have two little TVs, one for the House, one for the Senate. Look up, see the first plane. Thought, this is an accident. Didn't think much about it. Went back to working on this speech. You know, what I was writing was a lock. Some of you may not ever remember this, called the lockbox speech. We were going to lock away that surplus. We weren't going to create any more deficits. And so I'm writing the speech. First plane's accident, I think. Second plane, I see, wait a minute, something not quite right. And literally before I could put my pencil down, I was told to vacate the premises because a third plane was headed toward the Capitol. I put away that speech. It never came out again. And almost overnight, you can see there what happened. We went from surpluses to deficits. That tax cut remained in place. In fact, through 2011, it was a 10-year tax cut. You can see where it came. We came back after those tax cuts were, some of them were repealed by the Obama administration and Congress at that time, which was the right thing to do. But note that where we are right now, we're still on a downward path. So projections are only that, projections, and none of us could have predicted 9/11. I think we could have been better prepared for the current crisis. I'm not sure we could have stopped the level of what was required in way of spending to address this crisis. But as you can see, the pattern is pretty straightforward, and the projection will continue on into the future here. And I doubt if I'll ever see in my lifetime ever again a situation like we had back there in 1998, 99, 2000, when we actually had a surplus.
Thank you very much, Bill. I appreciate you telling that story. I think it is a rather poignant moment, and it kind of reinforces how quickly things can change,
Right.
literally overnight.
Right. Well, again, thank you. Again, I super apologize for the technical problems that we've had here this morning, but thank you, Scott, for taking care of the slides. And I wish that we could have done this in person, but maybe sometime. But what should I say? I don't know that my next presentation will be any better or not. Anyway, discouraging. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Thanks, Bill.
Thank you, Bill.
Wonderful. So we have a short break. It's 11:15, right on the money. So we have a very short break until we introduce Mr. Jim Comey. Tom, Allison, Senator, any final words before we allow people to refresh their cup of coffee, or in my case, my Diet Coke? Or
It's always good to hear Bill speak. Wish we could have seen his face and wish we could have been in person. He is very generous. These slides are already, I believe, available in Canvas, so you can go back and look at some of the numbers in more detail when and if you need to. And we can, if there's interest, get into reconciliation and the Byrd rule and all those things online as well.
And I think my ad would be, Bill made a point about the perspectives that we may hear later. And I think take him up on that, very seriously think about how the speakers this afternoon from their perspectives might answer some of these same questions and might address some of these same very large issues.
wonderful. Senator, any comments you want to make?
No, it just, history keeps repeating itself as I watch his wavering red lines and his reaction to it. And the interesting thing about the presentation is that it's groundwork for this afternoon. And particularly when you get to hear the people who are in this healthcare system of ours talk about the potential for some fairly dramatic change rather than just moving the taxes up or down or this line up or down and so forth. When are we going to address just basic healthcare policy and the way the system works? And that isn't just prescription drugs. It's a whole lot of things, including Part A, Part B, and so forth. So that's the more interesting part that you've laid the foundation for, and Bill always lays a foundation for. Will come this afternoon's discussion.
Wonderful. So with that, I think we'll step aside here, allow everybody just to take a short break, and then we'll come back in not more than 12 minutes from now, and we'll welcome Mr. Comey. I know he's ready. He in fact just told me that because he'll be on Zoom and not first entering a green room, that he'll put on a shirt. So I'm excited to hear Mr. Comey here in 12 minutes. Hello, Mr. Comey.
Hey, Scott, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Good to see you.
You too.
And I'm sorry we didn't have snacks in the green room. Mike told me that I should have offered you terabytes, but
You owe me.
yeah, it's the swag still. I know.
Yeah,
I
it's still
know.
attracting me.
Uh,
I know that's why the senator's in it. He's in it for the swag.
He is. So that's what I was going to do. Mr. Comey, I'd like to introduce you to Senator David Durenberger, the namesake of our webinar series and the champion of the program that brings us all together. So I wanted to introduce you both.
It's great to see you, Senator. Thanks for this, the whole program, and thanks for this opportunity.
Well, thank you very much for all the work that you've done and all the commitments you've made and the fascinating presentation we're likely to get from you.
It's all downhill from here.
Lordy. Hooray for America.
Oh, goodness. That's That's for
We've
sure.
survived.
Yes, we have, and we're going to be okay.
So, Mr. Comey, just so you are aware, Dr. Tom Patno and Allison Reiser are my colleagues, and you will also be joined likely as a panelist by Ryan Johnson, who was also on the panel last year. Ryan and I and Tom just concluded teaching health law to the current cohort. And so Ryan will be jumping on as well at some point. We just have just a few minutes before the students will come back. We gave them about a 15-minute break to go refresh their cups of coffee and take care of any last-minute details before hearing from you. So we'll get started here in just a minute or two.
Okay.
Mr. Comey, I'll add my thanks and welcome back, and thank you for being so generous with your time and talents and sharing your wisdom with us again this year.
It's good to see you again, Tom. I'm sorry it's in this format, but what are
Price
gonna
we pay, the end is in sight.
do? Yep.
Glad you guys let Mr. Comey and I dress casual for this occasion. You're just dazzling in your ties and white shirts and black suit, dark suits, and that's live. This is a big deal for.
I'm picturing them all, though, Senator, in cargo shorts.
Yeah, right.
Don't make us stand up.
Truth be known, I have my dress shoes on, so I'm.
Wow.
Right. My 10-year-old did say to me this morning when we were walking back, she's like, it looks awfully funny with you having that on top and sneakers on the bottom, Mommy.
I was thinking of you though when I put on my tie this morning, because I know that your goal for the rest of your career is never to put on a tie. So I thought, well, maybe I should just honor you by not wearing one, but it's just that deference, right?
I appreciate that, but my streak is still going.
Very good.
Well, why are you wearing one?
Why am I wearing the tie?
Why are you guys so dressed up, all of you?
Well, we're an esteemed company, Senator, you included.
I'm a baby boomer all the way through. I was raised and educated and hired and coached and trained and mentored by people whom the uniform was very important to, and I haven't been able to get away from that for better or for worse.
I tried one day at the FBI not to wear a tie, and it threw the entire organization off axis, and I had to stop that. Just wearing colored shirts was disturbing enough to people.
Wonderful. Well, I think we have reached the time to begin. So I will begin by introducing our next speaker, Mr. James Comey. Mr. Comey likely needs no introduction, and you see the slide of his service to not only our country but in the private sector as well. Since our time together last year, Mr. Comey has published another book, Saving Justice, which was provided to our students in the health law program. And he's been a Showtime movie star played by Jeff Daniels in the miniseries, The Comey Rule. It is an honor to have you back. We appreciate your service, not only to the country, but to this program. And we look forward to your time together. I'll just introduce a topic and then open the floor for you for the next few minutes. But your book about truth, transparency, and trust certainly should animate our systems of justice, but those same parallels exist in the business that we're in healthcare. So we're really looking forward to the discussion today and drawing some of those parallels. So without further ado, Mr. Comey, thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Senator Durenberger, for this program. Thank you all for joining me. here in my basement. I'm sorry that I'm in my basement for a lot of reasons, but mostly because of what we've all been dealing with for the last year. I want to offer that regret and also a word of thanks. The regret is that we can't be together, and that you all, I know, have suffered and dealt with anxiety and the problems of educating children and all the things that have come with the last year. But that leads me to the word of thanks. A lot of you I know are clinicians, people whose businesses helping and healing others. Thank you for that. We have always needed you. We've needed you more than we ever imagined over the last year, and we're not done with you yet. So thank you for working through this. Thank you for getting us to the other side, which I can see from my basement. I'm here in Virginia. I never thought I would wish to be older, but I wish I was a little older so I could get vaccinated, but I'm getting there, as are we as a country. So thank you for seeing us through. I really appreciate it. And I agree with what Scott said by way of introduction. I hope that if you get a chance to read my book, you will find it entertaining and interesting, but also not just about the justice system, but about all institutions that depend upon the trust and confidence of the people that they serve and protect. And that's certainly true of justice. It's true of everything in the healthcare industry. But I was not going to write another book. I was never going to write a first book. But then after the first book, I thought, that's it. I'm done writing about government. I cooperated with what became the Showtime series, and I'm happy to answer questions about that. I had some involvement. It's not my movie, but I got the chance to go to the set one day and watch them film this excruciating scene, replicating exactly my dinner with Donald Trump, where I watched Jeff Daniels and Brendan Gleeson, two extraordinary talents, act. And I'd never been to a movie set, never seen this kind of thing before, and it ruined my day. They were so good. I paid them that compliment, that you both have ruined my day because you've brought back something that causes me a lot of pain, but you've done it in a great way. I said to Mr. Daniels, I only hope you can act a little taller than you seem. And I think he didn't act all that tall, but he maybe acted better than I am in real life. But what I want to do with you briefly now is tell you, so why did I write that book, and what do I think are the central challenges going forward for the institution of justice, for healthcare, and for our country? We all face about the same challenge. So why did I write the book? I sat over the last few years and watched as the president, enabled honestly by his second attorney general, Bill Barr, and a whole lot of echo warriors in the right-wing blogosphere and online, take a flamethrower to the institution of justice. The FBI, which is a significant part of the Justice Department, but more broadly than that, running down the idea that there even was nonpartisan justice in this country, that facts are knowable, that there is such a thing as truth. Excuse me, I saw all of that attacked because I think the president perceived the Justice Department and the FBI in particular as a threat. And President Trump's instincts is always to try to destroy that which is a threat to him. He tried it for 4 years, aimed at me personally, but more importantly, aimed it at this institution that's so important to our country. So as I watched this, and I gave interviews and I wrote op-eds about the importance of institutional values and standing up for institutions and why they're the bedrock. In conversations with my wife, I came to the conclusion that a whole lot of people may not get what I'm trying to say, especially young people may not get what I mean when I talk about institutional values and institutions. And maybe, even though I didn't want to write another book, I could be useful by writing a book to illustrate what I mean by institutional values, how I see them threatened today, and what I see as a path back. And I could do it in a way that would hold attention, because I have a lot of really cool stories that I've never told before about how I learned about institutional values through good things I did, mostly through mistakes I made, and through people who led me and taught me and guided me. And maybe if I told those stories, it would hold attention and teach without people fully realizing they're being taught to, because that turns people off a lot. And by doing that, be useful, especially to young people. And so that's what I set out to do. And so I put together a bunch of stories from my career, tried to organize them roughly chronologically to illuminate the values at the heart of the Department of Justice, the truth, that it's a real thing. And the mission of the Department of Justice is to find it, to share it, and to defend it. And that a big part of the Department of Justice is understanding that the central value is the truth, and that your central client is not a person, it's not a boss, it's not a party, it's not even a colleague or an agency, it's an idea, which is the idea of justice. And so your job is not to win, it's to try and do the right thing. And sometimes that means not bringing a case at all. Sometimes that means bringing a hard case and losing it because the cause was just. And how I told stories to illuminate how I kind of stumbled on a formula, which, spoiler alert, I give away on the cover of the book, that the institution depends upon the trust and confidence of the American people. And the recipe for obtaining that trust is simple. You seek the truth, you tell the truth, and you are transparent about your work, about your triumphs and your failures, about your abilities and your shortcomings. But by seeking and telling the truth and telling it wide and loud, including about the things you've done wrong, you earn the trust of the people that you depend upon. And so I wrote this book. I included most of my favorite stories. I had a couple of stories that my editor forced me to cut, and because I was in love with them, and he said they're going to drag down the narrative. But most of my favorite stories ended up in this book to illuminate those values. And then I laid out the way in which they've been attacked and undermined in the last 4 years, damaged in particular by the intervention of the president and his handpicked attorney general to do favors for individuals the president wanted to show favor to in the justice system, to give breaks to people who got breaks that others wouldn't get, to dismiss cases that would never be dismissed in the cases of ordinary people because of the connections of those individuals, and how those actions by the president as attorney general had the effect of replacing the blindfold on the statue of Lady Justice with a MAGA hat, and that had done severe damage to the trust and confidence of the American people in the institution. And so it's pretty easy to tell the stories, pretty easy to lay out the damage that has been done. But to my mind, the most important part of the book is the path forward. And I, at my publisher's request, worked to finish this book so that it could be published in early January of this year. And that meant I had to write 2 endings. I had to write an ending for a new president, and I had to write an ending for Donald Trump being reelected. I found it very, very difficult to write that second version. Thank goodness it didn't see the light of day. But it was important that I offer a vision of, so what's next? And to my great relief, I got to offer a vision of what's next under new leadership. And I said, look, the mission of the new leadership is in a way simple, in a way really, really difficult. The simple part. The beauty of institutional culture is that it's incredibly hard to change. There's no deep state in America, but there are deep cultures in our institutions and our professions. I know there's a deep culture in the medical profession. There's certain ways of doing things that change slowly, and sometimes that's frustrating when you're trying to make progress in a positive direction. More often, frankly, in these times, it's consoling because that inertia is a source of protection. And I said, the cool thing about the Department of Justice is we've spent 50 years as a nation building a set of values in that institution and driving them into bedrock. And the core value is that nonpartisan law enforcement is everything. We keep a blindfold on Lady Justice because it shouldn't matter the color of your skin, your party of preference, your gender, your national origin. Any of these things shouldn't matter. What should matter is the facts and the law. And the great thing about the last 50 years since Watergate, the last time the Department of Justice needed saving, is that we have driven that value into the heart of everybody who works at the Department of Justice. And the wonderful thing is that it takes a long time to change those hearts. And the Trump administration and its most recent attorney general didn't have the time. The easy part of the leadership's mandate going forward is just let people live what's already written on their hearts. They want to engage in nonpartisan law enforcement. They want to find the truth and not represent a party or a particular kind of people. They want to represent an idea, which is justice. So just unlock that and let them do that. That's the easy part. The hard part, and this applies to you all as well, the hard part is that a positive aspect of our democracy is that people believe something when the President of the United States says it. In ordinary circumstances, that's a good thing. right? We want people to presumptively credit our chief executive. Except it's a problem when your chief executive is a sociopathic liar. And your chief executive lies constantly, starting with whether it rained at his inauguration, the size of the crowd, through the nature of the FBI and the Justice Department, the nature of coronavirus, of measures to limit the spread of the pandemic, about the vaccine, about the election. When people are told lies over and over and over again, they believe them, or at least millions of them believe them. And so we face a situation in this country where millions of Americans, otherwise good people, I'm not talking about right-wing nuts and white supremacists, I'm talking about my wife's extended family in Iowa, fine people, but a lot of them internalized the lies they were told about the FBI, or about the Justice Department, or about the pandemic, or about the election. They credited what they were told by the President of the United States and echoed thousands and thousands and thousands of times. And in part, they credited it because the message was associated in some fashion with their identity, okay? The problem is, once people internalize a lie, internalize a falsehood, especially if it's associated with their identity, it's an enormously difficult task to get them out of that fog of lies, especially ones associated with their identity. You don't get people out of a fog of lies by telling them, look at the facts. You're wrong, look at the facts, because the effect of offering facts to them is just to feed their confirmation bias. Being confronted with contradictory facts will drive them deeper and deeper and deeper into the lie because they see it as a threat to their identity. I have prosecuted fraud cases where the victims of a fraudster came to his sentencing after he had pled guilty and admitted the fraud himself in order to defend him. The last people to admit they've been defrauded, in most circumstances in my experience, are the victims of that fraud. It's hard enough to admit you're wrong in conversations with your partner, with your friends. It's incredibly hard to admit that you're wrong in a way that touches your identity and that you've been a victim of a fraud. And so the answer for the Justice Department, for the medical profession, for the country as a whole, is to find a way to lead people, to coax people, to help people find their way out of that fog of fraud, out of that fog of lies, not by yelling at them, but by offering them a way to find their own path out of that. And this, to take the Justice Department in particular, this has to be the mission of the new Attorney General. And the answer is long-term. You have to show those people what competent, honest leadership looks like. You have to offer them a way of finding their own narrative without admitting they were defrauded or they were wrong, to move out of that fog, to move away without being embarrassed. It takes a long period of time. The good news is we're already seeing what competent, honest, empathetic leadership looks like. Joe Biden is not a perfect person. I may not agree with all the policy prescriptions he believes in. Great. He's an honest, empathetic person of comparatively low ego for a politician. The American people getting the chance to see that will offer them the opportunity to move out of that fog. The Attorney General has to do the same thing. Medical professionals have to do the same thing. And gradually, the group of people trapped in that fog of lies will shrink and shrink and shrink. Now, this being America, I don't want to get you all worked up. You're still going to have 30, 40% of America that is misguided in some way. I'm hoping it's more towards 30%. But chopping down the proportion of people who've internalized the lies about the institution of justice, about the pandemic, about healthcare, about vaccinations, about our government, has to be the mission of this country over the next 3 years or so. And I'm optimistic that it can be done. I see it already. I think the events of January the 6th were an awful, awful thing. I was sick to my stomach as an American. I was infuriated as a former security professional. But I think we saw there an inflection point, something that will help people move out of that fog of fraud and get us to a healthier place. So I can't offer an easy fix for that second piece. The easy part is unlocking what's written on the hearts of justice employees. The harder part is going to be showing, not lecturing, not yelling, showing Americans who are trapped in a fog of lies a way out of those lies, a way out of that fraud to a healthier place. It's going to consume us. I'm optimistic we're going to get to that, But that's one of the messages I hope people take from my book, that institutions really do have value in this country. They are centered on a set of values, and that there is a thing called truth, and helping our fellow Americans see those things and a path to recognizing the truth has to be our mission as leaders for the next few years at least. So I'm going to stop there, and I look for, you can ask me about literally anything, including about Showtime, and I would be glad to answer your questions. It's good to be back with you from my basement.
Thank you. Well, from my family room office, I thank you for your time. I want to just tell a story, and I'll keep it brief because nobody wants to listen to me, but it speaks to trust in our healthcare delivery systems. Roughly 2 weeks ago, I was a panelist on at a conference, and the focus was, will we restore our belief and trust in science, or is that gone? One of my co-panelists was an emergency room physician located here in Minneapolis, who the prior Saturday had seen a patient come in. The individual, I don't know his age, I'm guessing by the comments somewhere in his 60s, was sitting at home, his cigarette fell out of his mouth, he stood up, his left leg didn't work, he was having a stroke. He went to the emergency room, they rushed him into the CT scan, they got him back, they were going to admit him for care, and the nurse, through appropriate protocols, swabbed his nose for COVID. He immediately became incredibly angry and agitated. What, you believe in this too? And offered a few other colorful words. He, in his one arm, ripped the IV out of the other, stumbled out of the emergency room bay and left because he didn't believe in the pandemic. He didn't believe the truth. So against that context, I don't know as if I have as much a question as much as a comment for you to react to, that this notion of truth and this notion of trust, it extends deep into our country right now. And I'm certain that our physician and nurse colleagues have experienced something similar. So I'd just like you to react to that briefly, and then we'll take more questions as well.
It makes me want to recite the serenity prayer to myself, right? Give me the serenity to accept the things I can't change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. People are a certain way, and we're learning with more granularity the way they are with our focus on neuroscience and understanding how the brain works, but people haven't changed. I read a book just in the last week or so that's about to come out about knowledge and how we should think about knowledge, especially today, and truth. And one of the parts of the book quotes what seems to be people writing about the challenges we face today, with lies are everywhere, and it's so easy for people to get bad information, how it shapes them. It turns out that the author was tricking the reader by reprinting things that were said in the wake of the invention of the printing press. And apparently one of the first books printed by the Gutenberg printing press was a fraudulent version, I think, of Christian scripture, and fooled a lot of people. And people said, oh my God, we're never going to recover from this. We'll never be able to find our way back to the truth. And the author's message, which resonated with me, is depressing, in that he says, people are susceptible to conspiracy theories, to all kinds of biases, especially, like I said, when they associate falsehoods with their identity. And today we face a world where their ability to get bad information, lies move something like 6 times faster than the truth on the internet. I saw a study showing recently that their ability to shape worlds that reinforce their biases for bad information to make its way around is extraordinary. But it's always been that way. And we face new technologies that exacerbate the weaknesses in the human condition, and we find ways to deal with them. And the author's argument is, we will find a way to have a constitution of knowledge, to have a truth-finding mechanism stand in the middle of today's internet in a much better way in coming years than we do now. And he said part of the answer is going to be crowdsourcing. He contrasts two devices that were invented in about the year 2000. He said, imagine if you were in the year 2000 asked to predict the success of these two ventures. One is Microsoft has decided to build an encyclopedia, and they're going to hire experts, and they're going to create this incredible thing called Encarta, and they're going to sell it on CDs, and it's going to revolutionize the world. The other is this thing called Wikipedia, where they're going to invite people to write articles, and there won't be any editors in charge. I'm going to pay anybody anything. Which of those things would dominate 20 years later? Well, I don't think most people would have picked Wikipedia, but the author says Wikipedia crushed Microsoft's Encarta, and that the wisdom of the crowds, people picking at each other and checking each other, created something where we are reasonably likely to find truth, not perfectly, reasonably likely. And so his message is uplifting. He says, look, people are a mess. We've always been a mess. And technology often magnifies our weaknesses, but we always find a way to restore the truth to the center of our lives, and we will again. I'm an optimist. I think he's right. We will find ways, and we are stumbling towards them with Facebook and Twitter and other platforms thinking differently about how they moderate, how they control, how they regulate. We'll get to a healthier place, full stop. But people are crazy. Right? There's always going to be a significant chunk of humans who believe crazy things. There's always a quarter of Americans who believe that aliens are being hidden by the government in Area 51. There's always a large group of people, about a quarter, who believe that there's secret cabals that are running our government. So I don't mean to leave you with a sense that you're not going to encounter patients in your emergency room who are not wingnuts. You will for the distant forever, I think.
Very good. I will take one more question and then turn it over to my friend Tom. As you know, the country not only dealt with the pandemic and the tragedy that was in the lives of so many, 2.6 million, over 500,000 here in Minnesota, but we're also dealing with the effects of inequality and systemic racism. And we mark today the end of the first week of the Chauvin trial. And so 2 questions, one from one of our students about how communities and police can truly hear each other. And I'll frame that in the context of, as FBI director, your team led the investigation in Ferguson with Michael Brown. And although those cases are factually different, the effect on the community was equally as tragic and as difficult. So what comments do you have about not only what we're experiencing here in Minnesota and how we can improve police and community relations, but what advice you'd have for us to kind of work through what is going on right now?
Yeah, thank you for that. It's an incredibly important topic, and I don't have easy answers. I'm sorry for what your community has dealt with. I think you have an opportunity and have taken it to show the rest of the country what wrestling with that challenge looks like in a good way, how a healthy polity struggles with this hardest of questions. But there isn't an easy answer. The lines between, I imagine them as parallel lines, the lines between law enforcement on the one hand, especially uniformed law enforcement, and communities of color. And I actually don't like to use that term because I worry it misses the heart of the problem, the Black community, because the issue is those relationships between the Black community and uniformed law enforcement. They've always been apart for reasons that make sense. Law enforcement, since this country's founding, has been an instrument to enforce the status quo, a status quo that has often been brutal to disfavored groups, uniquely brutal to Black Americans throughout our history. We can't ever forget that. And so the lines have always been separated at various points. They've been arcing away from each other in communities all over this country for the last 5 or 10 years in a particularly shocking and upsetting way. And a lot of the country has come to stare at it, which is painful, but also really healthy, because we have a problem in this country. And there's not a simple answer to how do you bend the lines back to each other. And so I want to offer my thoughts on how you bend them back, but also my hope that the country doesn't stop there, just staring at the relationship between law enforcement and the Black community. There isn't an easy way to bend the lines. There's no pamphlet, there's no clever online training program. It's about people seeing each other up close. And the most powerful example of that I've ever seen was in classroom at Howard University, where I taught for the first year after I got fired, and where I watched a professor named Binyan Muhammad. She taught a class called Policing Inside Out, which was a semester-long class, 30 students, only 15 of whom were undergrads at Howard University. So 15 Black men and women between the ages of 18 and 22. The other 15 students were uniformed police officers from large police departments, active duty, whose departments were sending them for this classroom experience. And just the body language of the students at the beginning captures those separated lines. And their body language at the end offers me hope for arcing the lines together. At the beginning of the semester, they sit apart from each other, opposite sides of the classroom, a lot of folded arms, like, why do I have to do this? Why did I sign up for this class? At the end of the semester, after Professor Muhammad has assigned them as partners, one officer, one student, and required them to do field work, to literally see the world through the eyes of the other. So the officer sees the world through the eyes of let's pick a student, a 19-year-old Black man from Baltimore, see how he experiences the world, and especially how he experiences law enforcement, and then have that student experience the world through the windshield of a police car at 2 o'clock in the morning in whatever city that officer is a patrolling officer. After they each see the world in that way, they grieve the end of the semester. They grieve the separation because they have come to experience the world in a way that they never had before. That's the answer to bending the lines back together. It doesn't scale well. I wish that class could be taught all over the country. But the answer is getting up close, showing one to the other, and inching each line closer to the other. My son is a philosophy major graduate of an elite liberal arts school who became a police officer. And he became a police officer because he said, look, I'm in pretty good shape and I want to help people and I can't think of a better way to help them. And he is exactly what I would want police officers to be: tough, but empathetic, a great listener, a thoughtful person. And he gets up close to people. He spends time with them to understand them. When he makes a traffic stop, he knows that there's only two results from a traffic stop: either a bad impression of law enforcement or a good impression of law enforcement. And that he as an officer ought to take an opportunity to try and force the encounter into a positive one for law enforcement. So the person drives away thinking, yeah, the cop was okay. Wow, treated me with respect, explained why he stopped my car. This is the answer to arcing us together. It is incredibly difficult because we have 18,000 police departments in this country. You can't order the police to do anything because they're everywhere. Somehow we have to have the energy in this country to incentivize, to push, to force law enforcement to get up close to the communities they serve, and somehow ask the communities to give us the space to listen and to open their hearts to who we really are. Really hard piece of work. What I hope doesn't happen is that we don't stop with policing. I really worry that the conversation so often in this country focuses on policing, which it has to, but we're kidding ourselves if we think the problems in our hardest hit communities are going to be solved just by improving our policing. We could be policed in Minneapolis, in Chicago, in Baltimore by benevolent robots that we designed, and that is not going to solve the underlying problems in those neighborhoods, because the cops, however good or bad they may be, are not the root cause of the problems in those neighborhoods. The problems are so hard that we tend just to focus on policing and think, oh, we took care of that, because we don't want to talk about healthcare and employment and families and education and housing and environment and so many of the other things that the history of this country's racism has laid on the Black community, that we'll just talk about the cops. And if we fix the cops, we'll fix the problem. That would be a tragedy. And I worry that episodically in this country, we focus on policing, we improve policing, as we did after Ferguson, and as we will again now, and then people move on to something else. that would be a tragedy, repeating the American tragedy of neglecting the root causes of what we owe those communities. And I hope very much we don't do it. I think if it's going to be done well, it's going to be done in a place like Minneapolis. You can show us that you understand the problems are deeper and broader and require improving policing, but so much more than that. And I'm sorry for that long answer.
No, it was it was spot on and exactly the reaction I was looking for. Senator Durenberger taught us a long time ago that good, effective policy is a series of and statements. You can't have good health policy without good education policy, without good employment policy, and creating an environment for jobs and safety and literacy and all of that. So we appreciate that. Tom, I will turn it over to you.
Thanks, Scott. Encourage the attendees to keep submitting your questions. There's some great ones coming through. Mr. Comey, there's a question here about, you mentioned deep cultures in the U.S. institutions. This question relates to the leader's ability to shape that culture. The vast majority of entry-level healthcare positions are filled by females, and yet females are vastly underrepresented at leadership levels, assuming that you had that steep and even steeper curve in the FBI with a few women entering the entry ranks. How do you encourage women to assume more leadership roles? And we could broaden that to other people of color as well. How do you encourage diversity at the leadership level of an institution?
That's a really important question and a really hard one. And you're right, at the FBI, I was the leader of an organization of about 37,000 people, only a third of whom were special agents. So much more diverse, both gender and race, ethnicity backgrounds than you would expect, but the culture was white and male. And the first thing you have to do as a leader is understand what the layers of culture are. And I mentioned this in my new book, because you can't shape a culture without understanding it. And I'm no expert, but the experts teach there are 3 levels. There's the artifacts of culture, there's the espoused beliefs, and there's the underlying assumptions. The artifacts are the signs and the symbols and the way people act, the things you can see during a brief visit or from reading their website. The espoused beliefs are the things that they say they stand for, their principles, the speeches they give, the things on the posters. The underlying assumptions are the unspoken, unacknowledged in most circumstances, ways things are really done around here. And in most organizations, there's some misalignment. It's especially between the middle level of what we say we stand for and the unspoken. In my experience, culture, in light of that layer cake, is best defined as the way things are really done around here, no matter what they tell you in training. Artifacts are your cue. We can say that we stand for diversity, that we stand for equal opportunity. But if you look at the artifact level, the way things really are, and you see that's actually not reflected in the leadership of the FBI, for example, you have to ask yourself, so is there something in the basement, some underlying assumption that's causing that misalignment? And the problem with underlying assumptions is they're unspoken, unacknowledged. How do you shape an unspoken, unacknowledged, maybe even actively denied assumption? You actually don't do it. Certainly don't do it exclusively by training, given the definition of culture. It's what they do no matter what they tell you in training. You have to do it through shaping. You have to do it through, in a way, the way you were raised, right? How did you become who you are today? I'll tell you about myself. I'm sure there were a fair number of speeches. My dad was a bit of a speech giver. He would send me little bulletized notes when I was in college. I don't know where he got one of those from the desk of J. Brian Comey things, but he would send me little miniature speeches. I can't remember any of them. I'm sure that shaped me in part, but what shaped me in part mostly was watching, seeing the way people acted, seeing how they carried themselves, seeing what they talked about, where they stood, where they went, how they dressed. That's what shaped me. The example I often give to people is compare driving in the New York metropolitan area to driving almost anywhere else. I used to live in Central Virginia. So compare driving in New York to Central Virginia. It's completely different, but the training is entirely the same, right? In both places, they tell you, if you're going to change lanes on the highway, you should use your signal before you change lanes. And in both places, they tell you that your horn is to be used to avoid collision, to alert people to some potential problem. It's not to be used as an expression of your mood that day, but to drive in the two areas. I remember having to coach my amazing spouse when she first moved to New York with me for the first time, not to use her signal on the highway because it's a sign of weakness in New York. That if you use your signal, people think she's trying to take something from me that's mine. And so they pull up. She's used to Central Virginia where you put the signal on, people think, oh, okay, I'm going to avoid a collision. They move back. How did it get that way? The training is the same. It got that way because drivers in training watched other drivers. They watched their uncles and their aunts and their parents. That's how culture is shaped. And so the idea that you can step in as a leader of a culture and change it is crazy. First, because you don't understand it well enough. Second, because the way you're going to change it is not necessarily, it's not certainly exclusively through the speeches you give. So how would I change the FBI to try and diversify its leadership ranks, both as to race, but in response to the question, especially as to gender? The first thing I tried to avoid doing is what the FBI had long done, which is panic and make promotion decisions that reinforce the unspoken underlying assumption in the FBI that no one would admit to you, but is there, that women can't really lead an organization like this. I mean, this is a man's organization, right? We're in the violence business. You need to be tough. You need to be strong. We're carrying guns. That isn't a chick thing. Now, no one's ever going to admit to you that's true about the FBI. That's in the basement. And so what the FBI would do periodically is realize, oh my God, we don't have enough women in leadership. And then grab some woman who's a middle-level executive and stick her in a senior role without any preparation. Then when she failed, what did that do? It reinforced the underlying assumption in the basement, the unspoken, actively denied assumption. And so what I tried to do in the FBI was cultivate leaders and grow them to a place where they would succeed first. Second, I would try to model what I expected. I would think about who I called on at staff meetings. And I would worry about my own bias, right? I'm trapped in the body of a stiff, what am I now, 60-year-old white guy from the New York metropolitan area. And so my natural inclination is going to be to call on other me's. And so I'd be intentional about making sure I invited into the conversation to show their stuff other voices. I made time to do special meetings, special visits to show the director's commitment to these high potential women leaders. And then I didn't do it secretly at first, but I secretly met with women leaders to understand what are the challenges you face? How could I be useful to you? And the first thing they said to me was, stop when you travel around the country having special breakout sessions with women, especially with junior supervisors who are women, because what that's doing is creating a sense of that you're looking to give us a special break of some kind. That's actually, they didn't use this language, but reinforcing underlying assumptions. So stop doing that. And so I stopped doing it. Meet with us, but meet with us in a way that people don't notice it if you're going to be singling us out. And I learned from them a lot of the challenges of being a woman in the FBI. They felt pressure to carry themselves like a man. A lot of them said, I dress in a certain way that I don't dress in my regular life. I wear pantsuits with a frequency I don't in the outside world. I focus on fitness in a way that might not be natural for me. I speak in a certain way, stand in a certain way, because I'm trying to adjust to this particular culture. And so I learned a lot from my conversations with them, and then tried to develop leadership. One of the tragedies of getting fired after 4 years is I didn't have the 10 years to make this difference, but to find ways to identify the talent, foster the talent, and then move the talent up in a way that succeeds. But also be humble about it, that it takes, the FBI is 100 years old. Culture changes very, very slowly. And having the humility to recognize that I'm not going to do it overnight. The virtue of a 10-year term is I can take the time to try and make that change. But it's one you have to approach with extraordinary humility. Again, too long an answer, but a really important question.
Outstanding. Thank you. Allison, I believe you're up with the next question.
Thank you. So you talked about a separate ending to the book that you just wrote. And I wonder if you could expand a little bit on that, in particular, how you think about shaping the path of truth and transparency and justice in what would have been a very different culture, recognizing that, that culture may very well come out again. It may persist in media and in other channels. So if you could talk a little bit about what that ending looks like in the spirit of shaping that path.
Yeah, the alternative ending, which was so hard to write, was Donald Trump's reelected. He keeps lying about our institutions, about the Department of Justice for another 4 years. It's going to suck, but we're going to be okay. Because even 8 years of lying is not enough to change the culture of an institution, because human culture changes so slowly, because it's rooted in underlying assumptions. And Donald Trump and his hench people, mostly henchmen, are not competent enough. They don't understand institutions and culture well enough to change them. An example I used in the draft is, look, Donald Trump doesn't even realize what a mistake he's making by not filling the hundreds of middle-level political appointees jobs that he has. So the assistant secretary positions and below those. And the reason that's such an enormous mistake is there's a thermocline. And I tried to explain in this alternative version of the book what a thermocline is. And you live in the land of lakes, and so you understand them. But most people who haven't jumped into a lake in August don't get it. But if you've jumped into a lake, especially in Minnesota in August, you understand a thermocline. It's mighty warm and wonderful for, pick it, 2 feet to 4 feet. And if you jump in deep enough, you freeze because you went through the warm layer down into a cold layer. There isn't a deep state in the United States government, but there are layers in all governments, no matter who the president is. There's a frothy, warm political layer, and then there's a stable, cold, still career layer where the culture of the institutions is. And the good news about America, about our intelligence community, our military, our civil service, and our law enforcement, particularly the FBI, is that bottom layer is enormous. It's freezing cold and very hard to change. Well, the people whose positions Donald Trump didn't fill are the ones closest to the borderline. Putting in a Secretary of State and putting in a Secretary of the Treasury, okay, fine. But the people who are an ability to expand the upper level, to shape to the borderline, are the people closest to it. And he wasn't competent enough to fill those people and doesn't get that. And so even if he were intentional about trying to shape culture, another 4 years wouldn't be enough, but he's not competent enough to shape it in an intentional way. So we will emerge from 8 years of Donald Trump. Okay, the damage will be marginally greater. The time for recovery will be greater. But in the long run, as someone who was devoted to spending 10 years changing how the FBI's culture thinks about diversity, for example, and leadership, I knew it was going to take 10 years of everyday effort just to try and change it a little bit. That's frustrating. In this circumstance, it's a wonderful reassurance that we are going to be okay. That's the gist of how the other one tried to end on a slightly optimistic note.
And I think a good lesson for shaping culture generally, right? In organizations as well, that importance of that mid-level. So I appreciate that.
It's incredibly difficult. Look, I didn't do anything unintentionally as FBI director. I know that sounds like a crazy thing to say, but I visualized every day what I was trying to accomplish by what I did. And I mean down to what I wore, where I walked, how I walked, where I stood, where I got my lunch, everywhere I went, who I talked to, what signals I sent. Right? I was trying to build I was worried about the stress at the FBI, and we had suicides, especially among our special agents, that were deeply concerning. People were self-medicating to deal with stress. And so I made that one of my priorities, and I talked about it, right? That's espoused beliefs, great. But to change underlying assumptions, one of which was you don't seek mental health treatment, that you don't take time off to relax, you don't laugh, these kinds of things, that I needed to talk about those things, but also signal something. And so I ordered that the FBI at headquarters, that the courtyard be fixed up. I want picnic tables. I want chairs, Adirondack chairs. I want AstroTurf so people can sit. There's not much sunlight in that courtyard, but get sunlight. I want a Starbucks. I want exercise equipment. I want the freaking fountain, which has been broken since the 1970s. I want it to work. because I want people to find comfort in each other and to relax in good ways. I want Family Day to be a real thing. I dance the wobble, which is a line dance. You do not want to picture me dancing a line dance, especially one that involves shaking your hips. But I did that intentionally, knowing that everybody would talk about the fact that the director danced in a ridiculous way, because I'm trying to signal something, that it's healthy to let go. It's healthy to connect to other people. And so this intentionality, look, it's terrifying to raise children because they're always looking at you. You never get to turn them off and act badly. They're being shaped by everything you do. The cool thing about that as a leader is, if you are thoughtful about everything you do, you have an opportunity to shape continually. Right? Why did I wear blue shirts at the FBI? It was a radical thing. I wanted to signal something different. By where I went, how I walked, where I stood, went to get my own lunch every day. That was to send a different kind of signal. There's an opportunity to shape the underlying level without ever speaking.
Thank you for that. And Ryan, are you?
Yeah. So, there are important issues that the country is, of course, struggling with, that, the students and leaders struggle with their employers, with their local communities. How can leaders encourage and facilitate meaningful discussions of policy issues and avoid unhelpful politics or partisanship, or the appearance of partisanship, which can often lead to unnecessary conflict and it's possibly loss of faith or trust in the institution?
Yeah, these are great questions, man. I think it's important to start with love, start with commonality. That I am fond of a moral psychologist named Jonathan Haidt, who teaches at NYU, and I use his book, The Righteous Mind, Why Good People Are Separated by Religion and Politics, in the course I teach at Columbia. And Haidt's framework is that all of us are governed by an elephant that has a rider on it. The elephant is our automatic responses to things, especially to moral questions, questions of identity. The elephant is intuitive and emotional. The elephant is the oldest part of human cognition, by far the largest, by far the most well-developed. Sitting on that elephant is a rider, which is our conscious, logical cognition. The rider thinks he's in charge, but the elephant's really in charge. And when it comes to questions of identity, of politics, of faith, of morality, the elephant leans immediately. And the rider ends up just trying to write some kind of logical narrative to justify where the elephant wants to go. And if you want to change people's minds or have a productive conversation, you do it by pulling your elephant up to somebody else's elephant and not freaking out the herd, but getting them close to each other, finding commonality and connection. You don't let the rider dominate the discussion, at least at the beginning. And this is maybe this comparison doesn't work, but I'm gonna try it on you because you're not in my basement and you can't stop me. One of the most extraordinary things that's happened in my adult life has been the change in this country's attitude about gay marriage and about LGBT issues more broadly. Just extraordinary how quickly public attitudes changed about that. And I think the reason is because the love was there first. What happened in this country over the last 2 decades is that the presence of gay and lesbian actors and prominent people started to grow. And as we talked about it more, all of us discovered that somebody we loved was gay or lesbian. Your uncle, your aunt, your cousin, your child, your friend, your old roommate, your colleague. And these were people we cared deeply about, we as Americans. And so it made it much easier to think about the question differently because, to stay with my metaphor, the elephants were already next to each other. We were already close, the love was there first. I remember my own parents who had traditional attitudes, Roman Catholic, had traditional attitudes about a lot of things, including gay marriage and including the nature of homosexuality. And then one of my cousins came out and they switched almost overnight. It was kind of, they didn't say it this way, but kind of like, geez, he's gay. Oh man, gay people must be okay. God, he's awesome. All of a sudden my parents are avatars of the gay rights movement. The love was there first. And so we have to find opportunities to begin the most difficult conversations by centering on the commonality and the love we already have. There's a lot we have much more in common in this country than that divides us. And so I think a leader to have a conversation about a difficult topic, especially ones that touch identity, faith, morality, fundamental beliefs about things, needs to start the conversation by getting the elephants next to each other, centering on the commonality and the love. And then it makes it much, much easier for people to have conversations about the details after that. So that's my advice.
Thanks. Scott, I think you're up next.
I am. And so 2 questions here, Mr. Comey. First, an easy one. This comes from a student. On your Twitter account, you recommended Ted Lasso to leaders and wannabe leaders. So what was the most resonating lesson of that program for you? And just for the record, I thought it was a fantastic movie or a series myself. And then I've got a follow-up that's a little more difficult. So I'll start there.
I'm a huge Ted Lasso fan and did not expect to be. With my family's coaching, I've binged watched a bunch of shows, some of which have been disappointing, some of which have been weird but wonderful. That one I thought, this is kind of dumb. Right? Jason Sudeikis always struck me as kind of a goofball. Why am I watching this series? I became addicted to it and I tweeted about it because I thought it captured perfectly something that I learned from watching leaders and have tried to be as a leader myself, the combination of kindness and toughness. I talk about this in the first book. The best leaders, the best parents, the best teachers, the best coaches, the best bosses are all people who create an atmosphere of love and high standards. And if you are on this Zoom, I guarantee you had people in your life who loved you enough to kick you in the pants, who loved you enough to insist that you get better, who found ways to push you. But the best pushing comes in an environment where it's the product of a fear of disappointing the parent, the teacher, the boss. The best, in my view, the best coaches of group activities almost never need to yell at their people, because all they need to do is pull them together and say, hey squad, that wasn't our best effort, now was it? If they've created an atmosphere like I'm talking about, just saying that crushes the team, because you don't want to disappoint. You don't want to disappoint that leader. They've created an atmosphere of kindness and toughness. And you have to have both, because kindness alone, well, toughness alone is obviously dysfunctional. It's a whipped horse, but kindness alone is also dysfunctional because, and more dangerous in my experience, because that's a recipe for one of the great tragedies of human life, unfulfilled potential, because it feels so good to be told you're awesome all the time. If that's all you get, kindness only, you will never be what you might have been. And that's a tragedy. And so it has to be both. And what I thought was cool about the Ted Lasso show is that it shows how you can do those things. What this, and I'm not going to give anything away, but this coach does for this British football, so soccer team, is create an atmosphere where at first they think he's a fool, and then they come to understand how deeply he cares about them and reciprocate that feeling for him. And he also communicates, though, I expect us to get better and to be great. And that kindness and toughness works in the real world, and in the show it's hugely successful. But seeing it acted out in that way, to my mind, was wonderful, and a way of reaching millions of people with this message that there is a great way to lead, and it doesn't require you shouting at people. And in fact, shouting at people is a counterproductive way to lead. That's why I'm a Lasso fan.
Great, thank you very much. So this next question brings you back to October of 2016. And in the context of 2 things. One is, I know you've spoken about this at length, but the student asks any regrets for the decisions that you had to make. The extension of that is, what did you learn about your own personal and organizational resilience? And the third is, as I mentioned before, we're seating jurors right now to sit in this trial. and they will face incredible pressure. So what advice would you have for them about their own resilience, about their own ethical decision-making, about their own ability to sit in that space, the pressures of which none of us on this Zoom will ever, could ever appreciate?
Yeah, yeah. So my main regret is that I was involved. I hated it in the moment. I still hate it. That to stay with my soccer metaphor, we had the whistle. It was the last 30 seconds of a game. There's a scrum of players in front of the net, and you have to decide, was that a handball or not? And you have to make a call. And I regretted having the whistle. I regretted being on the field at all. But I actually think we made the right decision. And reasonable people can see it differently, but I can't imagine if people really care about that decision, they ought to dig into it and then tell me what you would do in my position. But I regretted it being involved. In a way, it was freeing because I knew no matter which of the two options, which were both bad, just one I thought was terrible and the other just bad, so I had to go with bad, that I was screwed no matter what for a couple of reasons. First, I was making a decision that was going to be controversial, that people were never going to fully understand, and that I wasn't going to have a chance to explain it in the moment because that would compound the damage if I started trying to explain it in the moment, and that nobody would ever again see it the way I do, because I'm at the fork in the paths and everybody else will be looking back down a path because I have to choose a path. And everybody else, no matter how thoughtful, how wonderful, how well-intentioned, will be suffering from some form of hindsight bias because something will have happened. And so no one's ever going to see it again this way. And so I could see, as you can tell, in all different kinds of ways, how screwed I was. But that was freeing in a way, because when you're screwed, no matter what you do, okay, let's just make the call. People are going to be pissed no matter what I do. So that's freeing. Resilience. I think that I learned how important it is to be surrounded by, especially by family, but by a core of people who laugh with you, who cry with you, who understand you, who love you enough not to always agree with you, and that there is great health in that. It was really good for me to have this amazing family that I have. And my wife, if you've seen the Showtime series, look, she was really emotional for good reason about the decision I had to make in October. Mostly, although I'm not sure that the movie captures this, she was mostly worried about me. She knew the harm that having to make this decision was going to do to me. But she had a reaction, you shouldn't be doing this close to an election. And so she saw it differently than I did, but she was a tremendous help to me after that, as were my kids, in helping talk through it. And she got to a place pretty quickly where she got why I did what I did and thought I did what I had to do. But having those people around me kept me healthy and resilient. And also, I know I'm talking to people in the healthcare business, so you'll get this. I've always been a maniac about sleep and exercise. I actually told the FBI, I order you to sleep, I order you to love somebody. And the good news is you can multitask. You can do those things at the same time in appropriate ways. And so having those baseline healthy practices and a family that was good for me, doesn't always agree with me, but good for me, helped me a lot. The other thing that helped me is what will help the jurors in the Chauvin case. I travel to the future in my mind a lot. And especially when I'm faced with a difficult situation. And I ask myself, what will it be like to explain this decision to a room full of students, to a high school class 10 years from now, to my grandchildren 15 years from now? What will I say and how will they react to what I say? And what that helps you do is lift your eyes above the urgent and the angry and the reputational and money and all the things that normally dominate our decision making. I call that the lower level. It forces you to lift your eyes to the higher level, because it's really not going to work to explain to that class of high school kids that you made the decision because you thought people were going to be mad at you, or you made the decision because you were tired, or any of the lower level reasons. You made the decision because you're part of this political group or that political group. No, the only thing sustainable in the long run is going to be an explanation that tethers to the higher level. I made this decision calling on this value and this value and this value in the following way. And you can disagree with the way in which I weighed those values, but I made this decision trying to stare at the higher level. And that's true of the decisions I had to make in the nightmare that was the 2016 election. You can disagree, and I will respect that. I will be fine with that. I will get angry only if you don't think I made those decisions with my eyes focused on the right values, because that's just not true. I didn't make any of those decisions for political reasons or to help myself, God forbid, or any of those other things. And so I would hope the jurors will constantly travel to the future. And I think they're going to be anonymous, so no one will know who they were in the short term, but in the long run, tell your grandchildren, how did you conduct yourself on that jury? And on what basis did you make your decision? And if you imagine that conversation, it'll help you make the decision in a good way now.
Very good. Thank you. Senator, I don't want to bypass you. If you have any questions, feel free to jump in. If you don't, we'll move on to Tom. Oh, Senator, you're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Perfect.
Got it.
No, it's not. But no, I've enjoyed this so much that I want all the students to get a chance to ask their questions. And if you still have time at the end, I do have one, but I'd rather hear their questions. And I think these responses will be much of great benefit to them as they enter this course.
Very good. Thank you. Tom.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Mr. Comey, I wish you could see the chat and the Q&A. Lots of thanks from all the attendees for your presence and your honesty and willingness to share your thoughts. One person asked, do you ever think about political office? And then there's a modifier, would you please?
Yeah, the
Maybe
answer,
a quick answer, maybe not, but
yeah, the answer is no. I am so glad that good people go seek elective office. People, and this, this is not going to be false criticism of myself. I admire people willing to risk a piece of themselves to serve others in a way I'm not comfortable doing. To seek elective office, you have to be prepared to trade a piece of your integrity for a greater good. Because, and I don't mean in a fundamental way, but you have to be willing to make compromises. You have to be willing to look at crazy blue-haired old ladies who are telling you, aliens are living in their garage and say, oh, that's really interesting. I'll have someone look at that. That's an important issue. And I thank you for bringing it to my attention. And the higher the office you get to, the harder it is to cobble together a majority and the more compromises you have to make. And thank God good people pursue that, right? Abraham Lincoln got elected president in 1860. I don't know what the proportion is, but a large part of the people who voted for him thought he was going to abolish slavery. A large part of the people who voted for him thought he was just going to restrict its expansion. Well, both those things can't be true. He knew that people had different views of him and that some of them weren't true. And thank goodness he was willing to risk that part of himself in service of a greater good. So I admire, I think I'm skeptical of politicians in the main, but I know there are good people, and I think one of them is on this Zoom, who are willing to risk that and keep their eye on the core integrity in order to serve something greater than themselves. I'm just not comfortable doing it. I worry, I just worry too much about myself, and I'm just not comfortable doing that. And so that's a little bit selfish, but I know myself well enough to know I don't want to start down that path. And I'm also a bit of an introvert. I don't get energy from groups of people. I find it draining. I'll do it. I did it at FBI because it was important, but it's not something that comes to me naturally. And so, no, I will not seek higher office, elective office. I never wanted to, but there's plenty of ways to serve without doing that.
thank you. Allison.
Yeah, so one of the questions that we have from the audience specifically is, how do you feel about bias in media coverage? And I suspect, having been in the center of a lot of that, you probably have some strong opinions, but I would ask kind of even more broadly, what role can or should the media play in bringing truth to policymaking?
Well, I'll start with the second part first. I think the media has an essential role to play, and just the word media is difficult to define these days. But in the main, I think the media has had a golden age in the last 4 years. In the main, the media has not surrendered. There's a real risk that what happened to so many Americans would happen even to the media, that the lying would become so extraordinary, the disinformation, which is designed maybe not to convince, but just disorient all of us, to convince us that there isn't a truth that's knowable, right? Why else would Donald Trump lie in opposite directions at the same time? I think about during my dinner with him alone, he told me that his chief of staff had no idea we were having dinner together, and he told me his chief of staff knew we were having dinner together. For Donald Trump, it wasn't about trying to convince, it was disorient, overwhelm, so that you can't trust anything. And there's power once you destabilize somebody like that. There was a risk that the media would give up, and they didn't. Fact-checking grew, became an industry, became a huge part. We need a lot more of it, but it's grown now to the social media platforms. So I actually think we've seen in a lot of ways a golden age of media. Now, full stop. Media is human beings, and so they come at it with all the biases, the cognitive biases, and some explicit biases that all the rest of us have. And so a whole lot of it is wrong. A lot of things that are written about me are unfair or wrong. Okay, sure. But in the main, it's right. In the main, the depictions of me have been in the main fair. It wasn't until I read this book, the guy talked about Wikipedia. I actually went and looked at my Wikipedia page for the first time in 5 years. It's basically accurate. I mean, the stuff that if I were the editor, I would change, but somehow through a collision of people, I bet a whole lot of whom don't like me, they've arrived at something through that collision of thousands and thousands of people. It's something that's basically accurate. And so I'm optimistic about our ability to harness this power of so much access to each other to achieve something closer to truth, to maintain a ecosystem in which truth is the norm that we strive for, but never quite get to. But I think in the main, the media has done a good job. Pause. We do need to continue to grapple with, so what is the nature of the social media platforms, and how ought we to think of them differently now than we might have 5 years ago? This is a really serious question. I thought it was great and also terrifying that Twitter cut Donald Trump off. I thought it was great in that it was very much like the gas company shutting off the natural gas supply to a building that's on fire. Right? The national building was on fire. You had to stop the gas. But in the long run, wait a minute. A private company gets to decide who speaks in our public square, because Twitter, although it's privately owned, in many ways is the public square. It's the modern equivalent of the soapbox on which someone stood and read Alexander Hamilton's anonymously written attacks on Thomas Jefferson. Now that's owned, that public square, by a private company. How do we think about their policing speech in that environment? And we don't have an answer to these things yet. We have to grapple with them. But as I said at the beginning, I'm ultimately optimistic that we're going to end up in a place where we look back on this turbulent time as we grapple with new norms to navigate this incredible ability of disinformation to flow today. I'm optimistic we're going to get to a healthier place today, and 5 years from now, than we are today. But part of it's going to have to be figuring out that question. What do we think about privately owned public squares and how they're regulated?
Ryan?
Great. So here's a question from a student. This is really the mechanics of how agencies work together in DC. And the question is, how does federal policy react when there's significant cognitive dissonance, between or among various federal agencies? And the example the student gives is, the FDA has granted fast track approval for certain psychedelic drugs due to their great clinical value for patients with behavioral health issues. However, other parts may classify these as Schedule 1 drugs with certain criminal penalties attached to their use. How do agencies coordinate their decision-making in terms of setting policy?
Well, the way it's supposed to work is that to the extent there's a disagreement, it's escalated until the streams come together. And if you take FDA and DEA, for example, it's likely to be that's going to come together at the White House, that in a decision-making convocation of some kind involving the National Security Council or the National Economic Council, some place where those two meet together. And so the way it's supposed to work is that people in FDA or DEA or third parties who see the conflict escalate it, make noise about it. The media contributes to making noise about it. So it becomes a question that the people at the place where the points come together say, you know, we have a conflict here we need to resolve. Oftentimes, in my experience, it was conflicts at the State Department and the Justice Department or the Defense Department. We want to pursue a particular criminal objective, and the State Department saw that would have implications for national security or for diplomatic relations. And so we try to work it out between ourselves. Often we could, but if we couldn't, we'd ask mom and dad to resolve it, which is at the White House. That's the way it's supposed to work in a functional government. We have not had a functional government of that sort, and I don't mean that to be a wise ass comment. We have not had a literally functional government in that respect for 4 years. I'm optimistic that we do now.
Thanks. Scott?
Great, thank you. I know we are running short on time, and we certainly don't want to take advantage of your time here. And so I really appreciate you making the time for us. I do want to bring it back to Senator Durenberger, though, to pose his question.
Yeah. Number one, I love the presentation. I didn't know what to expect. And I got to tell you, it's not only changed my understanding of you, but it's changed my view of how serious the problems are in Washington, D.C. right now. You put your finger on and got it burned by one phase of that problem, which is the last 4 years and a president named Donald Trump. But it's much older than that. And it's been building up, and it's been driven by, unfortunately, by people from the party I used to belong to, I guess. I don't know whether I've been disowned or voluntarily quit. But the line I love that we got last was when you talk about institutional culture, and I'm asking a question about the institution of Congress, because we're teaching a course on health policy, and all the other speakers are going to be talking about, you know, how do you influence the Congress in some way, and how do you present your case? My question relates, or my observation and my question relates to what you said about being surrounded by caring people and being a person who cares yourself because you care a lot about others. And I love the response to gay rights and a lot of those sort of issues, because it's the same thing I experienced as a person. But I ran for the Senate and was elected in 1978. And I left in 1995. And the changes that have taken place between then and now are enormous. They're enormous. The current chairman of the Senate Finance Committee, who happens to be a Democrat, used to be the ranking member, and he, on behalf of himself and the Republican chairman of the Finance Committee at the time, this was a year or two ago in August, I remember, called me up one day to say, Chuck Grassley, and I, Ron Wyden, in the last 3 weeks have been trying to do something about prescription drug prices. And every time we think we've come to a consensus, Chuck gets the word that he can't do it, that sort of thing. And one of us says to the other, remember the days when we used to say, give it to Dave, meaning me. So he said, I had to call and tell you that. And what he meant was, He gave it to my subcommittee, and my subcommittee on Medicare, Medicaid, whatever it was, had leaders from the Democratic side like George Mitchell, Max Baucus, Jay Rockefeller. And what we cared about is getting something done. But beneath that or around that was we cared about each other. We got to know each other. We were personal friends. Our families came to Washington, D.C. with us. We bought homes in Virginia or wherever it was, whatever we could afford. Jay Rockefeller, of course, bought one in the city. But we cared, just the point you're making. We cared a lot. So we would, first we define the problem, because everybody has a different version of the problem until you listen to somebody else. You define the problem, then you go find answers in somebody's constituency, and you then come to a consensus. You make a recommendation, you give it to the full committee, they pass it on to the Senate passes it. If near unanimous, they send it to the House, and the Senate does it that way because the House is more liberal. So whether it's George Mitchell or it's Bob Dole, we operated that way. But underneath it all was exactly what you said about caring. That has been replaced by something else, and that is the influence of former members and staff and everybody else on the existing members. It's been replaced by, running for office for all the wrong reasons. It's been replaced by unlimited financing of elections. It's been replaced by, the influence of lobbyists coming out your ears, which is why Wyden calls me. So as we reflect on how do we get from here to there, do you think the election of Joe Biden is enough to make a difference? Or do you think that, or maybe I just better ask your impression of what I just said, because you've had a chance to live through a good share of it.
Yeah, thank you for that, Senator. I think my impression is that I agree with what you just said. It's hard to hate up close. And one of our problems in Washington among the leaders is that there's no closeness any longer. I think you probably know better than I, but I think one of the major issues is the legislative calendar, that the bodies of Congress meet Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, which gives everybody the ability not to live in Washington. And so they view it as a place they go and then head home. And so people don't know each other anymore. And that lack of connection, which I think sort of the energy behind that began when Newt Gingrich started attacking the nature of elected officials in general in Washington. But that lack of closeness makes it a very different environment. I used to contrast my experience with classified meetings with the Senate Intelligence Committee or with that are close to the media and open hearings as recently as 2016. In the classified setting, the senators tend to sit among each other and communicate with each other in a very different way than they do publicly. And I see kind of that's a microcosm of the experience you're talking about, that the culture of Congress is so different today than it was when you were serving in the Senate. And I don't know of an easy path back to that. I think changing the calendar might help, but in part it's reflecting the energy and the anger that we feel and that is fed in this country in different ways, that the legislators are reflecting what they're hearing from their base, from their donors, from their most aggressive supporters. But I also believe that America is just a series of pendulum swings, and so we will get back to a healthier place. So to end by answering your question, I think Joe Biden is an essential step in restoring, in helping the pendulum stop its move in one direction and begin to move in the other direction. And what comes next will obviously be very important to that, but it was an essential step.
Thanks.
Well, Mr. Comey, we thank you for your time again. I was only, by all of your answers, I was only slightly discouraged to hear that you won't run for office because acquiring the name Comey for America looks like a bad investment now. But nevertheless.
More will I be going to Hollywood, so you can I don't know what you had there, but you can throw that away as well.
Actually, I can't even take credit for that. My brother texted me and told me to tell you that. So, I just can't do that. So anyway, we are grateful for your time. It was it was an extraordinary, gosh, almost hour and a half, and so we appreciate you sharing of your time. We look forward to the invitation next year, and who knows, maybe there will be another book along the way, maybe not, but nevertheless, we are so grateful for your time, and thank you very, very much.
All right, thank you all. Thanks for what you do for other people. Really, really grateful. And hang in there. We'll see you on the other side. Maybe next year we'll meet in my basement.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Okay, see you all. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So
All
we
right,
are,
so we
got a break.
we have about, what is it? 37 minutes.
7 minutes to get some refreshments and some nourishment and be back here. We'll start again in respect for our speakers' very busy schedules. We'll start right on time. So looking forward to seeing you in about a half an hour.
And I just wanted to add one thing really quickly, Tom. We will have time in our sessions tomorrow to debrief from all of the speakers. So if there's anything that you want us to make sure we address tomorrow, you can shoot us a note or send us a message, but we will come back for the three wise men here at 1:30.
Great point. Thank you, Scott.
So we will start again now. Thank you very much. As you see on the screen, we call this session the Three Wise Men, and we are grateful for your participation in the program for many, many years. It is always one of the favorites. Our students enjoy hearing from you, hearing different perspectives. And I think one of the things that they appreciate is also not only that you can disagree, and in some cases disagree intently, but you do so, and at the end of the day, you're still really good friends. And so we're grateful for your time, and I just want to say thank you. To our students, we have three folks that have been inside of health policy for many, many years. Chris Jennings is the founder and the president of Jennings Policy Strategies. Chris is at the center of all kinds of health reform going on right now, and he's advised presidential campaigns over the years. It is a real treat to have Chris join us. He'll join Chip Kahn, who's the president and CEO of the Federation of American Hospitals. Like Chris, Chip has been involved in health policy for many, many years and has helped shape some of the major reform efforts over the years. And Tom Scully is also no stranger to the health policy arena. Served under the George H.W. Bush administration in the Office of Management and Budget, and in the George W. Bush administration as the CMS administrator. Today, he is a partner in a private equity firm in New York and a partner at a law firm that bears his name. So I want to say thank you all for your time and for sharing your time with us today. Chris, I thought we would just start with you for some opening comments about where you see policy going and where you see the Biden administration and the Democratic Congress, at least the Senate and the House, taking health reform, and then maybe Chris will, maybe Tom can then say what he thinks the Republicans will do, and Chip, of course, will be the moderate voice to tell us what will really happen.
Chip, the moderate voice? Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Well, Scott, thank you. We're always happy to do this. And I don't know if Senator Durenberger is on the phone or not, but are with us yet. But obviously, we want to pay homage to him. And he's the reason why we've been doing this for I don't know how many decades, so a long time. And it's good to be with you and all the folks at St. Thomas and all the things that that you do with your students and for your professionals is something we're very impressed with and happy to support in any way we can. I guess I'll just quickly jump in. I did have the honor and privilege of also advising the Biden team throughout the campaign and in the transition and in the so-called Sanders Biden task force and in other contexts as well in the platform. I think it's important to reflect back a little bit about where health care and health policy, what roles it played in President Biden becoming President Biden. First and foremost, beyond the issue that he was not Donald J. Trump, which is probably the very primary issue why he's president, healthcare was about as big an issue as anything. In the Democratic primary, it was obviously the biggest differentiators between the candidates. Most of the Democratic primary candidates were embracing versions of Medicare for all. At the time, Vice President Biden was focusing on building on and improving the Affordable Care Act through a whole host of different policies. And that was a major, major differentiator. And probably was one of the reasons why he won the primary. And then during the general, we saw healthcare raise its head again, of course, through the COVID pandemic. And it was another huge contraster between Trump and Biden about how he views health and healthcare, how he respects and applies science and facts, how he's deferential to the experts, how he works collaboratively with the states rather than having them in competition with one another. And I think we've seen some of that even in the first 50 days of his in office, the differences between the two administrations. All of which is to say healthcare is, and will continue to be huge within the Biden administration going forward. I wanted to talk a little bit about COVID because right now it is all about COVID, but the issue of the pandemic exposed so many other healthcare related issues, the integration between health and healthcare and how poorly we have done it in this country, the disparities in health and how people access it, how they're treated once they do access this, has been exposed in very, very unsettling ways. Something that the healthcare community has known about for decades and still has yet to address, much to our shame and dismay. The problems with the lack of local public health infrastructure, the lack of mental health integration, a whole series of workforce issues have been exposed, the nursing home institutional care and some of the vulnerabilities that they have are perhaps over-reliance on employer-sponsored care, and the lack of alternatives in crises like this has been exposed. So as a consequence, you've just seen, in fact, this week in the rescue plan, there have been a number of policy interventions that are designed to begin to address this, first mostly on the immunization and testing, but also unbeknownst to a lot of people who haven't seen the coverage of it, there's significant dollars infusions for extending COBRA subsidies for policy so they can keep their ESI coverage, significant new infusions of dollars for tax credit subsidies to lower premiums in the Affordable Care Act, a significant incentive for states to expand Medicaid, both directly on Medicaid, but also through infusion of state relief for them to take on all their issues. A focus on maternal mortality issues, a greater investment in mental health, and also an investment in public health workforce. All of these issues not only expand coverage, but they also help advance the cause of health equity. And if well executed and implemented, hopefully we'll see down payments in those areas, but they have to be sustained as we go forward. And I guess I'm going to stop, but to say that certainly the next set of legislative initiatives will be focused on infrastructure. This is sort of part and parcel of President Biden's so-called Build Back Better vision. And that will include a lot of traditional infrastructure issues, roads, bridges, climate change, other things, but other areas too, including like broadband related issues, and probably other things like workforce, alternatives to nursing home care, home and community-based alternatives. And whether it's in this vehicle or other vehicles, there'll be continued pressure to sustain the investments that they've made in making healthcare more affordable to a broad array of populations. So I think we're going to see that debate. The only thing that I should say is just to get in front of what inevitably Tom Scully will say, because he'll has a budget reference. I'm not sure what Chip will do as his moderator role, but we've just spent a significant amount of unoffset dollars, $1.9 trillion. There will be ongoing pressure for future investments to be offset, which means in parlance, either revenue enhancements or reforms to reduce and produce scorable cost savings in a range of programs, including healthcare. And that's probably as it should be, because we do need to start recognizing that if we're going to have big investments, we've got to start paying for it, or our debt and deficits is going to be just too high and too unsustainable, with potential impacts on our economy and on inflation. So with that, I will step back and turn it over to Tom to say what he wants to say, and then Chip can say what he wants to say, and then I can correct them both.
Given that last statement, I'm not sure we're going to disagree on a whole lot. So, but anyway, first of all, we tease each other like we've been friends for a long time. I can't imagine. Over 30 years, almost 40 in the case of, it's hard to count, pretty close to 40. And Senator Durenberger is a great friend of all of ours. We love him. It's great to see you there on the screen. You look fabulous, and we've been friends for a long time. And we tease each other a lot. It isn't totally accidental that Chris looks a little bit like Vladimir Lenin. Sometimes his views are similar. But we've been friends for a long time, and really the healthcare field, believe it or not, is a pretty friendly field, Republicans and Democrats. So you think if you watch Washington, things are just nasty and horrible. I just signed off on a letter supporting Chiquita Brooks-LaSure, who's going to be the next CMS administrator, with most of my colleagues, Democrat and Republican, and the people who have the job at CMS were HIC for the last 25 years, 30 years. We have dinner together a couple times a year. We're all good friends. We don't disagree on very much. I tease Chris, but our major difference is and Senator Durenberger knows I have a problem with deficits and deficit spending, and the federal government is basically Defense Department and CMS and Social Security. And there's a limit to what you can do with Social Security, and there's a limit to do with the Defense Department. And healthcare is an exploding part of the budget. And I love universal coverage. I don't like Medicare for all. I don't like the government doing too much. I don't have a huge problem with a lot of the concepts of Obamacare. I have a huge problem not paying for it. And I have a huge problem with $4 trillion deficits, which eventually I probably will be not around to see, but are going to blow up on us. And, the party we're having right now is not going to last forever. And it just concerns me to see massive expansions of everything without anybody worried about it. At some point, you got to raise taxes, cut defense, or cut Social Security. It's just a fact of life. And if you don't, you're going to have, you guys aren't old enough to remember when I graduated from college, the inflation rate was, the interest rate for mortgages was about 18.5%. Inflation rate was about 14%. And, people think that can't happen again. It can happen again. And it happens when people print money, which is kind of what we're doing. So I have to say that I actually have some of the things that Alex Azar is a good friend of mine, the former secretary of HHS. I admire many things they did in the last 4 years. I can't stand Donald Trump, and I voted for Joe Biden. So if people are wondering why Joe Biden won, it's because guys like me. I think Donald Trump's a disgrace. It was all along. I was hoping he would be better than he is or was. And it's not really based on policy. It's based on the fact that I just can't believe that our political system has to deal with people like that who are so, even before January 6th, which I told people 6 months ago. I don't know if Chip feels about this. I was telling friends last summer, if this guy loses a close election, he's not going to leave unless the Army drags him out of the Marines. And had it not been for what happened, that probably would have been happened. So he's a bad guy. I have a lot of friends in the administration that I admire. I think they, God bless them for doing the good work they did. But the reason Joe Biden won is, I don't agree with Joe Biden and everything, is that Joe Biden is a fundamentally decent human being and Donald Trump is fundamentally not. So it's just my 2 cents. If I didn't vote for him, I have a couple of brothers who are Trumpists. How could he possibly lose? Must have been cheating. I said, well, you only voted for him. There's probably 5% of people in the country like me that just weren't going to vote for the guy, no matter what, ever, period. So I'm worried about what's going to happen in the next 4 years. I do think Chiquita is a great person, a great choice. I don't know probably know her as well as Chris does, or maybe as well as Chip does, but I've watched her for years. She's very good. Secretary Becerra, I don't know well, but I know well he was in the House of Representatives 25 years ago, and he's a very good, reasonable guy. I was actually running the Federation back then. I was Chip Con before Chip Con, but I wasn't quite as good looking. But I dealt when I was the CEO of the Federation back in the 90s. And, he's a good guy. So I think the picks are good. I don't agree with a lot of the Democratic policies on expansion without paying for it. I'm a rabid believer in, market-driven healthcare, which I think, within reason, the Obamacare concept was. And as Senator Durenberger knows, I was a fan of the, somebody's really determined to get a hold of me. I was a fan of managed competition, the Entova and Elwood thing, which he was very involved in 30 years ago. Democrats, Republicans fight about, what to do. And the reality is the Federal Employee Health Benefits Plan for all, or Medicare Advantage in some forms for all. It's all about who you subsidize and how much. And the real issue is I just don't believe that you can subsidize the entire middle class. Somebody's got to pay for the stuff. So I'm a big fan of universal coverage and access to health care for low-income people who need health. I'm not a big fan on any program of collecting lots of revenue from the middle class and redistributing the same people inefficiently. So I was not a big opponent of Obamacare. As Chris knows, I was a big opponent of subsidizing as many people as they did and expanding Medicaid as fast and as far as they did. So to me, it's all about, it's the federal government and who do you want to subsidize how much for anything. So I basically worry about the Democrats not having any brake pads. But outside of that, I'm happier with Joe Biden and Chiquita than I would have been with continuation of the current squad. Let's just leave it at that. I don't know if Chip agrees with that, but I guess that's not me taking the Republican side. But, the nice thing about healthcare to say is, and we joke a lot, and I tease Chris a lot, but we've been friends for a long time. And the healthcare policy world outside of the politics is a remarkably friendly, respectful place. Chip?
Well, I'm not sure where to start. I'm not sure we're the three wise men as much as the three old men, because it was 35 years this year that I went to work for Dave Durenberger back in 1986, right before his 50th birthday, which I actually went to some of the birthday parties that were held in Minneapolis.
Tell me, I thought you were saying he was 15 years old back then.
Yeah, I guess so. This is the way I see it. I mean, to me, the Trump years were, as my compatriots, sort of dark in terms of health policy. In terms of coverage, there was an effort to subvert it, whether it was to repeal, or at least undermine ACA, whether it was to re-welfarize Medicaid and tie it to things like work, which it never was intended to be tied to. I could go on and on, whether it was faux transparency to try to blow up the way that hospitals and insurance companies do business, whether it was to sell rot gut health insurance so that people would feel like they're covered, but and Trump could argue that he's covering everybody with great insurance. It just was for me as a policy person, a relatively dark time. They might have tried some interesting things, or at least made an attempt on the drug side, but they couldn't get anything legislated, and I think they actually just threw different ideas threw things up against the wall on drug policy. So I see us having a new day in terms of health policy. Now, unfortunately, for all of us, what eventually caused Trump to stumble, caused the nation to stumble, and caused
the biggest health conflagration we've ever experienced, and that's in COVID. And I think the Biden administration rightfully is focusing like a laser beam on COVID. Hopefully, they can right the ship. The one good thing that Trump did do, obviously, was pour money in with Congress's help into the effort to come up with the vaccines. And I think all of us that have had the vaccine are experiencing a miracle, and hopefully everybody on the phone, on the call, will very soon have their vaccine, and we'll get beyond COVID. But it's a little bit hard to come to grips with exactly where we'll be health policy wise post COVID, because we're still in the midst of it. And COVID will have, I think, material effects on health policy. I'm not sure we can all predict what they'll be yet. Let me conclude with just sort of how I see the agenda going forward. Clearly, coverage is and making ACA all it can be is one of the primary agendas. And I think appropriately, the administration and the Congress is using the COVID bills as a way to, at least for a period of time, which Chris referred to, secure more people in coverage. I'm not sure where Tom draws the line in terms of who can afford coverage and who can't. My bias is on the side that we ought to have higher subsidies for people that are low income, and whether that edges into the middle class, it may have to, and it's appropriate because people need the coverage. Second, at some point, we'll get into health reform. Now, one man's health reform is another man's cutting, but I assume that in a reconciliation bill, another one, they'll at least for drugs, there will be change, and there will be reductions, assuming the legislation can pass the Congress. And then finally, and I don't think this is ferreted out yet, but because of all the things in healthcare that COVID exposed, I think equity in healthcare delivery and healthcare financing, will be an ongoing theme. And for this administration, will be a filter they will use when they assess policy. Now, how it will actually affect policy, I think it's too early to tell, but it clearly is going to be a filter. A lot more to say, but I'll cut off there and look forward to the discussion.
Very good. Thank you, Chip. So as you think about the next 2 years before the midterms, my question for each of you is, outside of COVID, which I know is a big caveat, but outside of COVID, what is the biggest health policy change or reform you'd like Congress and the White House to tackle?
Any order preference?
You're up, so why don't you take it, Chris?
All right. Well, I think if we're really serious about equity and disparity, and we see, millions of people living in poverty who happen to live in states that have not expanded Medicaid, I just think we can no longer tolerate sort of a hope that states will expand. I think we need to look at more explicit policy to cover those populations. And there are ways to contemplate doing that for sure. It just requires a more aggressive set of policies. And I think if you're going to say that you're going to make healthcare more affordable for people across the board, as Chip was just talking about, including in the middle class, you can't. I think the Biden administration was right to do what they did in the rescue package, but they're going to have to find a policy to extend that. You can't start ensuring a greater affordability and then have a cliff where they now have to pay hundreds of dollars more for the same premium. So that needs to be combined with, yes, some policies to pay for that. And I would do a combination of revenue and cost containment. And I would look at some pharmaceutical sides of this to address some of these costs. And the last big time we addressed the pharmaceutical cost issue was actually Tom and I back in 1991. That's like 30 years ago. So maybe every 30 years we do something meaningful on drug cost control. We did something on coverage, obviously in 2003, and Tom was very much involved with that on the MMA, but we really haven't done anything meaningful on cost containment. And I think we do need to do some of that. And I hope we have a few more questions about this issue, because I want to put that in context as well, because it certainly is not a radical idea to do that. So I'll stop with that.
So before the next election, if the economy holds up and you don't have, look, the Republicans spent like drunken sailors, so it's hard to go out and act like can be angry at Democrats for being fiscally responsible. The Republicans were totally fiscally irresponsible the last few years. So, look, everybody's looking ugly here. But if the economy doesn't crater, or you don't have a major crash in the markets between now and then, I think people are going to spend more. There'll probably be more access. I'm not sure that you'll be able to get a federal mandate to cover Medicaid expansion in those remaining 12 states that are left. It's possible, but I think it's going to be hard to do that politically. But I think, to me, I've always thought drug pricing was out of control. There is no system of drug pricing. Drug companies never liked me very much. So I'm just saying, I had my vaccines. I love the drug companies. I have RA. I take Emerald every week. I'm probably walking around because of drugs. So I don't have any problem. I think the drug reimbursement drugs that we have are wonderful, but the process for pricing them and the system is kind of a joke and badly needs reform. I think it is a source of revenue for some other things. The drug companies hate that, but nobody's really taken them on ever. And it's about time to look at these silly patent extensions like Emerald, like Humira, like all these things. You look on the TV and say Humira citrate free. What the hell is that? Humira is $1,800 a shot. It's coming off patent, so they changed it to citrate free and still bill $1,800 a shot. It's a joke. So there's no question that they should go after that. Whether they will be able to do it is another question. But drug pricing should definitely be reformed. I'm 100% for that. It was easy to do it, but a long time ago. We did do a little on, one of the most bogus things in 2003 was 95% of AUP on the outpatient side. We at least changed that to a still bogus, but slightly better as people of 6. And that was, people talk about the 2003 bill and how hard it was to get the Medicare drug benefit passed and how hard it was to get Medicare Advantage passed. The biggest fight by a factor of 10 was over oncology drugs. Members were killing each other over that. And they were literally in rooms screaming at each other for weeks. That's what held it up. So it's politically not easy, and I don't think it is easy, but I think it's long overdue to do something. And I say that as I think a moderately conservative person, but there is no structure. So I would definitely do that. But I'm really worried that what you may well have is a market crash in the next 12 to 18 months over deficit spending. And then we're going to be looking at cutting Medicare, cutting Medicaid. You're going to be in an ugly 1990, 1997. Chris lived through 1997 when Clinton had to do a big bipartisan package. I was the Medicare slasher. Chip was the Ways and Means. He was the staffer on the House Ways and Means Committee. I was the guy working for George Bush Sr. We had to do a major slash in 1990. It's not fun, but you know what? There is no other way to go. If the economy craters, they're going to have to get serious about deficits and revenue and spending. And if that doesn't happen, you'll probably have a love fest the next year spending more money. But usually you end up having a deficit package. And if I were a betting man, I'd say it's 50-50. You have a market crash and a serious correction in the next 18 months.
You're one of those shorters.
Yeah, I go, boy.
I just don't believe we can act like Argentina forever. It's the safest place in the world.
So you're telling me I can't retire till I'm 75 now.
Yeah.
I would be heavy into bonds. I'm sure you are heavy into bonds. Look, I just took a company public.
No, I'm in stocks. I'm not in bonds.
I took a company last week that public for an insane multiple, wonderful company, a PACE program that I love. But is the public multiple 5 times what it should be? It's way more reasonable than most other healthcare companies, but the market is completely irrational right now.
Well, on that note, I think if we just, all I can do, I can't really see beyond the next, 6 months. But as I was sort of beginning to say, I think in the next 6 months, what's most likely to be considered in the Congress, I think, if there is some kind of big infrastructure bill, is some kind of drug cost, and you're going to get a real different view from the Senate and the House as to what it will look like. HR 3 was a bill that the House had, I guess last year, the year before, and they'll start there, which is sort of a regulatory bill based on international prices and at least pseudo negotiation. And the Senate bill was more of a bill that sort of set limits on increases. I don't know. I think there's going to be a real look at that, and then you're going to hear a lot of strum and drum about, if we get into healthcare costs, from many corners, about hospitals and consolidation, and that's the reason that we need things like the public option or the buy-in, basically to just start paying more Medicare, which is sort of an arbitrary way of just setting more prices. And I think there'll be a lot of discussion about that. But I don't know if there's I think from a consensus standpoint, to make really hard choices, you've got to get into the situation that Tom described, which is a sense that we have to cut. And I just don't know whether within the next 12 months we're going to be there in terms of anything, even drug prices. If you look at the last, what's happened over the last few months, what was the reaction to the healthcare system? We got to save it at any cost. And last year, they did $178 billion worth of funding to try to keep all the providers above water. And then the providers borrowed from Medicare another $107 billion. So it was like almost $300 billion in extra spending last year. And I guess part of that will be paid back, but part of it won't be. And we'll have to wait and see how that all plays out. That's just a small part of the trillions, though, that we piled into the economy. And I sort of share Tom's concern, although let me say this: I've been doing this stuff for 40 years, and the Part A trust fund of Medicare was going to go belly up so many times over that last 40 years. One, it never did, although I guess we're getting closer to it now, although we've been close to it before, back in the early late 80s. And we've muddled through. So I don't see a conflagration like Tom. I guess I see us muddling through.
Yeah, I'm not worried about the trust funds. I think trust funds are kind of a bogus, accounting, bookkeeping thing. There's no money in the trust funds, just to transfer the general funds. I do worry about $4 trillion deficits, and and printing money to support them. That's if any other country in the world becomes a more attractive place to invest, we're going to be toast very quickly, and that's likely to happen. We're the most stable place in the world right now. That's not going to last forever. It never does. So anyway, sorry, Chris, you have jumping up.
I'm ready for any other questions, Scott, or
I think Tom's up next.
Oh, Tom.
Thanks, Scott. Yeah, it's interesting to hear you all again. Thank you for spending time with us. You've touched on drug prices. We had a discussion earlier this morning with a panelist about drug prices and the potential halo effect that drug companies might enjoy because of coming to the rescue with COVID vaccines, and wondering how your perspectives are on that. will there be a halo? And if so, how long will it last before they get, use your analogy, target on their back again? Is there a halo effect? And if so, how long will it last?
I don't think halos last very long. I mean, just in terms of the discussions I've had lately with members of Congress and others about hospitals, so we had a halo a month ago, 3 weeks ago. It's gone. So I don't know. I don't think it's going to last that long for the drug companies. And everybody,
Right.
and before you know, everybody's going to say they got such a sweet deal out of it. I mean,
Yeah.
the guy from Pfizer said, he didn't take the government money so he could charge whatever he wanted, and he was willing to, give away the vaccines in Uganda, but he's not going to do it here. I mean, so I don't think there's going to be a lot of sympathy. Regardless of all the great stuff they did.
Yeah. I
They're
mean,
gonna
I
get
think
paid
people
for it.
are very appreciative of the vaccines and all the rest, and pharma will use that as much as they possibly can. But when your biggest out-of-pocket expenditure continues to be your drug copay, that people get over that. And in fact, if you look at even today, polling amongst Republicans, Democrats, and independents on this issue, it's just off the charts. People are continue to be very, very angry about this, which is one of the reasons why Donald Trump was ahead of this policy. I mean, we can talk about whether he executed it very well, but he got it, that the public writ large wanted to see something. The other thing I just wanted to say about this is, we don't pay hospitals or doctors or home health agencies or nursing homes whatever prices they want to charge. I mean, Chip would like that, but we don't do that. But with drugs, we do. So actually, if you think about drugs, it's kind of an outlier relative to the entire Medicare program. And if you also think of cost, and this is really important part from a perspective of the benefits of cost containment. If you lower costs, you're not just lowering the prices, you're lowering premiums, you're lowering cost sharing, you're achieving savings that you can reinvest in more efficient investment for coverage expansions and other policies that you care about. There are huge benefits to actually managing our healthcare spend more efficiently. And clearly we need to do a better job on that front, at least in my view. And I don't think Tom disagrees.
No, I totally disagree. The issue is, it's nobody's fault. We got to where we are. We're, whatever, post World War II, bits and pieces of different policy that doesn't hang together. It needs to be reformed, but it's really, really hard to do, as Senator Durenberger knows, because he tried for a long time. We've all tried for a long time. So fixing it is it's become a disaster over 60 years, and fixing it's going to take a strategy of 25 to 30 years gradually, because this is the biggest business, whether it's hospitals or HMOs or whatever, the biggest industry in every town in America, and certainly every small town in Minnesota, is healthcare. So changing it rapidly is not going to happen. It's going to happen slowly. It's going to happen gradually. But the policy's a mess, and I don't think it's anybody's fault. But fixing it quickly is not going to happen. The drug industry's going to get a halo, I think, through probably this year because of COVID, because nobody's going to want to go after them right off the bat. But I think that the well of irritation with them is pretty deep, going on for a long time. And I think that they're definitely going to be a target at the first possible time, especially on the Democratic side, have the opportunity to go after them. And I think, look, Steve Hubel, who's a friend of all of ours, used to be my deputy at the Federation. I love the guy who runs pharma. He's one of my favorite human beings. He's a Minnesotan. But the drug companies have been out of control for a long time, and it's not their fault either. They follow the incentives that get set up, and over the years, the patent laws were loosened, and the Orphan Drug Act, which Senator Durenberger was involved in, I was involved, was created and abused, and there's been a lot of bad incentives, and they follow them, and so it's going to be hard to change them, but they have to be changed because things are really, I think, pricing-wise out of control, and it's an obvious place to go to try to save money and create better incentives right off the bat. And I think it's been on the top of the Democratic agenda for a long time, and I'm guessing it's not going to go away quickly. So I think the halo will probably last through this year and then quickly go away.
Great, thank you. As is usually the case, the time we have together seems to go by really quickly. It looks like we have about 4 minutes left. Senator, do you have questions or comments you'd like to get in?
Yeah, just the reactions of each of them, because they lived through this period of time of whatever happened to systemic change. in healthcare. And the realities of healthcare reform as such. The only thing I've heard is prescription drugs, and at least in this conversation today, and that one we can't think about because all those COVID drugs are involved. So, but it's been a long time since I've seen anything that looked like systemic change in healthcare. I just read one of the reports from one of these reliable Minnesotans who does states nationwide, who says that in Texas, both the insurance companies and the hospitals made a lot more money last year than they did in the previous year. And somehow or other, I scratch my head and say, how is that possible? You know, except if you have a system that's going to pay everybody for anything they do, regardless. So I've exaggerated the question, but I think all three of you know what kind of like what I'm talking about. Is it a matter of the people that we elect? Is it the influence of the industry on never changing, never even thinking about changing the healthcare system? I can't even tell you, for example, what would have happened if Mitch McConnell had not sworn to make what's his name, our Obama, a one-term president, when it seemed that everything June or July of that his first year, whatever the effort was in the finance committee and other places to get the more serious reform just sort of collapsed. So where's real reform, health reform?
Yeah, so it's going to be hard. I mean, the reality is there's, it's really, really, really hard in the best of times with really educated, smart members of Congress, and not to suck up too much to Dave Durenberger, but there are no more Bob Kerrys. There's no middle left anymore.
Yeah.
So you have Rob Portman retiring, which I think is really sad. The number of, when I was back in the White House chasing you around in 1992, 1993, there were probably 20 senators, probably half and half, moderate Democrats and Republicans, that really understood healthcare, liked each other, and were trying to find a middle ground. And now it may be 3 or 4 at the best, if you're lucky. Probably not even that many. And similar in the House, I think the right's moved further right, the left's moved further left. Healthcare has gotten way more politicized, and it's just really, 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 really hard to get anything done. So I'm pretty pessimistic, and it's unfortunate that outside of some major fiscal disaster, which eventually seems to me to be inevitable, that people are going to have to be forced to get together and do something, because I just think it's really hard. And it was always really hard because of local politics, even when you had a middle ground, which you don't really have anymore.
I think there's also no silver bullet. I think that there, I mean, there, and I've the whole debate about regulation versus competition, which obviously took place, back in the late 70s, between Alan Enthoven and Karen Davis. In some ways, we still live through that same debate. And to me, it's meaningless, because out of it, other than DRGs and a few other things, we really haven't produced, in my view, substantive reforms that you could apply, assuming you could get a political consensus for it, and feel confident that you were going to have good health care and pay a decent price and not have dissatisfied customers. I mean, we don't have it. And I think that's part of it. I mean, I think we have this illusion that we can go to value-based purchasing. Well, that assumes that there's some big system out there. And I can tell you, when we look at the legislation that was done in the value-based purchasing area and others, I mean, if anything, it's a Band-Aid put over, and frankly, it has not only mixed results, but I don't know if it accomplishes what it's supposed to. So I think part of it is a lack of new ideas. I think we're trapped in a bunch of ideas that have been around forever, and people fight over it. But I agree, we don't have a political situation that even if you had good ideas, you'd know what to do. And I think price controls are a wrong way to go. But I'm part of that big debate that's never ended.
Well, Senator, you can answer your question in so many different ways. I mean, you could argue that in the absence of federal major systemic reform, the private sector is trying to do what they can do on kind of corners and local markets, et cetera, and they're finding some interesting models. And you could say that there's sort of general movement towards a recognition that we have to do better in integration of public health to health policy, to traditional healthcare. You can kind of feel that movement now more so than we've seen it for a while, and also integration of primary care and mental health. I think I don't think these are just hot issues today. I think they're sustainable focal points of discussion. The equity disparity issues, the use of technology on telemedicine, and may actually change a little bit how we deliver healthcare over time more efficiently. I don't think it's a zero-sum game. I just think it's kind of around the edges. So I kind of agree with Chip, but I think it's inaccurate to say that there isn't innovations going around there. Lastly, I'd say that the very people who have advocated for, much more aggressive, value-based health reform, whatever that is, or whatever Mark McClellan says it is the next day, don't really push it very aggressively, frankly. The systems, everyone says that they're all ready to do it, just tell us to do it, and then no one gives the political cover for Congress to do it.
Yeah.
So, I guess I believe that we'll get there eventually, mostly because we'll have to, and it will probably be budget driven. And that's when, the truth is, when you do get real health reforms that are hard, it's when you have to. It's not when you want to. It's not when, Tom, Chip, you and me are talking. It's when there is a change that's necessary to ensure greater efficiency and better ROI in healthcare. And I have a feeling that within a couple of years, we're going to have a lot of those pressures headed our way. And I'm not sure whether Chip will retire by then or not, but if Tom's right, he'll probably still be working.
He will probably be working. He'll still be working. The one thing I think we can all agree on in 40 years of doing this is almost everything bad that's happened is Len Nichols' fault.
Why is he up next?
Yeah, it's on his face.
He could be the fourth old man.
Yeah. But he's cooler. He speaks Southern.
That's
just like Chip doesn't really speak.
No, but I'm from the South.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
The South stayed with him. I lost it.
Yeah.
Well, I will observe, pursuant to your last conversation, I got my first vaccine today from the Pfizer variety. So for me, their halo is going to last at least 2 weeks. There's no question about that.
You got another one.
Okay.
So we've run through our time, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for your participation and your fidelity to the program, and for sharing of your time and your wisdom. We appreciate it very much, and we're grateful. So thank you very much.
We'll see you.
Thanks.
See you, Senator.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Well, good golly, Len, with an introduction like that, I'm, blaming you for everything. I'm not sure that was the right way to introduce you, but we are just a little bit ahead of schedule with respect to your appearance. So I want to be sensitive to both your time and as well the students that may need to go refresh their bottle of water. So would you mind if we just took a short break and came back?
No problem.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll come back no later than 2:30.
9 minutes. Thank you.
How you doing, Dave?
Well, headed home to Minnesota on Sunday. Yeah, while we were sitting out here in California, Susie decided that the home we have in St. Paul is much too large for us. So we spent some money buying a condo nearby, and We got a closing in the middle of April. We've had a lot of people looking at our house at no offer so far, the one we're trying to sell. So I have my hands full starting Monday morning, just cleaning up all my junk. So if you'd like some old campaign posters, you'd like some pictures that I took in 80 different countries in Africa of friends names I can't remember, and I'll be my guest. Oh,
Well, that sounds like a great project for a St. Thomas class that they should go. And I mean, really, Dave, just hanging around with all the stuff you uncover, they learn a lot about the world.
Yeah. Just don't take offense at some of the things that I wrote and all that sort of stuff. But anyway, it's that's where we're headed out of here. Beautiful sunshiny day, and but the temperature's been great in Minnesota, so that's not a problem.
Excellent.
Back there for a change, and
very good.
We're looking forward to the change. And I had my right hip replaced. I think I told you that, didn't I?
I heard a rumor to that effect. Yes.
Yeah. So I'm still exercising twice a day and going on walks with Susie. I'm using hiker sticks, right? Because my largest problem, you ask, is, and I keep it simple, is balance. I think I got everything else solved, but the balance problem, and so that's where my focus has been on getting balance back. So
very good.
Yeah.
Very good.
Do you have any more specific questions? Those are the biggies.
Well, you got to be feeling a little optimistic. We got a better president.
Oh, yeah.
And we successfully defended the Capitol, although it took a while, I guess you could say. And it does seem like they're starting to track down some of the leaders of the bad guys. So it's got to be a little bit better feel where our country's headed, right?
Yeah, it's substantially better than it was, and the difficulty for somebody who served at a time when everybody was kind of dedicated to making government even more effective than it had been, like that what we just talked about with those three experts, old-time experts, is I don't see it on the horizon. I mean, in the near term, and I don't know what'll happen next year if I get invited to this. They still teach health policy next year at St. Thomas in that program. I'm not sure, but there's nothing really optimistic as one looks at how do we do real serious systemic change in medical care delivery. The substantive difference is the stuff you're involved in on like the social determinants of health and rallying people around the recognition that there's a huge opportunity here for a healthier nation. But it's pretty hard to put dollars around that other than on the expenditure side. But at least somebody's doing that, and it seems to be, and you know this better than I, because it makes sense. It seems to be attractive.
It's an option. Yeah, you can always go with logic. It's a choice. So what do you think about, I mean, I never thought I'd be asking this question in a serious way, but what do you think about the possibility of suspending the filibuster in order to do some big structural things? Is that possible?
Yeah. Yes. I remember being in Washington about the time that Harry Reid was screwing up the whole system, and the Republicans were mad and pledged to get even and all the rest of that sort of thing. That time, one of his assistants was the son of Bruce Gentleson, who was a staffer of mine in foreign policy, original when I got.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and he's now down at Duke, and he runs the. He has run a political science. But anyway, his son Adam worked for Jerry Reed, and Adam's book is the answer to the, not to the politics of it as much as it is to the, here's the problem defined. And for anybody who is really serious about changing the Senate for it to be more effective, they're going to have read that book. The only, I know Tina Smith is reading it, which is encouraging, one of my senators from Minnesota. But I don't know how many other people are sensitive to it. It just sounds like, when you hear a little bit about what's going on there, that from a Joe Manchin, that there's potential. So,
well, I saw a scorecard today tweeted out by one of those people who follow Scott on Twitter, and basically it had like all the senators on the Democratic side, and those that had committed yes, and those that have said maybe in the last 2 weeks. And the committed yes is 10, maybe in the last 2 weeks is 20.
Oh.
And they didn't even count Manchin, because I agree with you. I think Manchin left the door just a little bit open.
Mm-hmm.
And so anyway, to your question of structural change, the only way we're going to get it is if we suspend the filibuster, and then you let Manchin and maybe Michael Bennett and a couple of other guys on the right of the Democratic Party, they become the break that you would play if we had moderate Republicans in the Senate and we were actually playing a realistic game. And yeah. I think Bennett and Manchin are up to it.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, I just wanted to see what you thought. So I feel better now that you've got the door open and you told me a book to read. So I have my assignment.
Yeah, very good. Very good. Thanks for doing this today. This is.
Oh, hey, my pleasure. My pleasure.
I have no idea how the students are reacting to this. I don't know whether the professors up there on that road know either. But
that's the downside of Zoom, but they'll tell you later. So that's okay. They're not shy.
Later, and they've been telling us throughout the day that it's been a great day.
Yeah, we would encourage them to continue with their questions through the Q&A box. Len is a good answer to most of our questions.
Yes, and so with that, let me introduce Dr. Len Nichols. Len has been just a fantastic friend of this program for a long time, and he's become a trusted friend and colleague to a lot of folks. Len currently serves as a non-resident fellow with the Urban Institute, and he just retired from George Mason University as a professor of health policy. He's served in the President Bill Clinton administration in the Office of Management and Budget, and has held other positions in health policy for many years. Don't let his I'm just a country economist fool you. He is incredibly talented and incredibly insightful, and I am really looking forward to hearing from Len today. So with that, Len, thank you very much. Are you able to share your screen?
It says the host has disabled that, so I will look to my good friend Sandy and expect incredible things to happen in the next 45 seconds. But if they don't, I can tell a few jokes while we wait. But first of all, it is a pleasure to be here and an honor to be associated with anything that has Dave Durenberger's name and presence in. I'm sure you've heard throughout the day, and I'll just add to the list of encomiums that Dave came to represent what America should be to those of us like Tom and Chris and at the end of the day, Chip, running around Capitol Hill trying to fashion compromise back in the day when it was possible, and was largely possible around these weighty matters of health policy because of the leadership and hard work and tremendous patience of Senator Durenberger. And so it's always a pleasure to be associated with any of this. And the St. Thomas faculty to whom he's handed the baton is quite capable, and they know way more than they ever act. They always get us to tell these stories, but I'm sure at this point they could tell them even better than we do. But we're always thrilled to have a chance. So do we have screen sharing? Look at
You
there. I
should.
knew Sandy could work this out. It would take about 4 seconds. All right. Thank you very much. So I know you've just been through this phenomenal tour de force of what's really going on and what's possible and so forth on Capitol Hill and where health policy is going. But I thought I would try to take a little step back and maybe a little bit bigger picture. And, you know, I think in all the introductions, we might not have mentioned, I actually did grow up in Arkansas. And so unlike all of you, I didn't learn everything I needed to know in kindergarten. We didn't have kindergarten. It took me till 7th grade. So you may remember that poem, which is roughly when you read it usually, 2 roads diverged in the yellow wood. And that seems to me to be a pretty useful metaphor for where we are as a country and in relation to health policy choices. So I'll just say that's kind of what I want to talk about. And I think the implications of the choices can be spelled out here. And these are kind of like a highlight line of what I'm going to talk about today. But you can't really get very far down this road of choice before you get to the fundamental choice, which is, are we going to think about health policy for all or health policy for some? And that seems to me to be a really clear dividing line between the parties and the policy perspectives on this matter. And to me, it underlies every choice down any path you want to go down. And we'll talk a little bit about coverage, of course, and you can't talk about healthcare without cost, access, and quality. And I think more and more people now are adding the equity dimension to the old triumvirate because it's extremely important. We've learned through the pandemic and from all the things that Black Lives Matter taught us. And what that has done, in my view anyway, and I'll spend a bit of time on this at the end, it has highlighted the centrality, not the curiosity, but the centrality of social determinants of health and structural racism. And therefore that speaks to me about what real big choices we face, again, in health policy and as a country. And that's what I want to talk about. Now, I'll start by laying out my assessment of the situation. I think it's fair to say, and you heard some of that in a Chris Tom and Chip show, you know, Democrats think taxes should be raised and prices probably going to have to be controlled to some degree in order to make healthcare accessible to all Americans. And key word here is Democrats think all this should be done. And Republicans, I'll say, that are elected today in the Congress and in many of the state houses around the country think the federal government shouldn't be in this business of guaranteeing access to healthcare. And that is a fundamental 2-road divergence in worldview, and that undergirds everything else. So I will start here with what I consider to be the single biggest problem once you figure out where the players are coming from. And it is simply the case that we have managed to create a healthcare system that is incredibly expensive. 1996, a family premium took about 7.4% of family income. And I'm including here the total premium because I'm an economist and I believe that what an employer pays actually comes out of workers' wages. And so I count the employer payment as part of de facto income and I count the full premium in the cost. So that's how these numbers are arrived at. And in 1996, when we thought it was high, it was 7.4% of the median family income. And in 2016, which for whatever reasons, the most recent HRQ data I could get, it's tripled. And of course, it's higher today and it keeps going up. And so what that fundamentally means is that we built a healthcare system that costs more than roughly half our population can actually afford. And I will just point out, because not enough people, I'm sure all you guys in this class know it, but not enough people in life know it. We subsidize everyone's health insurance and care, except for a very small slice. And those are the very high income people who, for whatever reason, are buying in the non-group market. Everybody else, especially all of us who have jobs, are subsidized essentially proportional to our tax rate through the tax incentives through the employer exclusion. It excludes not only from your income tax, but also your Social Security tax. And so That's a big deal. It's probably the second biggest tax expenditure in our country. And it means, in effect, we're subsidizing Bill Gates and Warren Buffett at a higher rate than we're subsidizing their secretaries. And so at the end of the day, that's a reality. And it's what makes it possible for a lot of people to have coverage. Still half our population has employer-sponsored coverage. But my point is, the cost of health insurance, the actual cost, is greater than an awful lot of people know and greater than half our population could afford to pay. So given that fact, and given that obviously the biggest problems with the ACA marketplace plans was the size of deductibles and the premiums for the unsubsidized, we have two choices. Again, Yellowwood diverged. We can subsidize more people and use government power to lower prices, or we can decide to let markets work their magic and accept the result. And I think a fair consensus is that the result of that will be reduced coverage and access only for those who can buy it on their own. And again, you see mirrored in this choice, the yellow road diverged I described earlier. So what are the solutions? Well, we could rely on market forces. And as an economist, I'm not opposed to market forces. In fact, I think they're pretty powerful. But the problem is we've allowed our health service markets to get away from being actually competitive. And Dave's been trying to fix this a long time. A lot of us have. And Tom Scully just said it about drug markets. But it's also true in many hospital markets. It's true in a few insurance markets, but it's mostly on the provider side. And given that market power, it becomes really hard to rely on market forces to align incentives toward reducing costs. And that's why you end up with the other big choice, using some form, and there are many different forms, many different flavors of this, but some form of governmental countervailing power. And of course, the full speed version, you might say, is Medicare for all, right? Medicare for all is essentially I'd say an assertion that government should dictate what the prices are. In effect, it would turn every provider in the United States into an employee of the government, and it would effectively then nationalize a huge sector of our economy. And that is therefore an extreme solution, but it is one, I will say, much closer to being a reality than has been the case in my entire lifetime. And I don't think it's going to get a majority vote tomorrow, but I do know that a large number of people are willing to consider that proposition out of frustration over the failure of market-based reform and I will say the tinkering around the edges that have been done since the ACA passed. You've heard the sages who know Capitol Hill better than I do talk about the prospects for some kind of drug price intervention, probably not this year, given the halo effect, which is real, but it will go away, as they have said. So I do think you're going to see some kind of Medicare negotiation for drugs continually resurface and take some form. Public option would be, to me, a step beyond drugs into actually trying to make a number of provider prices be more under the control of the government. And in my view, you could imagine a world in which the public option became a wedge through which you could drive all payer rate setting. And I'll just say an awful lot of smart people who argued for all payer rate setting back in the 70s, I'm sure Dave was quite cognizant of the hope that we had then when 5 or 6 states were going to try it. We were going to see what happened. All but Maryland abandoned it for various reasons. But Maryland stuck with it. And I'll just say, you could imagine a public option that would lead you to a way to implement all payer rate setting that would be a much stronger escalation of government countervailing market power to deal with the market power that the local providers have. You're going to see, no matter what, there'll be the usual kind of experiments around accelerating the transition from volume-based to value-based payment. But as Chip and maybe Tom said, as good as these ideas are, they have not achieved a great deal of success. And so there's not a lot of optimism that that pathway will lead us to where we need to be. And that's the final point I want to make. We've never really had the political will to get serious about cost containment in the past. And I don't know that we have that will now. But I think it's fair to say that we're going to be closer to getting it. If you look at the ACA as it was passed, the ACA had two provisions in there that did manifest political will. One was the so-called Cadillac tax, which would have put a penalty on employer plans that are very generous. And that was a way to phase in using incentives to drive insurance products to cheaper prices and everything else. And the other provision that was in the law as passed was the Independent Payment Advisory Board, which would have empowered a panel of eggheads, basically, experts, to construct payment reforms that would save money. And Congress could overrule them, but Congress would have to do it within 60 days. And Dave can tell you that ain't happening. So it was a way of giving power to experts to reduce costs. And of course, those two provisions were the first things repealed as soon as possible. So they didn't really have a political consensus to get serious about costs. But I will point out to you that we've now had 11 years of the ACA. We've now had roughly 7 years of the coverage expansion. And what was just in this relief plan that the President Biden signed yesterday is going to be another major expansion of subsidies and so forth. And given the tax cut and the other spending, there's going to be pressure. It's going to come. Tom Scully's right. It will come. I'm not sure it will come from Wall Street, but it will come to get serious about the deficit. And I think, therefore, there will be another round of serious conversations about cost containment, and that will put in play all of these options we just discussed. Now, quality is always going to be important. You people in this class know more about it than I do, probably. So I'll just say, let's focus on what we seem simple and have tried to do. And so I focus on blood pressure control. And this comes from HRQ's report every year, quality and disparities. And the blue line is the fraction of the population that we believe actually has hypertension. And so that's roughly been about constant at 29% for the last 15, 16 years. The green line is of those who have hypertension, what fraction are controlled? And what you can see there is that we were making progress. In fact, almost amazingly linear progress from roughly 2000 to roughly 2010. But we have not maintained that progress. And in fact, we're kind of plateauing now in the high 40s, maybe low 50s by now. But my point is, we haven't really gotten worse as a population in terms of being hypertensive, but we haven't really gotten very much better at controlling it. And that's kind of the, I'd say, story in 27 verses of our quality improvement. Pretty good, not bad, but not good enough. And of course, if you look deeper into the statistics of these kinds of metrics, you will find what you probably already know, and that is there are racial and ethnic disparities. Blacks have a much higher hypertensive rate than other races. And interestingly, about the same, white people a little bit more actually in cholesterol issues. But of course, Blacks and Mexican Americans in particular among Hispanics have a much higher diabetes proclivity. And here's the requisite bow to my better half. Women are smarter than men about paying attention to what their health providers tell them. And so you see women are controlled at roughly 5 to 10 points better than men in every race and ethnicity. So it's that we're not unique in nature, but it is true, of course, the racial disparities hold even when you break it down by race. So the point of this is to say, of course, we're nowhere near where we ought to be. Hypertension is one of the best understood and most easily controlled chronic conditions we have. And yet, even after all this, we're basically batting 50% at control. And as you can see, there's significant disparities across racial groups. Now, in terms of the pandemic, obviously, we've all lived through this, so I'm not going to tell you anything here, but the choices could not have been more two roads diverge in a yellow wood. You had one guy who didn't want to talk about the pandemic very much because he was afraid it would destroy his economy, and he knew the economy was a key to his reelection. And so we got what we got. And Biden, of course, decided to let science guide him, and by a not huge but large enough margin, the country agreed with him. And so here we go. What I want to show you are some implications of these pandemic choices. And what's true is that what's incredible is the data that we now have to assess impact and progress and so forth. And if you haven't been there yet, I highly recommend ourworldindata.org. It'll tell you everything you could ever want to know about everything. But what I did here was pull a few countries: France, US, Germany, South Korea, and India. And on the left-hand side is the case fatality rate. That means if you have COVID, what's the probability you survive it, okay, or die? And so what that shows is, by the way, the United States and South Korea are pretty good at keeping people alive. And by the way, India is the best. Germany and France, not quite as good as the United States. So our healthcare system actually, given all the stuff, performed extremely well. And of course, they learned really fast, and it was horrific in lots of places. But your hats have to go off to how well they perform. And the point is, given that our health system, even with all its troubles, performed as well as it did, look at our deaths per 100,000. Now, how could that be? How could we be way higher than South Korea and India, but way higher than Germany and even higher than France, France is at least as open as we are. So what's up with that? And what's up with that, of course, is that we had way more cases per capita. And that came back to those politicians, and it wasn't just Trump, but those politicians in our country who essentially denied the reality of the science. And that led to the spread as bad as it is. And so these are consequences to taking a choice down a yellow road. This is a little graphic that conveys that it was not inevitable that in order to prevent death, you had to kill your economy. Look at the UK's performance. They had the worst economic performance of all these countries, and right up there with us in terms of death rate. We managed to only lose about 10% of our economy, and this is from the second quarter of 20 when the hit was the greatest. But notice Germany, Japan, Poland, Indonesia, a whole bunch of countries did a whole lot better than us on the death rate with the same or less of an economic hit. So what it says is, of course, is that our leaders lied to us, or our President Trump lied to us about how it was a zero-sum trade-off. It was not, it never was. But by treating it so, we both mishandled the pandemic and screwed up our economy worse than we needed to. Now, the big thing, though, I think it's fair to say, and one of the reasons I framed this talk is two roads diverge in yellow wood. A big thing we learned about the pandemic is the stark inequalities that were revealed. Of course, scholars and other practitioners and advocates, and some of you, no doubt, who work in the real system, the real world, you were aware of the inequities, and I certainly was, as others have said. I've been working on social determinants of health now for the last 4 years of my career, and now I do nothing but that. So I was aware of it, but I was not aware of the stark nature of it, of how widespread it was, and of the consequences of something like a pandemic to heighten these awful disparities. And of course, you know all this, the probability of getting COVID was higher for folks who had essential jobs being people who basically enabled me to eat while I got paid full payment for working from home. People who do things we couldn't do without, so they had to go to work, and yet we did not protect them. Many of those same people who do those essential jobs live in higher density living situations than we do. And so, of course, they had a higher risk of contracting it in both at home and at work. Second, the people who were more likely to die, of course, were people who were older and people who had underlying health conditions, which are sometimes correlated, but not always. And those underlying health conditions, of course, are a function of your socioeconomic status and the so-called social determinants of health, those things above the healthcare system, what we call upstream, where housing, food, transportation, social network, the conditions that underlie our health status those things all relate to. So what we saw was, of course, the death rates are what they are, and I'll show you a graphic in a moment. But the thing that really drove the inequality home was the fact that a lot of these essential workers who are at highest risk, both at work and at home, often don't make a living wage. And so I think way more people are aware of that today than were the case before. I'll just give you one set of graphics on differential death rates. On the left-hand side, this is from Kaiser, you've got the percentage of the population that is Black. And so it goes from 1.6% in Utah, Colorado, California, all the way to 27 to 45% in the old Deep South, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia. It's also, by the way, Maryland and DC. And on the right-hand side is the Black percentage of COVID deaths, so the percent of people who died who were Black. And what I do there in the little numbers at the bottom is to show you for specific states. So Louisiana, 32% of their population is Black, 39% of their COVID deaths were Black. South Carolina, 26 population, 32 deaths. And so it was worse there, but look at the disparity in New York, 14% of the population, 23% of the deaths. So the proportion of deaths in New York is even worse than in the Deep South. And look at DC, 30% swing in population versus death. That is the definition of a disparity.
Mhm.
So let's talk about these social determinants. What are we talking about? Well, as you probably know, these are the things that essentially set up the environment in which people live and work and play and pray and age and grow and so forth. And of course, it's what kind of economy do you have? What kind of housing situation? Do you have places you can exercise that are safe? Do you have good literacy and language connection to your neighbors? Do you have access to good food? Do you have a social support system? Do you have access to healthcare? All of that, lots of different ways to talk about it. Health-related social needs, healthy opportunities are phrases that have come to be used instead of social determinants of health, but there's the same thing. And the fundamental thing all these things have in common is they underlie a level of stress or not that is present in people's lives. And I'll just say one of the best talks I have seen, I'm sure you all know about TED Talks. Click on that when you get these slides and go listen to Tony Iton's TED Talk. Tony Iton's a physician, came out of Montreal. He's of African descent, was middle class in Montreal, never knew sort of how bad it was in the United States, came to Johns Hopkins to go to medical school and expected to be a surgeon. That was his plan. And he got to medical school and was completely blown away at West Baltimore and the neighborhoods around there, and has devoted the rest of his, in fact, all of his career now to moving upstream. And this talk he gives explains that all those stressors that underlie the conditions in which people live and work and try to survive create actual chemical impact on your body. And that leads to this excess of cortisol, and that leads to the stresses on people's organs and why they have premature death, et cetera. So then you think about all that and you overlay George Floyd, and you overlay Black Lives Matter in general, and you overlay the pressure and the stress some folks are under every single day just for being alive and looking like they do. To me, as an old Southern white guy, I must say one heartening fact I observed last summer in the protest over Black Lives Matter was the number of white people who participated. That's different than it was in the civil rights movement. Certainly there were always white allies, but they were way fewer in proportion than there were last summer. So that said to me, there may be some hope. So the fundamental question, two roads diverge, will we pursue equity or not? Equity means we will take social determinant deficits seriously. Equity means we have to reorient our priorities. And so when I think about that, I think about, and I know a number of people are trying to make this happen, the notion of, I can imagine, it does yet it exists, a White House-led interagency task force on social determinants and equity. It could naturally flow, by the way, out of the equity element of the COVID response team, and that's what a number of us are thinking and hoping might happen. But I encourage you, if you're interested in this line of thinking, to click on these websites. Go look at what Brookings has been doing in braiding and blending, which is about enabling streams of funds to work together to produce whole person centered care, which will end up being more efficient for everybody involved. Second, you can encourage collaboration among locally designed solutions. And that's what I've been up to. And I'm glad to talk about that in the Q&A, but you can go to that website and learn about it. And then you want to think about how you can invest in infrastructure and social services to declare war on these deficits and structural racism. And finally, let's be blunt. White people are going to have to learn some history. You know, it's just true. A lot of white people don't know about post-Reconstruction America. They don't know how Jim Crow came to be. They don't know how redlining actually worked to create the inequities that we now observe. And so we're going to need to learn a lot. However, I can also imagine these guys may not win. You know, yes, Biden won a victory in 2020, and it's possible that the Congress will stay this way, but it's also possible the Trump folks will come back, and because it's very close, as you know. And so we could go back to, I put in quotes, law and order, given January 6th, but I put in, and you know, the substance of it is to defend wealth, to maintain the attitudes of superiority toward those who have been historically less favored. And let's be blunt about it, what's going on in the states right now is pretty blatant voter suppression. And I would just say, even if the equity advocates win, I would encourage you to think about the fact we don't really have a consensus on the right road to take. It's, you know, 51-47, something like that. So I hope if they do win, the equity advocates will be humble and magnanimous and learn to listen. Because Trump won the anti-equity voters because they felt voiceless. And part of it was from the economic competition, and part of it was the social changes were moving for them too fast. But I think this last bullet, which I did not originate, and I'll show you where it came from in a second, but this notion that no one they trusted explained how change could be their friend, or at least not their enemy. Now, you can't be as old as me and think about equity and not remember Little Rock. This is a picture from 1957, which is right after 3 years after Brown versus Board of Education, when that young woman is one of the first Little Rock 9, they called them, who integrated Little Rock Central High School. And the woman behind her is also a student in Little Rock Central High School, and her facial expression, and indeed I would argue the anger, indeed hate in her face, was reflective of a large majority of the white population at the time. And I want you to look closely at her mouth. And then I want you to look at this photograph from an ACA town hall, basically 50 years later. And I wonder if that's her granddaughter. But the larger point is, change is hard. And what happened over time, of course, is that those two women, Elizabeth Eckford and Hazel Massery, actually, Hazel went to her later and apologized. And you know, they had a nice moment there at the 50th reunion when Bill Clinton was president and so forth. And all that went on in a way of reconciliation. But Danielle Allen, this is the source of the insight I mentioned. Danielle Allen, who's a professor of political theory at Harvard, and now she's run for governor, which is kind of an interesting thing. I recommend you check her out. But anyway, here's the book I highly recommend you read, Talking to Strangers, Anxieties of Citizenship Since Brown. And what she does in the very first section is describe how, in fact, we failed Hazel Massery because no one prepared her for the change that was about to happen. No one explained anything about why this was important and all that stuff. It was just from Hazel's point of view thrust upon her. And we have to be mindful of the fact that not everybody's prepared for that discussion. And that's what we've got to do together, in my opinion. So I'll stop and ask you to help us make the right choices. They are not easy and are not always so stark, but they are choices we're going to make, and hopefully with your input. And let me stop there and be glad to take questions.
Thank you very much, Len. As always, fantastic, and your insight was incredibly valuable. I want to pull out one of your last comments. You said no one they trusted explained how change could be their friend, or at least not their enemy. And that reinforces the concept and the importance that we have to have in our systems, the trust that we have to have in our systems. And earlier today, Jim Comey talked about truth, transparency, and trust in the justice system, but more broadly in all systems, frankly. And yet we all know that there is an unacceptable level of mistrust in our delivery system. And that's especially true in the Black community. It's especially true with for people of color. So what advice do you have for our students? Many of them are on the front lines as they listen in today, to restore trust in our delivery systems.
Well, let's start with an easy question, Scott. Jesus, I mean, I would say, it's fascinating because I spent the morning, or not the morning, but an hour or so in the Kaiser complex, and I observed something I would observe that might be useful to your students. And make a long story short, and to not belabor it too much, Dave may know this. I'm a person that does not like needles. Okay, and what that means is that I sometimes faint when I get a shot. It's weird for a health economist, but it's a reality. And so I did that this morning. I did my duty. I took my shot, and then I said, I'm going to lay down now, and boom, I was gone. So what happened was then the nurses kick in. Oh my Lord, they're all over you, right? I mean, it's like you won the lottery, but then they've got to get you so they can keep doing vaccines. We got to get you out of here and some other place. And there was an African-American nurse who basically just sort of took over and got me in a position where I could get up and get on and get out. And what I noticed, Scott, was how the other nurses treated her. Okay, that's the trick. You've got to exhibit equity. You've got to exhibit respect. You can't just say, hey, I think you should trust me. You have to show. So first, there's got to be people who look like everybody in the care team. Second, the care team has an unbelievable, powerful opportunity and challenge to always show respect across those racial, ethnic disparity lines. And then you can begin to have a conversation with the patient. Obviously, it's got to help to, have LeBron James get a shot on TV, all that stuff, and the churches and, messengers, all that stuff. But in my view, if you're talking about the healthcare system, it has to at least somewhat reflect the population it's treating, and each member of that team has to treat each other with respect. If you do that, I think we're going to make some progress. There's a number of powerful young Black physician voices that are becoming heard. Rhea Boyd comes to mind. If you read her op-ed, and I believe it was Perspective in the New England Journal, it's called something like Stolen Breaths. There's a whole sort of generation of young Black docs who are just really good at articulating this stuff. And I think listen to them, work on your own DEI stuff inside your own organizations, and work for your frontline personnel to exhibit that humanity. And I think trust will take care of itself.
Very good. Tom.
Thanks, Scott. And Len, thank you again for being with us. Scott, my bald colleague, asked the tough questions on trust and the like. I want to go back to your offer to update us on your social determinants of health work. I think most of the people in our audience are familiar with the article you and Lauren Taylor wrote, but could you update us a little bit on where have you been, and more importantly, where you're at and where you're headed with that project?
Okay, thank you, Tom. I appreciate that. So where we've been is that the response to that article was greater than anybody my age could have imagined. Usually when I write an article and it's got economic theory in there, I get like 4 emails, and one of them says, Len, it's time to retire. And one of them says, you should have used this other data set or this other mathematical proof, and this time we had 20 communities raise their hand and say, hey, can we do this here? And that's when we knew we had touched a nerve, paper's not that clever. It has to do with people are desperate to figure out how to solve the upstream problem, and in particular, how to solve it in a collaborative way. Because the problem is inherently collaborative. The problem is inherently the commons. It is the fact that while you can give housing and supportive services to a homeless person, and that will greatly improve their lives if we're all lucky and you do it right. But it also improves a whole bunch of other organizations' bottom line. They don't go to the healthcare system as much. You don't get arrested as much. You got all kinds of impacts. Well, that multiple beneficiary situation creates a public good, and free rider problem. And our model was a way, not the only way, but a way to begin to solve it. So, Tom, we've had the privilege of being able to start COVID obviously slowed everything down. We did the 6 site visits in the spring of 20, and then the last 4 via Zoom. Thank God for Zoom. Let's all be clear. But obviously every healthcare system and every social service system had to focus on COVID. I mean, the average volunteer for Meals on Wheels is older than me, so they had to redo their delivery system too. So everybody took sort of 6 months off for COVID, but then they came back. And so we've actually gotten implementation started in Cleveland, in Waco, Texas, very different places, by the way, very different, expansion, non-expansion, urban, semi-urban, Albany, New York. I mean, they came to us late and said, hey, we think we got a coalition, let's try. So those 3 places are now launched. And Tom, we still have about 6 more that have rekindled the baton and are working toward implementation. So we think we're going to do some, but far more importantly, in those 3 places and other places around the country, more and more people are aware of everything I went through in my talk. They're aware of the fact that if we don't address these upstream structural issues together today, they're just going to get worse. And I think we've got a consensus now that's growing, and I'm quite excited about that.
Yeah, congratulations and thank you for that work.
Thanks.
I think I'm handing it to Allison.
Yeah, thank you for that, Len. You always have statistics that are really eye-opening. The DC one in particular was pretty shocking to see. You mentioned a resource on braiding and blending. And so I'm curious your thoughts on what role, if any, Medicare and Medicaid should play in directly addressing the social determinants of health in terms of covering social services, for example. And if you do think they play a role, how do we change political dialogue around social determinants of health not necessarily being welfare?
Okay, well, so first of all, you should move to Washington because that's the right question and the right focus. And you can pick your party. I don't really care, but I got my preferences. But anyway, come on down. Yes, Medicaid and Medicare have huge roles to play because Medicare and Medicaid beneficiaries are the very people who, or many of them, are the very people for whom giving the right upstream stuff is going to improve a whole bunch of bottom lines. So they are the very people through whom these public goods can flow. And they need this stuff. Good Lord. So at the end of the day, what we need, Allison, is it's interesting. All we really need is for the government to give people permission, right? Because right now, in fact, and I will give the Trump administration this credit, they were more open to Medicaid and Medicare health plans doing stuff upstream than the Democrats ever have been before. I do believe the new team will pick up on that and move it farther, but Seema Verma deserves credit for that 1115 waiver in North Carolina and for the way the MA regs over time were opened up. But I would say they were opened up kind of just a little bit, not quite toe in the water, but more like ankle in the water. All right, so what do I mean by give them permission? I mean, if a Medicaid MCO or an MA plan comes to believe, I'll just put it that way, comes to believe that a particular intervention is going to be good for their enrollees and ultimately they hope good for their bottom line, but no one's sure, right? As you know quite well, the literature is not terrible, but it's not great. And there's a lot of holes, a lot of sort of, we don't knows. But if a plan believes something might work, let them count it in the friggin' MLR. And just let them do that. And if you do that and you build it into the cap rate so it does, you don't penalize them later for using non-health spending to reduce health spending, then you cut their rate. That's really smart, right? But states have done this, God bless them. So you gotta close off that wall. But the main thing, let them do what they're willing to do. And it's kind of like, I once heard a university president talk about building a new building across campus. Where do you put the sidewalks? And he said, well, they're 19 years old. So no sidewalks at all the first year. You let the students walk the way they want to walk. And then you put the sidewalks in. Let the plans do it. And then we'll figure out what the hell. So you got the idea. So you want to allow the plans to do what they're willing to do, because they're not going to throw money away. So let them do it, and then give them permission, and then you sort of figure out how to make it rational. Ultimately, Allison, it'd be a better world if some stuff was mandated, because some stuff that's incredibly valuable is not going to save enough money to pay for itself. Okay, but it's still valuable. So that's the continuing conversation we should have in, if you will, putting the sidewalks down, watching where they go and figuring out where you want to expand it. But at the end of the day, the federal government could do a lot if they just let plans do what they want to do, count it in MLR, and then watch very carefully what happens and think about tinkering around the edges of mandates and so forth.
Ryan,
One more thing I should say, the government has an obligation to clarify what is allowable. Right now, it's, as you know, I can tell by the way you nodded instantly, it is opaque. And by the way, you'll get a different answer from different people inside CMS and God knows across different states. So places like United, organizations like United in multiple states, they ask the same question, they get different answers. What do you think they do? Not a good plan.
And you
Okay.
ask across health plans and you'll get a very
Oh
different
God,
answer
yeah.
from what they do in Medicare as well.
So we could do a lot by clarifying existing rules and then just giving permission and watch what happens and build the sidewalks later.
Ryan?
Hey, Len, another great presentation. If you were in DC and you were emperor for a day, what is the one change you would make that you think would be the most impactful for health and wellness in America?
Well, so we already took care of the filibuster and stuff like that. And maybe in white supremacy. I think the number one thing would be to reimagine how we think about health. It's not just the result of a healthcare system. It is everything I talked about in that interagency task force. It is housing, it is transportation, it is workforce rules, it is all that stuff. And so what we need, in fact, instead of HHA, remember it used to be HEW, Dave remembers that. It used to be HEW. What the hell happened, right? Well, what you really want to think about is what do people need and how should we marshal our collective resources to deal with it? You can't do everything, and there's not enough healthcare savings to pay for utopia. So it's got to be bigger than healthcare. And we know people need things that aren't in healthcare. So I think it's just, we need to stop with the silos. And part of that, Ryan, and it's a challenge because Dave can also tell you the reason their silos exist is because the laws were passed to confer specific authority to deal with specific problems because no one wanted money wasted. I still observe no one wants money wasted, but we're wasting it now, banging up the walls of the silos. We'd be better off if we allowed these braiding and blending to take place. So I say, let's have a little more creativity. We should be better at tracking what happens. And frankly, another reason for those silos in the old days, we couldn't track as much. It's kind of like in the early days of quality in healthcare, we didn't really trust doctors. So we had to watch what the hell they're doing all the time. Well, we're a little bit better at tracking, EHRs. And so we're better at tracking dollars now. So let's allow some freedom so that people on the ground, this is the final element of my would-be czardom. The afternoon of it will be more authority to the locals. More authority to the locals. The Fed should set the structures and unleash the purses, and the locals should decide whether we're going to do this or that. And so you want to impart accountability. So my dream would be, imagine viceroys. You know where the term viceroy comes from? You know what it means? The second king. So the number 2 king is vice president, viceroy, king, Roy's king, right? When Spain ruled the New World, it took 6 months for a letter to go from Havana to Madrid and back. As a consequence, the King of Spain had to delegate. Okay, we run CMS as if it's longer than 6 months now. So my point is, we want to have more authority at the local level. Accountability, which you can do with better data, but more authority to braid and blend and make choices on the ground, to enable Medicare fee-for-service to participate in a collaborative that everybody else wants to do, but Medicare fee-for-service thinks they can't. That's what I'm talking about.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, Len. This question comes from one of our students, and it goes to what you were just talking about at the local level to an extent. Do you think that the COVID vaccine delivery driven management at the state level, with some doing a better job than others, will further illuminate disparities, or do you think we really should be driving this more at the federal level?
Well, that's a great question. And since I got my vaccine this morning, I'm probably biased, because I will point out I got my vaccine from Kaiser and not from the state of Virginia. Okay, so what does that mean? I registered simultaneously for the Department of Health, Kaiser, and I've been playing CVS roulette the whole time, right? Because CVS has some, and it's CVS roulette is roulette. You're not going to win that. And Kaiser beat the state. I don't know how much, but they beat them, right? And I'll find out, because I'm told, and this is, from reputable authorities, you can't take your name off of the state list. It's not possible. So I'll find out how long Kaiser beat them by. But my point is, yeah, there's disparity in distribution. And yeah, Virginia is different than Texas and Florida, and all that's true. It's possible it will reveal some things we need to know. I don't think it answers any question definitively one way or the other about whether you want the locus of authority to be farther to the local or farther to the national. Frankly, I can't imagine trying to run something this big from the federal government alone, precisely because of the lack of trust that we've all been talking about this whole time. If we don't have trust in our own leaders, and apparently half our country doesn't trust whoever is the president, right? Then it's pretty hard to have a lot of faith in the federal government alone to do this. And as you guys know better than most, health departments are not equally resourced, and they're not equally talented, and they're not equally as respected or accepted in their communities. And so I just think you gotta have some flexibility built in there. What would make sense to me is the Fed should have an equitable distribution mechanism. Anytime you've got demand way exceeding supply like we do, then you've got to have a way of rationing that is rational, as opposed to highest bidder, which apparently was what went on in the previous administration. But I think it's fair to say, it's not guaranteed. Look at Cuomo. It is not guaranteed that a blue state is going to be better than a red state. So I say, in the confines of being fair, let's distribute the vaccine as fairly as we can and let the locals do what they can do. And if they are clearly bad at it, then you intervene. But I would give them the right to refuse and the right to screw up, because they're the closest. The closer you get to the people, in my view, the more likely they are to trust what they're told, and therefore the higher compliance we're likely to have. And right now, that's the most important thing. Right? Every epi I know said to me before today when I got mine, said, Len, whenever you go, don't worry about the fact you're a healthy 67-year-old, you're drug-free, yada, yada. When you can go. Everybody should be vaccinated when they can. And because the more we get vaccinated, the better off we are. And that should be job one for the next 6 months.
Very good. Thank you. Allison.
So we have another one that came in from our attendees, Len, and I'm interested about your thoughts on how SDOH fits in this as well. Is the single payer conversation over? If not, do you think it has to be a government single payer, and how do we monitor it? And again, kind of adding into that, does that make it easier or harder to address social need?
Wow. That's a great twist on an old question. And the answer is the single payer debate will never be over, because the failures of the American healthcare system are on display, and there will always be people who think you can solve them with this kind of, I mean, I think it's fair to say they think of it as a fairly straightforward and simple solution. I don't think it's straightforward and simple, but some of the advocates do. And so therefore the debate will never end. Would it be easier to do, and nor should it, I would argue, would it be easier to do social determinant spending if we had a single payer system? Technically, yes, because they could declare it to be, you know, in the interest, yada, yada. That doesn't mean I think it's more likely. You know, I'm not sure. I mean, the closest thing to a true single payer system that exists in the world is in Britain. And last time I looked, they're not doing that much better upstream than we are. So I don't think it's guaranteed they would do it. I think it would be administratively easier, but it would be administratively easier, Allison, if the plans could do what I told them they should be allowed to do, right? You could do this in the current system. It's really a matter of, do you want to do it? And what is the best way to organize doing it? So what I like about the single payer argument is it constantly makes us focus on what is the objective here, right? What is the fundamental pitch of the single payer crowd? We can do healthcare cheaper for more people if we go that way. And there's a sense in which they're correct. It may not be the healthcare that a lot of Americans want and expect, and it may not lead to the kind of innovation we all think we need, but you could definitely solve a particular problem. And it highlights then, Allison, what's wrong with the existing system. And that's good. I'll just say, for me, what worries me about the single payer advocates sometimes is that they kind of make a big deal of being anti-for-profit healthcare. But sometimes what they really are is anti-capitalism. And healthcare just is target one. So I, as an economist, I can't give up on capitalism. I do think it should be regulated and we should have rules and redistribution and all that stuff, but I don't want to give up on capitalism. And to me, the danger of single payer is once you do it, how do you go back? So I'd rather continually be reminded what are the goals we should be shooting for, and how do we change the rules and the incentives in the existing structure to move closer to that in a way that's more consistent, in my view, with the American value system, which is much more freedom and choice.
Thank you for that politically charged question, not intended.
It's unavoidable. I mean, you know, but I will say, look, if we had a collapse of, I think someone reported in a previous session, you know, the hospitals made more money than ever or whatever. If the opposite had happened, if hospitals had gone broke, which it looked like for a while they might, okay, if we had a true collapse and you had political power switch, I could definitely see single payer could come into being. I definitely could see it. But I just think it would take a huge crisis, and I think we're not there. We're not there.
Tom, did you have another?
I see we're coming down to the end of our time. I would defer to Senator Durenberger. Any comments or questions for Len before we?
Just a point that Len has made at the end, which is very important. When I was in my 20s and starting to practice law in a little town called South St. Paul, I had an invitation to join the JCs, the Junior Chamber of Commerce, whatever it is, and I got all involved, and I won't go into elaborated on it any further than the fact that one of my competitors in the JCs was the president in Roseville, which is a suburb to the north of St. Paul. And the main distinction between the two of us was that I thought our chapter was better than his. But we screwed up on the Miss South St. Paul pageant, and we announced the runner-up as the winner. And there's nothing you can do that's worse than that in a small town. Up in Roseville, their winner was Rosie, what's her name, Anderson, became a famous actress in Hollywood actress. Today, this former JC president in Roseville, talking to a bunch of mayors in Minnesota about whatever happened to this sense of community. Everybody thought community, and they joined the JCs, or they joined the this, or they joined the that, and everybody had something going for them that was something other than, but included church. He restarted an Optimist Club, and that got lots of attention and got its speakers to come and speak. And then out of the Optimist Club came redefining what it means to be Roseville. And what does it mean? It's like an adult civics course, you know. And so city managers and people like that from surrounding communities are meeting on some ungodly hour, like 6:30 or 7 in the morning, you know, every other week or something like that, trying to work up a plan for restoring this sense of community in terms of what do we ask of who in our community in order to get what it is that there's a consensus that we want, so that as a community we're not bound by the money sources somewhere in Arkansas or Washington D.C. or wherever it is. And this morning while we were having this program, I had a call from Brad Wiersum, who is mayor at Minnetonka. Brad Wiersum is the current elected chairman of the Minnesota League of Cities. And I know what he wants to ask me. And it's going to be something along the line of, would you, and then that's followed by, we've got something here designed to try to talk about how to restore this sense of community to each of our communities, plural, that is comprehensive of all the individual communities, whether they be Somali or they be Hmong, the two of the more famous Minnesota refugee communities, and then you could fill in the rest of your blanks. So that's just two examples of what I know Len has experienced with social determinants of health, because he's spoken to it. That is really important when we start talking about the future of healthcare delivery itself and health insurance and lots of other factors. But there's always a place to start, and it seems to me that Len Nichols has found it, and as has Brad Wiersum and my friend up in Roseville and a whole lot of other people that are working at an entirely different level than Washington, D.C.
Well, we're all still following your example, Dave, but thank you. I appreciate that. You're right. We have found it. And the key is community. I couldn't agree more. I think we have a true community convener on the phone here now. I'll get out of the way for the governor. So thank you all. Appreciate your time today. Y'all take care.
Thank you, Len.
Thanks, Len. Always a pleasure.
Welcome, Governor.
Welcome, Governor Walz. Good to see you again.
Welcome.
Nice to see you all. Hi, Tom. Senator, thanks for the invitation.
You're welcome. Thanks for being governor.
Yeah, well, it's good to see you. You'd appreciate it. I just came from my dermatologist. I can't grow hair, but I grow the things they cut off every time I go. So I'm reaching that age.
You're in good company.
Yeah. Well, I'm grateful to be with you, Senator. I think I'm going to be joined by our friend Commissioner Jan Malcolm too.
Okay.
I just learned, Senator, just as a side note here, before you'll give me the cue to get started. We were this morning at a press conference, and Commissioner Malcolm shared something with me that I was unaware of. She had the pleasure of working for you in the United States Senate and talked about helping on some of those early Senate speeches. I had no idea. I should have known.
Yeah. No, she's one of a kind, and you're very fortunate. Very fortunate.
Minnesota certainly is. A lifetime of preparation to be ready for a once in a century health crisis, and to have her there.
So the people that are on your screen somewhere, there's Tom Patno, Scott Kulstad, Brian Johnson, and I don't know where Allison is, but these are three of my former. Well, Brian wasn't, I don't think, of my former students in this program, and all three of whom and others are involved in have been involved in the faculty.
That's great.
In this work that we've been doing. So Scott's been acting as our chairman this morning, talking to us about and the student. There's about, how many students we got out there? 60 or something like that.
Yep.
Great.
60
somewhere else. So I'll let me turn it over to Scott to
Great.
help the governor understand how he can be most helpful to us.
Wonderful. And Governor, thank you. I just wanted to welcome you. I will actually turn it over to Ryan to make the formal introduction, but we are grateful for your time. I recall your last presentation to this Durenberger policy seminar was your freshman year in the House of Representatives. And it was a real privilege to have you appear then, and I'll never forget your comment about going from Mankato West as a teacher to sitting in on the orientation when you had to go through all of the financial disclosures and people said, oh, gosh, you're gonna have to take a pay cut, and your comment to the group was, pay cut? Heck, I just got a big raise.
Yeah. More than I ever made in my life.
And so, but that, I do remember that presentation was extraordinarily meaningful to our students at the time. And we're grateful that you're here. I know today was a really big day for you and for all of Minnesota as you announced some changes. And so we're just grateful for your time. Ryan, I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, thanks. And again, thank you for being here, Governor Walz. We really appreciate it. It is a big day with the announcement. I think tomorrow marks the anniversary of the first order from your office dealing with the pandemic. You really need no introduction for our students. You and Commissioner Malcolm have been must-see TV since this pandemic began. Every week is almost sweeps week with the pandemic. So just a bit of background for students, a bit more of your background. You've been governor since 2019, but really your career has been defined by public service. You were in the military, high school teacher, football coach, and we really appreciate your service. And to get going today, I'd love to hear your reflections on the past year, where we've been, maybe provide a bit more context for your announcement this morning, and maybe give us a sense of where we might be, in coming months with the pandemic.
Yeah, well, thank you, Ryan, and Scott, thank you. And I know that Senator Durenberger, as a Johnny, loves that I know my football and won that state championship, so it matters. But it is a pleasure to be with you, and I remember those seminars. And I have to say, Senator Durenberger, many people have heard me say this, that I considered you a core mentor, especially around health policy. I've stopped saying that a little bit because I'm afraid you won't be able to eat in a restaurant in Minnesota going forward. But I've learned much about health policy broadly, the application of it, the practitioners of health. I've learned much about CMS and all of those other things. And I can tell you with the greatest sincerity, if there are two people I'm going to go to for advice around healthcare delivery, and public health, it would be Dave Durenberger and Jan Malcolm. And so to be here with both of you at the same time and to hear a little bit of how you two are connected, I think the world works the way it's supposed to work. And for that, I'm incredibly grateful. this year has been, we talk about it, we plan for it. Many of us have read, the 1918 flu pandemic, but I think there was a sense of arrogance that, well, those were kind of pre-industrial folks, and we have a lot more tools and a lot more medicines to do this. As it turned out, human behavior is a huge part of healthcare in general. And when it comes to public health and a pandemic, it may be the biggest thing. And so having someone as well versed around me as Jan Malcolm, I can tell you, it is a year ago. I can remember the call when we first started looking. I told some people, someone asked me, when did you know this was serious? And I went back, and it was on February 26th when Japan closed all their schools, every school. I remember it shocked me. I had friends living in southern China in Guangdong province from my time there. And I was communicating with them because I would take students back and forth to China all the time. And in 2002, we got caught in the first SARS lockdown, and I ended up canceling my trip that year and really paying attention to what was happening. And that was just a blurb here. Well, this year, watching it evolve in Asia and watching Japan make that decision, I remember Jan had been briefing me before that, but I remember shortly after that, I said, well, we're going to have a case. Remember, the Washington nursing home situation was still brewing at that time. And that first case came in. And the good news is that Jan was very steely-eyed, and she said, this could get very bad and it could last a very long time. And we need to surround ourselves, we being those making decisions, by the best epidemiologists, the best health providers, the best folks that are out there. And then we got down and said, we also need supply chain experts. So I picked up the phone and early talked to Dave Baker over at Ecolab and started bringing in private partners as we started to stand up. It was dawning on us at that point that there was no national supply, that there was no strategic reserve. We were being told up to that point that testing would be handled by the CDC and the federal government. It turned out that wasn't there. So we needed to stand up our own testing system. And one of the things that we did that till this day, I am incredibly grateful for, and Jan remembers we made this decision. I said these reagents and things are going to become so difficult on the open market. We need to create the lab here and we need to own it internally. And that's where we went to Rutgers and created a partnership with Rutgers and Vault to create that saliva lab here that had us test even more robustly. One of the reasons we were able to do, I think, school reentry, and knock on wood, probably as effectively as anybody. So with that being said, it was about stealing for the things that we knew, listening to folks about basic, best practices around pandemic response, contact tracing, isolation. That depended on testing, of course, the PPE, and then the preservation of the finite hospital space. And then to quit thinking about it as finite space and decide where's your surge capacity and how else can you surge, because this thing is going to come in waves. And I'll note to folks that the much maligned modeling, whether it be IHME or Mayo's model that's internal in the house, the press was looking for the modeling to predict exactly how many people were going to die and when this was going to be over. Folks on this call and your students know modeling gives us a direction and lets us ask the right questions. And so I will say the modeling saved many lives in Minnesota, that we were prepping by the 10th of October for using of the surge space in our hospitals, because all of that modeling showed us breaching the 100% of capacity. I think Jan, she'll probably correct me when she comes on here, we got about to a 95%. The coordination and the lessons learned here, sitting at the table all the time, are the 12 major CEOs that cover 86% of the 12 major health systems, but their coordination down to the others of being there and helping keep us advised. One of the things that Jan has been noted for, and it worked, and Senator Durenberger's talked about this, using the data around health and health metrics of how can we best use that. Our metrics and our dashboards gave us a much better sight picture with some advanced early warning of when things were coming, which allowed us to prep for that. And I'll turn it over to Jan and then take the questions of where this goes. the biggest regret I have is that we did not have a coherent federal strategy around this. And this became, and still is that way, CDC pitting state against states. Let's be very honest. If one state's falling behind or has more infections, we're going to get it. It's ridiculous to have infection rates off the charts in one state and another state is trying to hold them down and pretend like there's not going to be bleed over. I use the example of the approach to the pandemic. Taiwan followed the textbook approach. They massively tested. They aggressively isolated and quarantined, and they strategically shut things down to the point where the rest of their economy could function with the basic principles of masking, social distancing, and hand washing, with testing that was everywhere. And the comparison is, and it's not an apples to apple, it never is because of health determinants and everything you've been talking about, but Taiwan's got about 23 million people, Florida's got about 21 million people. Florida's had over 2 million cases and over 30,000 deaths. Taiwan has had 850 cases and 7 deaths, and their economy never closed. So when we were looking at it here in Minnesota, we predicated on the basic principles: preservation of life, preservation of hospital space for those who need it, a focus on those that as we learn more about it, were most vulnerable, and then trying to strike a proper balance between all of the peripheral problems, mental health, the issues of unemployment and poverty, domestic abuse and children falling off the map where we couldn't find them, and trying to strike that proper balance. And I told Jan when the dust settles on this, and some of you heard me say this, I heard them saying, well, the governor's ruling like a tyrant and all whatever. If this were one man rule now doing what I wanted to do, we would have more schools, universal health care, I would build some roads, and I would make more state parks. I sure the heck wouldn't tell people to wear a mask because I find something enjoyable about it, but it was the health metrics. And I asked Jan, I said, when this is over, here's what I want to know is, did we preserve as many lives as possible? And is our death rate per 100,000 as good as any place in the country? Are our infection rates that way? And when the time comes, how much of the economy do we preserve? And what is our plan when we're done to recover from it? And I'm just going to say the whole effort across Minnesota, when the Save the Children Fund came out and said the state that did the most to preserve their children, we buffed up SNAP programs, we buffed up CCAP programs. We were the only state in the nation that kept childcare programs up and running as a priority and said that we're going to do that no matter what. Well, the Save the Children ranked Minnesota first. And that's because of a lot of deep interconnections in the system, a lot of already, just to be clear, very positive outcomes around healthcare in general, and a commitment to it. But here's the deal you all been talking about. That didn't hold true across every demographic group. It didn't hold true in our BIPOC communities. It didn't hold true in some of our lower socioeconomics. Now, we did a pretty good job, but there's work to be done. So I would just say there was a playbook to do this. It had never had to be executed. There were metrics that could measure that we were getting this right. There were real world examples of how we should have done this. And the thing that this recent passage of this bill, and senators as familiar with anybody of the process of doing this, the thing that made this so difficult was when you pitted people's commitment or our ask of them to sacrifice for greater public health, you should have been there to backfill them economically so you didn't have to have them make a devil's bargain. So these small restaurateurs who are madder than hell at me, I can understand why, because they were asked to not only protect their own family, but others, but they were not given the necessary tools to do it. Every other nation in the world made sure that there was an economic backstop for a decision made around public health. And then, of course, I don't tell you anything. Things like masks became political litmus tests that made this more difficult. Now, the good news is, I'll turn it, Ryan, so I know you want to ask questions. The good news is the trajectory looks solid. The work over at the Minnesota Department of Health to be able to genomically sequence these variants gives me the confidence that we're seeing a relatively good picture into those. And just to be candid with you, because of what I consider to be somewhat rash decisions in other states, we're going to see first whether these variants hurt Florida and Texas, and we can react accordingly should they. But with that being said, I think President Biden's trajectory of where we should be with number of vaccines available, number of people taking the vaccines, and where we'll be to a return to normal. I think his timeline of July is very reasonable. And I would end with, I'm thankful to Minnesotans' sense of civic duty. It appears like right now that our uptake of the vaccine is outpacing what some of the projections were. We've done 72% of seniors, and that's the entire universe. Many of them are still down south, which is a very good positive uptake. And again, all of what I just explained to you is because of the expertise and leadership of Jan Malcolm. So I'll turn it to Jan.
Thank you.
And welcome, Commissioner Malcolm. I'd love to hear your thoughts on the past year, where we've been, where we're going. Also, one thing I've really appreciated during this pandemic is the information that your office provides, that Governor Walz has provided, just to let Minnesotans know where we're at. And sharing information, the transparency has been very helpful. Can you talk about some of the challenges also of communicating facts to the public? There's a fog of disinformation. It can be challenging to pierce through that and reach Minnesotans. Love to hear your thoughts on the past year, as well as the challenges of public health communication.
Well, thank you. And hi, Senator. Thanks, Governor.
Yeah.
Nice to see you. It has been, in many ways, I can't believe it's only been a year. It feels like more than 1 year. Longest and hardest year for many of us, I hope ever. In other ways, it's remarkable that it's only been a year. And here we have 3 effective vaccines, incredible scientific collaboration around the world and in our country and in our state. The collaboration that I have seen and participated in among our healthcare systems and between healthcare and public health has really been heartwarming. The treatments that we have now, the confidence that our clinicians have built in dealing with COVID, and they've shared that confidence with the governor and with me, and we're talking constantly. They're sharing data in ways they never have. So there have been many bright spots along the way in the healthcare and public health system's response to this, but it's been very taxing for sure. And I think we're tired and we're not used to being the bad guys. We in public health, we're the white hats usually. So to kind of be the subjects of a lot of anger and disbelief, frankly, as the governor talked about, just the fact that whether you believe in COVID or don't believe in COVID, or believe that masks work or they don't, or that social distancing is important or it isn't, that those things became not a matter of what does the evidence say, but whose facts or alternative facts, as they were dubbed, you believe. And if you can't, you can have reasonable disagreements about a response to a problem, but if you can't even agree that there is a problem, it's just awfully hard to solve it. And I think that goes to the communication challenge. It's just sort of no matter what we say, someone's gonna presume that it's wrong just by the very fact that we're saying it. So I think where we are now, where we need to encourage people to get the vaccine. We need to address their hesitancy or their resistance or the misinformation that's out there. And we simultaneously need to beg people, despite their fatigue, to keep up the mitigation efforts. We are nervous about the variants. We do see cases beginning to bounce up again. What we hope is that the vaccines are protecting the most vulnerable, and that the increase in cases won't lead to the same kind of increase in hospitalizations and mortality that we saw in the big fall surge. But we're going to need the voices of people like in this webinar, clinical experts and business leaders and community leaders, in addition to those of us who've the state has heard plenty and maybe too much from in this last year. We're going to need more voices helping to get these messages across. But there's so many people to call out and applaud for their heroic efforts this year. Healthcare workers deservedly get a lot of praise, but the public health folks who are more behind the scenes have just poured their hearts and souls into this as well. Talking to every case, every family, mourning every death. It's been very hard on the public health team as well.
Thank you. Scott, maybe we can start with a question from you.
Yes, thank you. And Commissioner Malcolm, again, welcome and thank you for joining us. So this question comes from one of our students. In a state that is diverse like Minnesota in terms of population density, county by county, what guidance do you have for local or county policymakers and influencers to balance community views and overall state community well-being?
Yeah, I'm gonna turn to Jan on this. Is a conversation we had from the very beginning, and some states tried it. Maine and Illinois are two examples, because we're of course watching constantly, both globally and nationally, of policies that work. And this issue of what happened here was of saying, well, this is an issue that it's running hotter in urban areas where obviously population density is causing that. Why are you bothering us out here? We should be able to have our restaurants open. And of course, our case is that it will only be a matter of time before it reaches all corners. And then of course, again, while you may have smaller population, you also have smaller healthcare resources, number of resources. So bed space, which Minnesota does a wonderful job of collaborating amongst the 8 regions to transmute and move people around. But that was a very difficult one. And I just have to name this relentless desire to divide the country, whether it's red, blue blocks on states or urban, rural, also fed into this and created a real challenge of folks believing that, why are you telling us? And of course, layer on top of that, the civil unrest around George Floyd's death. And we had a real situation where this became folks in the cities telling us what to do. And that became a real challenge. But there was an argument and a good argument to be made, and it's one that I made often, that we'd have to continue to look at treating the state maybe not as a whole entity and see it as, do we divide some of these things? But looking at the data and looking at the best practices, and this is where I'll turn it to Jan, it wouldn't have helped our situation. And I don't know, and this is my responsibility, both as a classroom teacher, if my students aren't getting it, that's probably because I'm not teaching it the right way and I should try another method. I keep trying to figure out ways to re-message this to folks to not get into that situation where the geographic difference that's playing out in this pandemic is stunning to me, both as a geographer and now as a governor dealing with this. And Jan and I have had this conversation probably a dozen times about when is it time to maybe look more regionally to try and get more regional buy-in. So Jan, I'll segue that to you.
I think we're actually approaching that point now is probably when a more localized approach might be more successful, when things are generally under control, but we are starting to see some hot spots crop up. But that's going to take local buy-in. And we've had conversations already about, well, who should make local elected officials? Should it be local public health? Quite honestly, mostly the locals want the state to make the tough decision when it's negative. They like the freedom to make decisions to open up when they feel like they can and want to do that. They want that freedom. But when it's time to dial back down, they would rather the state be the one to order that action. But I think we might have to look at doing some things like the moves forward that the governor announced this morning. We may or may not be able to sustain those moves forward in some of the spots where we're seeing the flare-ups right now. So we may need to pause or dial some of those more localized areas back to another level. But I think right now is the time we're most seriously looking at that.
Thank you. Tom.
Thanks, Scott, and thank you, Governor and Commissioner, for spending time with us, and thank you for your service and dedication to the state of Minnesota, particularly in this trying time. One question that's come up of what is there that we've learned from this current pandemic that we could and should be doing right now to help prepare for the next one, which hopefully will be another 100 years, but who knows with the way things are happening in biology now. What can we be doing right now from a policy perspective to help prevent reinventing the wheel next time?
Yeah, I think Jan, I'll turn it to you on policy. I would say just operationally, the things we've learned is now we know don't count on something you haven't physically verified. I was absolutely convinced there was a strategic stockpile of N95 masks. I thought that was true, and there was not. And I also I guess, naively believed that the capacity for testing would be provided by the federal government. What I've learned is that, and again, it's not giving up faith on that. It's just a realization that we need to build redundancies into public health in a way that makes sure that should, and this will happen again, and certainly long after I'm not here, but we hope, but it will require us to do that. But policy-wise, Jan, I think maybe I'll turn it to you. I know you spent time thinking this.
Yeah, I think this has been wake-up call, I hope, that the public health system is important. And just because prevention is usually not the sexiest or most visible thing, we do need to understand the public health infrastructure and invest in that. I'm particularly worried about local public health. We have disinvested in local public health really for many years now. And we don't have a financing system for public health functions that is sustainable. We've shifted most of that burden to local taxes. The federal funding, kind of core funding for that basic public health infrastructure is really non-existent. It comes in, categorical narrow forms for this disease or that disease or this function or that function. But the kind of core support it takes to really have that infrastructure in place is one we're going to have to grapple with. We've just got a real patchwork around the state as local governments have made different decisions to support or not support public health. So we've got some super strong local public health agencies and some that really lack the capacity and have just been overwhelmed by this. So I hope we will really kind of revisit that federal, state, local partnership and figure out what we need at what levels in order to be able to move more nimbly, but also more uniformly. And on that point, I think the biggest lesson is you cannot manage a pandemic state by state. We really needed stronger, more coherent federal policy from the beginning. And I think we're seeing a big difference just in the last 50 days with more consistency in the federal message and more willingness, I think, for the federal government to kind of set the tone and set the strategy, and we'll all be better off if we start and keep rowing kind of in the same direction instead of 50 different directions.
Great, thank you. I think I can speak on behalf of the entire audience, hoping you get a few days off before the next pandemic.
Oh yeah,
Allison,
trust me.
I think you have the next question, Allison.
I do. Thank you. Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Commissioner. Back to the spirit of sort of the local response and the community response, wondering if you could talk a little bit about how you've been able to integrate cultural competence into your COVID response, recognizing, the different refugee populations in the state, for example, and differences in rates in infection and rates in adverse outcomes, as well as just differences in perceptions around vaccines. If you could talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, Allison, this is a great question. I wish I could tell you that we did it well. I don't think as a nation or as a state we have, and I think it predates COVID because of those social determinants of health and those inequities that existed. With that being said, we've been very deliberate about it. The commissioner will talk about getting these community navigators who are there. We understood very early on that we needed validators, especially when it came to vaccines, but prior to that, just keeping people informed, making sure the state of Minnesota invests heavily in making sure we're getting translation services out there, making sure that information is getting in real time to folks, making sure that where those communities thought they were going to fall through the cracks, and that would include our unsheltered homeless population and others that we were identifying. One of the things that we focused on, and I'm really proud of the work Jan did because, and it showed us warts and all, is actually getting data and going into a partnership with electronic health records folks to show that we were dropping behind. We now publish all that data. The federal government's now getting there too. And on the vaccine piece of this, it is just going to be, we understand very clearly historical trauma around vaccine abuse that is in this country has literally poisoned the well on a lot of folks, but it's getting those validators out there, getting those partners. Folks need to go to Shiloh Temple to get their vaccine. They don't need to be drug in someplace where they feel uncomfortable, and it needs to come from community to community. So Jan, I'll just turn to you because you're kind of the architect of this, but I think in just full disclosure, Allison, we have to do better. And COVID has, if it's done nothing else, it's just shined that bright spotlight on inequities that existed.
That's well said, Governor, and that's really right. I do think measurement is key, and we just haven't done a great job on collecting data by race and ethnicity in general, and particularly we've had some interesting, unique challenges in Minnesota with some of our health data legislation that's particularly stringent here. I mean, it's a good thing to protect data privacy, but it's created some real barriers to collecting information that we need, as well as some concerns, legitimate again, on the part of populations to give us that data. So we have big holes in the data around people not wanting to report for understandable fear about how would that information be used against them or to deny them services, rather than, you know, the very reverse in this case. But we've been working hard in creative ways to try to connect dots that hadn't been previously connected to fill in some of those data gaps. And now we are making very intentional decisions about allocation of vaccine to prioritize communities with higher social vulnerability index, providers that serve patient populations in those areas more flexibility to vaccinate people at younger ages, for example, when we know, when the data tells us that younger people of different races and ethnicities have death rates in excess of older white people, and kind of recognizing that in our guidance and in the flexibility we give providers is helpful. And then the governor's point, you know, communicating through trusted community leaders. We've invested heavily in community, a network of, we call them COVID community coordinators, diverse media outlets, so that when access to the vaccine is no longer the problem and the vaccine is there and it's there deeply into the community, that the right people are encouraging members of the community to take it up.
And I would note, Allison, oh, sorry, Jen, that no good deed goes unpublished. One of the things we got taken to task by a local newspaper for not having the diversity data. And then we started asking for it. We got taken to task for asking the question. So it is a challenge. And it's one that's, I see the Biden administration struggling with too. We as a nation need to figure this out. And again, I hope from our administration that what we're going to take out of this is lessons learned to start attacking very deliberately those social determinants and those inequities that exist in the system.
Thank you. Thank you. Senator Durenberger, do you have any questions before we go to some additional student questions?
Oh, keep going with students, please.
Sure. All right, so here's one from a student. When the pandemic is generally controlled, which one could assume is within our grasp within the next 6 months, what is the next most important public health concern we need to address in Minnesota?
Well, Jan, maybe I'll turn it to you. I'm a public health expert.
Well, I think in many ways, it's what we were just talking about. Really getting at the root causes of inequitable health outcomes and getting at the root causes of health problems, period. It's what I gather you've been talking about early in the seminar. You know, the social determinants of health is, I think, the most important, you know, frontier for health policy now. So I think it'll be critical to get back to that. We also know, you know, COVID has exacerbated many, certainly health disparities, but also mental health crises. Governor, I don't think I've even shared this data with you. I saw that 2020 was our worst year yet for overdose deaths in the state. Not surprising, but we know we've got, you know, real crises around mental health, addiction, opioid, suicide, just a whole raft of challenges there. But I do think, you know, it's going to be very important for us to take some time to really harvest the lessons learned and to think about your earlier questions about what do we do differently, not only for the next pandemic, but where are the gaps in the system that this has revealed. So I think there's some very immediate, like, person scale problems, but there's some big system questions to be asked as well.
Sure, thanks. Scott.
I'll follow up on that question and then ask another one. So let's set aside, this is almost an identical question from ones that we've asked earlier in the day. And so it's really interesting to hear perspectives from those that live in Washington versus those that live here in Minnesota. So let's set aside COVID and let's set aside social determinants of health. What would be the next? What would be the next thing you'd focus on?
Well, I heard you discussing a little earlier. I hate to be this guy because I lived in that world in DC, but when the process breaks, the policies are impossible. And I'm a little nervous now that we're going to have to find a way after this pandemic. This really exacerbated splits that quite honestly, I don't think we're misplaced pride, that we were kind of holding together here in Minnesota. And we have kicked down the road access to healthcare and affordability, insurance reform, access to a public option, which I wanted to try and do. But I'm an eternal optimist, and having been able to work in DC and get a few things done, and then I think up until the pandemic, pretty successfully hold together a bipartisan shared values coalition with the legislature, that's really strained right now. And I think the next biggest thing is trying to restore trust at the local level. I don't think we're going to rebuild it at the federal level. I would defer to Senator Durenberger, is more of an expert than me. I think we're going to have to start more at those local levels, and that's pretty strained. I mean, just this week, I had a city council take a vote to not enforce a mask mandate. And so now we're getting down to that. So I know it's not a direct one. There's a lot of policy things we need to take on. And I think access to healthcare and affordability of insurance market is certainly one that's still there. But I don't think any of that's possible unless somebody's going to figure out how to break this log jam. I'm really worried. I'm really worried that where I was super hopeful and we passed a budget and I've still yet to issue a veto and we have a surplus and things are working. But it seems like the dialogue is headed in a poor direction to tackle big problems. So Jan, I don't know if you have a specific. I'm just worried about process.
I think I appreciate that the governor went back to challenges around healthcare access and affordability, because I think that's right. I think, and that has contributed actually to the difficulties in managing this health crisis. So I think that getting back to some of those health reform discussions is critical, and an issue that the senator's worked on his entire career, I think, is still core. The incentives in the system are about as backwards as they can be. We don't reward system thinking. We don't reward prevention. We don't reward the development of lower cost alternatives. So I think, Senator, we still working on those very issues that you teed up a long time ago.
That was going to be my question, which is what help of, other than the obvious that they take in patients, what have you learned about the capacity of our 12 health systems in Minnesota that you didn't realize before that made them essential to dealing with the epidemic?
I'll answer this as a layman who doesn't have the deep knowledge that Jan has. First of all, and this is in talking to other governors, I found out how lucky I was of the amount of integration that we have and the amount of communication that was already happening. It is very balkanized in most other states, where here there's a lot more communication amongst them. I also realize those intense pressures to make and I'm just going to name it the way I see it, a system that has deep flaws in it, as Jan said, the disincentives to do certain things, that it pitted delivering the best ethical healthcare to folks and then the challenges of the costs. I mean, an example would be the very difficult decision to suspend elective surgeries. Those elective surgeries in many cases are not really elective. You can just kind of schedule them a little more, but they need to be done. But some of those surgeries are the actual things that pay the bills. And then to close those down to open up space for COVID patients created an economic nightmare. And so for me, starting to understand a little deeper the practical applications of a pretty flawed payment system, but the upside of it is a very integrated, and to be quite honest, competitors communicating for the greater good. That's a real good story here. And especially the bigs, and they ride us hard, and that we need to do things, we work together, but it's been relatively successful. Now that's from the layman looking from the outside of the system. Jan?
Yeah, I think, my personal view is that collaboration around kind of community goods was a hallmark of our health systems, several decades ago. And then I think we went, quite my personal opinion only, I think we went through a period of time where we weren't collaborating the same way on big problems. And this crisis kind of brought some of that collaboration back to the fore. And watching the large health systems are working in a coalition, and they're kind of jointly managing and figuring out how to allocate large shares of our weekly vaccine allocation. And they're moving the doses around the system to try to maximize where they are needed the most quickly. They're doing it, faster, and I think with more insight than we could do if we were trying to do micromanage that allocation process. And I've been really impressed at the way they are thinking collectively and moving things around a whole system, and not just, they're not competing over this. and it's good to see that those collaborative muscles are still indeed there.
Thank you.
Great. Tom.
Yeah, I think this is a question again from one of the students, and it's a bit of a follow-up. I really enjoyed your conversation about collaborating with the health systems within Minnesota. Are there other examples, the student asked, about effective ways in which public-private partnerships can coexist? Do you have examples outside of the health systems within Minnesota that we could perhaps learn from?
Yeah, and it's a great question. We knew early on that capacity. One of the things was, and it was the Hunger Games of PPE when things became just crazy. I mean, I was getting calls at midnight and authorizing movement of potential to buy through a third-party buyer from a warehouse in Budapest or wherever it might be where we found these things. And one of the things that we did is we have very good procurement people inside state government, but those are contracts that are set up, and it is an entirely different world than outside. So I gave the example of Doug Baker, and he sent over some of his people to us. They just straight up took their people out of their vice president jobs or whatever and sent them to the state and set in the State Emergency Operations Center with our procurement people, National Guard and others. And they figured out how they were we actually had folks that helped us send planes to pick these things up. And I think that was a really positive working relationship. And again, state government in some cases could be more efficient in certain areas, but other areas it's not meant for that. That's not our role. And so that one around PPE was the one that stands out most to me. And Jan, I don't know if you want to talk about the collaboration around testing that you created. And I think for all of you, it's not the pat on the back. It's just, you shouldn't get patted on the back for the things you're supposed to do. We needed to have massive testing, and we have it because of a pretty unique system that was set up.
Yeah, this is another place where the health systems and Mayo and the university agreed to work in a collaborative partnership to build sort of a system that could move testing around where it was needed as well. And so that the state, took away the financial barriers so that it wasn't just a matter of, well, I'm not going to do more tests that I'm not going to get paid for. We paid for the tests, and we just maximized the capacity that the different actors had to do the tests. Another one that more recently that I find interesting is some of the large employers, have in like the large venues that the governor's just opening effectively now. They have done a lot of work on mitigation practices, and they're pushing the edge of the envelope, things that make me a little nervous from a public health standpoint, but they've got a lot of expertise on moving crowds around in safe ways, and they've invested in new protocols and new approaches. So we may learn a thing or two from some of these large employers who have needed to figure out as a matter of necessity how to operate safely, because it's not in their interest to go backwards for sure. So I think I'm looking forward to learning some of what they have figured out, as they've had a long time to think about this, to plan for it, to try things. So I think I'm looking forward to maybe finding a way to transport some of their best practices.
Great. Governor, Commissioner, we have reached a little beyond the time that we asked of you. Thank you for being so generous with your time and wisdom. We are indebted to you. And again, thank you for your service.
Well, it's a privilege. This is a gem. Senator, thank you for having me again, and have this in DC next year, and I'll take you over to Old Ebbitt's for a steak. So can't wait to see you. Thanks, folks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Thanks for the invitation.
Thank you.
Thank you all for your engagement, and looking forward to seeing you all again tomorrow.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Everyone.
See ya.